Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here, and welcome to our third annual Quilt Fest. Guys, we are super excited this week. We've got a great show lined up for you, and we hope that you're going to get to stick around the entire week because, guys, we have got 63 different demonstrations throughout the week, 4 educational sessions, and then we're going to have a session called Meet the Judges. You'll get to meet the judges that judged our People's Choice or our quilt contest, actually the best of show, and they're going to tell you a little bit of what they look for in quilts, and so that'll be on Friday. But guys, we are super excited that you're here, and let me tell you a little how Quilt Fest works for you, so everybody will be kind of on the same page. Make sure that y'all take some notes as well. But one of the things we're going to do is we're going to give over $100,000 of products away this week. You heard it right, $100,000 worth of product. And so you want to know how you can win? Well, guys, it is super, super easy to win on this show. All you have to do is participate. Like, share, comment, go, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube page, go subscribe to it, go like our Facebook page. And then either one of the pages, you can make comments, ask questions, and that'll get you all entered to win. And then we'll randomly draw people out each day for that. But we also are giving away a $25,000 dream quilting studio. You heard me right, $25,000 to one person. And we're going to do drawings every single day to get to becoming a finalist. So each day, at the end of the day, we're going to draw somebody. Like today, we're going to draw somebody. And when we draw your name, you'll be entered for the grand prize. And you'll be one of the finalists. And then Friday, live on the show, we're going to put their names on a piece of paper, throw it in a hat, and I'm going to pull it out live on air. But guess what? This year, it's a little different. Instead of just one person grand prize winning, all 5 finalists are going to win something, and which is incredible. Everybody's going to win something. And so if you become a finalist, automatically you're going to know that you're going to win a prize. And so we're super excited about that. The other thing, we've had over 100 entries into the quilt contest, and voting's been open. I think voting ends on March 15th, so you can still vote right now, but voting will end on March 15th at midnight Pacific time. So California time at midnight, the voting closes, and you won't be able to vote anymore. So you can still vote on the quilts. So if you want to go see the quilts, you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com website. At the very top up there, you can kind of scroll down and you'll see a banner that says Quilt Fest. Just hit on the Quilt Fest. It'll take you to that page. You can scroll down and it'll have a little tab where it says, go to see all the quilts. You can view all the quilts and do your voting right there. Now, again, guys, if you entered a quilt in the contest, we have basically 2 categories of voting. We're going to have the judges vote for the best of show, and then all of you out there get to vote for the People's Choice. And we're going to give first through third place. And guys, look at all the prizes we're giving away. You see all 4 ribbons right here. You see the 2 golden scissors trophies. So if you win the People's Choice, not only do you get the golden scissors trophy, you get a ribbon to put on, first place ribbon for People's Choice. And then second and third place get a ribbon. And then if you're the best of show, you get a best of show ribbon plus the other golden scissors trophy. So it's going to be pretty cool. Now, all 4 quilt winners are getting prizes as well. And the best of show is guaranteed $11,000 in prizes, and which is incredible, guys. We've got a great prize package put together. First placed in the People's Choice is $11,000 prizes. Second place is $8,000 in prizes. And third place is just a little under $7,000 in prizes. So great prizes for the Quilt Fest entries this year. And we're super excited that everybody, entered a quilt, because I tell you, we had some first-time quilters entered one as well. And I went through and looked at some of the quilts, and man, I tell you what, they are incredible. Monday, we're going to have Jane Halpich is coming in, and she's going to, how to pick I think it's how I quilt that.
How do I
how do I quilt that, is going to be her educational session. And then Tuesday, we have Chris Marchini. She's going to be, or he's going to be on here as an educational session. It's picking the right fabrics. Wednesday, we have Becky Thompson, and she's with Power Tools, or is it Power or Thread with Power Tools, or Power Tools with Thread? Power Tools with Thread. And she's going to be talking about adding binding while your quilt is on a long arm, which is going to be a great class. And then Thursday, we have Belle Bruner, and it's a DIY basic quilted journal cover that she's going to do. And then Friday, we're going to have Meet the Judges. So you're going to get to meet all of them and get to hear about what they're looking for that. And then, so it's going to be a great, great contest, and I can't wait for that. It's going to be a great week with all the products that we have. And so I hope you are excited. So if you're excited out there, let us know right now. Hey, and if this is the first time you've ever seen one of our Quilt Fest, put a number 1 in the chat too. We want to see if you're a newbie. And the SMP Nation out there is going to welcome you with open arms. And guys, we have so much fun here all week. And I also want to know, by putting a number 2 in the chat, how many of y'all are planning on being here for the entire week with us? That'll be interesting to see. So guys, I've got my team in here with me this morning. We got Kennedy, we have Kyle and Roger. They're all at the console this morning running things.
Watch out.
And we have Deb and her chat team are next door to us, and they're going to be running the chat. And when I say running the chat, so we have 2 different chat things. So just kind of let y'all know. They're running the live chat, which is on Facebook or YouTube. So if you have questions on there, they're going to be trying to answer your questions through the chat on that. If you're on the website shopping, we also have live chat agents that are on the website that can help you check out and get your order taken and all that, and answer questions. Now, here's how the pricing is going to work this week. So y'all pay close attention to this. All right, so I'm going to be showing you products, 63 demonstrations. I'm going to be at the end of that demonstration. I'm going to tell you about the product, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how you can get it and some of the pricing. Now, some of the manufacturers will not allow us to state on air pricing that is lower than what they call MAP pricing, which is the minimum advertised price. So when that happens, I'm going to tell y'all it's a call-in special. I won't be able to tell you what the price you're going to be able to buy it at. I can just tell you you have to call in to get that special. Now, guys, there's thousands of products we have on the Quilt Show special this week, but we're only having, as you know, 63 demonstrations this week, and some of those demonstrations are going to be repeats of some of the products. So, thinking about, we're probably going to have about 50 different products on the show, okay? But we have thousands that are going to be in the sale. So if there's something you don't see on the show that you're wondering about, you can still give us a call, because it's a good chance it's going to be on the Quilt Show special. But it's going to be a call-in special, so you have to call in. And write that number down, guys. We're going to be putting it up. But right now, if you got your pen and paper handy, it's 800-401-8151. And that way you have it handy there. And if you call in, Nick's team is all over there standing by on the phones all this week. We have our live chat agents that are on the website that also can help you. And then Deb and her team are going to be helping you on Facebook and YouTube in the chat. So that's kind of how the pricing works. And you're going to hear me say, hey, guys, this is a call-in special. Now, there's going to be some specials, guys, that are unbelievable pricing this week. We have been working for 6 months on this show, and we have got some really great pricing that we went out and be able to work with the manufacturers and get some of these great prices. So that's one of the things you want to look for, is when I say, hey, it's a call-in special. Now, some of the things, we've got the special right on the website. You don't even have to call. You can go right on the website and check out. But I will be telling you that, hey, you can just check out on the website. And then the other ones, you're going to hear me say, you got to give us a call to get the special price. So just keep that in mind. Call-in specials mean it's a really good deal, doesn't it, Kyle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
we can't even mention on air. So you have
exactly.
to get it.
It is. So also, guys, you're going to see today too, we're going to be putting the overlays up on the screen. It'll show the product, tell a little bit about the product, and it's going to show you if it's a call-in special or a price and all that. And it'll say, it'll tell you the amount of financing. So some products we got some really good financing on for 60 months. Some that we are only able to offer 18 to 48 months. but there'll be financing on there too. So financing is going to be available all week on a lot of the products that we're going to be showing. And then also we're going to have a QR code on the screen. So if you're watching this at home on your TV, if you're watching it on your desktop computer, or even your tablet, you can take your cell phone, put it to camera mode, just like you're going to take a picture, and you put it over there and let it zoom in on that, or focus on that QR code. It'll take your mobile device right to the product page that we're showing. So you can go right there very quickly.
And if I'm not mistaken, we have very special financing this year. So be sure to call us.
Yeah, we do. We have some very special financing, some things that we're doing pretty cool this time. We had a big meeting with Synchrony Financing. They came down and they've extended some really good terms to us, which in turn makes it very good for you. So a lot of things going on. And but guys, again, this week I've got a special co-host. Now she's not going to be in here this morning until a little later when she comes in. I think she's got a radio show first thing in the morning, and she does a lot of things with TV and all kinds. But Jane Klaus is back in. She's going to be our co-host, going to help me all week this week. So we're looking super forward to her. And guys, if y'all don't know Jane, by now everybody probably knows Jane, but she's a 2-time Emmy award-winning broadcaster, and for some of her shows and things that she's done. So we're super, super excited and very fortunate to have her part of the show. And I talked to her on Friday, and I know she's just super excited to be here as well. So we're looking forward to getting her here and having some fun with all you this week. So before I get too started, guys, I got to say some shout out to the SMP Nation out there. Hey, we have Carolyn Hoxton watching this morning. So good morning, Caroline. We have Janet Jordan. So good morning, Janet. We have Kathy Cunningham. Hey, and guess who else we have in the house, guys? We have the Gypsy Gigi and the traveling TP is in the house this morning. And we have Mary Powell watching this morning. Elsie Oakes watching. So good morning, Elsie. We have Barb Torrey. We have Me, our friend Me up in New York watching this morning, and Linda Von Bank. So good morning to all of you. Good morning to the whole SMP Nation out there. And guys, again, we're so happy that you're here. We hope that you'll join us all week and watch. And guys, if you've had your eye on a machine, if you've been wanting something for a long time, we always tell you Quilt Fest is a perfect time to buy, because not only do we offer some great financing to make it easy for you to make payments, the pricing. We have the best pricing of the year, and we always work hard to get those prices down. So if you want to save some money, this is where you want to buy your product. And we have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. So no reasons not to buy, is there, Kyle? So guys, this morning we're getting ready to get started. And our first product up this morning is from Grace Products, and it's called the Cutie frame. And I absolutely love this frame. And we have Jarek Irsnoznik and Melinda Romero is going to be in here, and they're going to talk all about it this morning. And guys, again, this has been one of my favorite products ever since it came out. And if you've been thinking about getting into quilting, this is the way to do it. I'm telling you, because you can use any domestic machine you have at home right now, and it'll fit on that Cutie frame. And just like the table I have right here in front of me, I can set that Cutie frame up here on that. This is a fold-out table. You can just take the fold-out table out, put your Cutie frame on it, put your domestic machine you already have at home on it, and you can start doing long-arm quilts. It's that easy. And this thing, we have a great special on it this week. And so again, we got them in the house. They're going to talk all about it this morning. And so are y'all ready to get Quilt Fest started off? Are we ready to kick it off, everybody? All right, guys, let's bring Grace in the house. We got Melinda and Jarek. And guys, welcome this morning and welcome to Quilt Fest.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm honored, honestly, to be the first person on here. I'm really excited. This is so awesome. Thank you.
Well, hey, it's 2023. This is the third annual. Y'all the first ups. And what a better product than the Lunch Quilt Fest with the Cutie frame. This has been a huge product for us. We have sold hundreds of these things, and there's a good reason why, and I'm going to let y'all tell everybody about it, and I'll see y'all back in about 30 minutes, and we'll tell them how they can get it.
Oh,
awesome.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much.
Blaine. Welcome, everybody. I'm Melinda Romero.
I'm Jarek Irsnoznik.
All right, and again, we're with Grace Company. We're super excited to be here today and show everybody, just how wonderful, how awesome the Cutie is.
Oh, it is just so awesome. And like Blaine was saying, this is just the perfect product to dip your toes and to get started with free motion quilting. It's a really great product.
And whether you're a beginner quilter, like Jarek kind of leaned towards, you could be an accomplished quilter. Maybe you have a sewing room and you have a huge frame set up, but you want something a little bit smaller, maybe, taking up less room, but maybe just to have a second project on a frame at the same time as you have something on your large frame. It's a wonderful tool, wonderful accessory for so many quilters out there.
Yeah, someone said, good morning, cuties. So I'm flattered. Oh, but yeah, like Melinda was saying, this isn't just for professionals either. There's actually, I've heard a lot of people use this in their RV, and we'll kind of go over why you can really use this anywhere. This is a very lightweight frame. And maybe for those of you out there that are not familiar with this at all, let's kind of go over kind of how that works. Now, this might look like, oh, how does all this, what is this? What's going on here, right?
Exactly. When I think of a frame, I remember helping my grandmother, my mom, my aunts, quilting when I was a kid. And the frame that we had, it literally took up the entire room.
Yeah.
Once it was up, it was going to be up for a while. And you couldn't do anything in that room. So to, have those memories of such a large frame, and then kind of, I can't do a side-by-side comparison, but in my mind, I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
How is this possible? So
you're exactly right, Melinda. When I think free motion quilting, the first thing that used to come to my mind was, okay, expensive, and also, wow, I need a lot of space.
Yes.
And now let's show you why this solves both of those problems. So I'm going to just move this around here. So we have just a domestic sewing machine on here. This is a Janome MemoryCraft 6700P, but we just have this one here as an example. This could be your very own machine that you have there. Maybe you have multiple machines. Lots and lots of machines. I hope you do.
I do too.
Fun. But all those machines you can use on top of here. What the most important part is, Melinda, is how much throat length that we have, right? So that's from here to back here. And that allows us, we're taking our sewing machine. We usually have them facing, we're usually facing it, but we're taking those, we're flipping that. We're putting this on a platform right here. And we have handles down there that you use and you cruise around free motion instead of, oh, I'm wrestling all that fabric all day long. Sometimes I call it a rodeo,
Yes.
It's just a lot of work. It wears you out.
I have never had the opportunity to quilt pushing my fabric or my quilt through the machine. Honestly, I don't think I would want to. It just seems like it would be, a lot of work, time consuming. I could see it becoming very frustrating just trying to manage, because you're not only managing the fabric you're pushing through the machine, but any excess fabric. If you have a slip of your fabric and your quilt shifts on your machine, you're back to picking some stitches. And I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Well, let's do this, Melinda. We have a whole multitude of quilters here who have a lot of experience.
Yes.
Now go ahead and tell us, put a 1 in the chat if it's sometimes frustrating to push all that fabric around. Let us know if you get worn out, if you get tired. Is that you? I mean, maybe there's some people out there that really like that, but I've just heard from multiple people, because I don't have much experience pushing around either, but I just hear every time, they're like, yeah, Jarek, that just takes a lot of work. Look, there's lots and lots.
They're coming
there's not
through.
Just,
wow.
There's not just some. There's
it
a
went
lot.
Like one, and then one, very quickly.
Yeah. So we understand. And when we came out with this, I was like, wow, this is going to solve a whole ton of people's problems. And something that's really great about this too, as we were mentioning, this goes anywhere. Now we don't have this attached to the table at all. Melinda.
No.
This is
it
on
lifts
there.
Up and, very light. Again, if you need to store the Cutie, or I don't know, maybe you want to, take it up to the cabin, next week when your family goes camping. It's very easy to take the machine off All you have to do is open the side rails, remove this clamp, and then from there, open the machine clamps and remove the machine. The carriages come off. These top rails will slide down. So again, once everything's smushed down, you're probably, maybe 11, 12 inches, give or take. Again, it can be stored easily under a bed, in a closet. It can go in the trunk of your car, in the back of a truck. Again, very easy, very lightweight, portable, storable, relocatable. What more could anybody want?
Yeah. Let me have everyone here, if you close your eyes for a second, not too long, you just imagine yourself outside on a nice sunny day on your own table, quilting outside. That just sounds nice. I have people tell me, oh, that would just be awesome. And that really does sound awesome because you can really take this outside because of how portable this is. So this really opens up, there's a lot of people with apartments, a lot of people that doesn't have a lot of space, or you have a lot of space and you want to take it outside. That just sounds so nice to me.
Yes.
So like you were saying, maybe let's just show them a little bit how we can just pop this off real quick.
Okay.
We're just going to slide these little clips off, right? And then this comes off. Just lift this up just like that. And now we have that out of the way. And I will show you here. You're going to pop these off like right here.
I think the hardest part about the Cutie is sometimes opening those clamps.
Yes, that is a little bit of a difficult part. And I'll also go over quickly too. These clamps, these are good to put and strap on, but actually you don't really need those. The weight of the machine is plenty enough to keep that on. And let me tell you what, right now, your machine's going to be heavier than this frame.
Yes.
So if you can move your machine, it's like absolutely you can move this frame. So I'm just going to lift this up off of here. It's not all too bad. Put that down right there. So now we have these two other parts that we can just lift up right off of there. And one of my clips popped off there, don't mind that. And then now we have this, we can take it up, put it anywhere under the bed like Melinda was saying, just like that. So
yeah. You make it look so easy,
well, I'm not even making it look easy. It just is.
It just is easy. That's exactly the point. All right. So of everybody joining us today, I want to see a number 3 in the comments. So if you've been quilting, if you've been struggling, and maybe you have put the Cutie in your cart at some point before, but you haven't yet purchased it. Go ahead and put a 3 in the comments if you fit into that category.
Yeah,
so,
I can understand that too, because it's like, oh, I just want to be sure that's right for me, right?
Right.
Or maybe the price.
There's always the fear of the unknown. We're a creature of habit, so if we're used to pushing our fabric through the machine, if we have another frame maybe that we use for our dedicated quilting, that question very well may be for all of those types of scenarios. And my biggest question, if you haven't bought the Cutie yet, so if you are one of those people that put a 3 in the comments, what has held you back from going ahead and making that purchase? Let's see some of those comments.
Oh yeah, that'd be great to see.
All right. So I see, would love to add this to the studio to do small quilts on. Yes, and aside from doing small quilts, you can do any size quilt on the Cutie. So again, whether it's as small as a table runner, all the way up to a king, even a California king size quilt. It's very versatile. It's a hoop style frame. So when we refer to a hoop frame, this area is your hoop. So it's your quilting zone. So all of this area.
Yep, all that area right up here.
If your project is wider than what your zone is, you'll have fabric that hangs over potentially on either side of the frame or even both sides of the frame. Once you've quilted your area, you'll simply take off the clamps and shift your fabric left or right to open up a new zone. So again, it's very easy. I think it's easier to shift fabric than what I imagine trying to push all the fabric through my machine would be.
And let me share this too, Melinda. A few people, sometimes they're just like, how does that work? Like, I'm getting, you're telling me you're shifting this, but I just don't see how I can put a bigger quilt on that. And so what I tell them is think of an embroidery machine. You're hooping your fabric, you're attaching it, and then you're unattaching it and shifting it. It's the exact same thing. We're just on a bigger scale here with free motion. So maybe that'll help you clear your mind and be like, oh, okay, now I see what they're talking about. We're shifting that around. And also I hear too, oh man, I don't want to have to move around my fabric and I have to bring them back. I'm like, all right, okay, well, what are we comparing that to? Because the option is I'm going to wrestle all my fabric, or I'm going to have this nice frame that's going to hold that all for me, and I do have to adjust it. But then we're going from trying to sign your name or do like intricate designs, right, by moving around the paper. That's just not what we've been doing our whole lives. We've been having a pen and we've been drawing.
Yep.
We've been signing.
And I tell people, realistically, we've been coloring, drawing, since we were 4 years old, and that's a long time. A long time for me.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much for Jarek, but for me, yes.
I am a little bit young. Yeah.
But we have learned. We're moving our crayon, our pen, our pencil, whatever it may be, over our paper. When we're quilting and pushing our fabric through the machine, we're doing the opposite. At that point, we're moving our fabric under our pen, or in this case, our needle. It's a completely unnatural, kind of range of motion, compared to what we've been doing again since we were 3, maybe 4 years old. When we put our machine on the Cutie, we're going back to that same motion. What the Cutie is allowing us to do is move our needle over our fabric. So again, throughout this entire area, again, we're just moving our needle over the fabric to create our wonderful designs. Once we're at the end of our zone, so as far left or right that we can go, again, just simply unhook the clamps, shift your fabric one way or the other to open up that new zone. Eventually, you'll have that entire row completed.
Yeah. And Melinda, I see a lot of people asking for some specs and maybe some more questions here. So let me just pop the machine back on because of how easy it is. If you just take this from me right there.
Yes.
Hold on. I know this is really difficult here. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to manage this. Oh, no, it's fine. I managed it.
Super, super easy. So go ahead and, Jarek, put this rail back in.
All right. And then we're sliding these up.
Yes.
Boom.
Closing those up. I'm going to grab a small piece of fabric.
Awesome.
Let's show everybody how easy it is to get this loaded.
And while I'm going to mention too, all these clips here, these handles, these are all included. So you don't have to worry about having to buy any extras. Everything you need to get quilting will be included with this.
Yes. And some people might say the two of you make that look so easy, but even if it was just you, still super, super, super easy. All right, so go ahead and let's take off that rail, or not take off the rail, but move the machine so we can adjust our fabric.
Yep, you're gonna wanna put your hopping foot up. And now you're going to want to line this up. And now some people ask me, how do you keep this lined up? Well, you can use some Tailor chalk. You can use some stickers. You can also just look at your block to make sure to keep lined up. And also what you're going to want to do, you don't have to base to use this frame. So that's another important thing to manage. This is just a quilting sandwich. So we just got the top layer, the middle layer of the batting, and then the bottom layer. And we're just sandwiching those together. This isn't basted. Now we're just going to clamp those right back on. Now this is a little wrinkled, so you'd want to make sure, I know you ladies keep your fabric, ladies and gentlemen, you keep your fabric nice and clean. I know that. So I'm not too concerned about, we didn't keep our fabric as nice here, and I know you all do.
Yes. But again, super simple, super easy to go ahead and attach our fabric. Now these front rails do act kind of like a ratchet. So you can easily tighten your fabric if you need to. You can loosen your fabric if you need to. Again, super, super simple. And because we have our handles in the front of the machine, we do want to go ahead and roll our fabric up so we have easy access to those handlebars.
Yep, and one thing to note too is there's some wording on here. It says Cutie. You want to make sure you can read that when you put those on, because there's this ridge right here that you attach these clamps to. So just make sure if I can read it, it's right.
Yes. All right. So again, super, super simple to get our fabric loaded onto the Cutie. All right. So Jarek, what do you think your favorite thing about the Cutie is?
All I got to say it's how easy it is, and then just also how accessible it makes free motion quilting, because free motion quilting is super fun. Just going to tell you right now, some people, some people are not sure about it. Some people really like it. Some people don't like it. I love free motion quilting, and I just love, it really makes me happy. It puts a smile on my face to know that it allows people to be in a lower price range in a space that they have with something they're comfortable with, be able to try out something that I love. And that's what I love about it.
Yes.
So.
You know, I took some time this morning. I went through all the wonderful, fabulous quilts that were submitted for SMP's quilt show. There were some awesome, awesome entries. I placed my vote. Hopefully, if you haven't already,
I gotta check them out.
you'll check those out. But, you know, for people to be so creative and taking that creativity, whether it's putting your quilt on a frame, if you are pushing your fabric through a machine, you know, so much creativity. I always challenge people, you know, why not make it a little bit easier on yourself? And I think that's exactly what the Cutie does.
You deserve it, honestly. Quilters are hard workers, and you deserve a break. You're hard workers, you're peasant, you're very creative. So give yourself something that's going to help you do what you enjoy most.
Yes.
And also there's like a few questions that I got here. Someone's asking about the space. You just need a 2x4 area. This front part can be hanging off. You just need the tracks on the table is what's important. And some people are saying, oh, it looks so easy. It is easy. I also saw someone over there saying, wow, they make it look so easy. And that's because it is easy. I mean, I've done it a few times now, but after a few times, you're just off to the races with how easy this is, honestly.
Yes. You know, one question I always get, Jarek, people always ask, well, how easy is it to put the frame together?
That is a good question, yeah.
Yeah, you know, and I always tell people, we put up frames all the well, not all the time, but quite frequently, especially as we're going to shows.
How about that? More than we like to.
Yes.
Now, I like it when I get to do a Cutie because of how easy it is compared to some other frames. How about that?
I'm to the point, Jarek, you should have seen us at our last show. I put together 3 Cuties. Mark put together 1. And I pretty much beat him in my total time.
Yeah.
Very easy, simple instructions. Hey, you know, it's not like other instructions out there. I won't say a company, but I will never buy anything from that company that I have to put together because it's frustrating. But the instructions with the Cutie, super simple, easy to follow, you know, great pictures. Just wonderful, wonderful. And I have people all the time at shows coming up and telling me, hey, you know, I bought my Cutie however long ago. I just set up my Cutie and it was so easy. Do you hear the same?
Oh, I do. I always make a point to ask people, you know, when they say, well, I have that, I say, well, how is it? Because I want to know. I want to hear if they're enjoying it because that's important to me when I'm telling people about it. I want to know what I'm selling and what I'm showing people that they're having a good time with. And I hear that all the time.
Yes.
So it makes me happy. It lets me sleep at night and I go to bed smiling.
Yes. Awesome. Awesome. So I just want to ask the audience, are there, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you have any questions that maybe we haven't touched on quite yet.
And I also note this, I know that their team over there, they're well equipped to answer your questions, and they said to call in. So take that opportunity to call in. If you have a question, you're thinking about buying this, go ahead and call them, right? You know, because
Yes.
they'll know, they worked with us. They know how to answer your questions about this, because there is some things that you're going to want to make sure, just like, is my machine compatible? What do I need to do? What kind of space do I need? If that wasn't clear in here, just go ahead and call them and get that, you know, confidence in your purchase as well.
Yes. So we have a question from Just Gloria. Is there a trick to tighten the straps? There really isn't. So these bungee straps, again, they're quite long. Let me just loosen these up. And then I can pull the strap around it and you can see a little bit easier. But again, it's just like a belt. So it's the, you know, kind of the loop over, what would you call this?
It's
I
just like
know
a
it's
little,
like a
it's like a
belt,
clip.
but
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
a belt. It's like a stretchy belt. It's really easy to use.
Yep. So to tighten or loosen, again, you're just adjusting and pulling the strap through, again, to make it looser or tighter. However, you need to adjust the strap to be able to go over your fabric on the clamp. Now, a great addition on our clamps is the bungee kind of holder. So it's a little black piece. You can insert the little strap on one end and then kind of loop it back around and strap it in on the other side. So again, this makes this helps to manage the strap to keep it out of the way. Again, you do want to make sure you're always pulling up the straps. You don't want anything dangling underneath the machine. What happens when there's a strap
You'll stitch 'em
dangling?
if you dangle it.
Yes, so there's you know, you can stitch on these bungee straps. It's not fun trying to unpick those. I've had to do it a couple of times at shows. So again, just make sure you're managing those straps to keep them out of the way.
We have Donna P here. She says, on a machine, do you put the feed dogs down? The answer is yes. You do want to put your feed dogs down. There's not a problem if you're using a feet cover plate. You just want to be able to put them down. This is very adjustable to adjust the level of the fabric to fit your machines. That's why it's very compatible. And then also one other thing I wanted to mention here is later down the road, if you want to upgrade, there's no extra parts you have to get. You can purchase one of our unique 16 or 19 machines. Those are very large machines. You know, there's not really a limit to how, there is a limit, but it's a very big limit of what size of machine you can put on here. You know,
Yes.
You have 19 inches, that's quite large. These adjust out to compensate and allow for however big you have.
Yes.
And any weight of machine is going to do just fine on here.
Yes. So I would say minimum on your throat space to have a reasonable amount of space to quilt. Minimum, I would say, would be about 7 inches. And again, as Jarek mentioned, all the way up to 19 inches. You know, so I would say the bigger the throat, the easier it's going to be to quilt. But again, even if you don't have a machine with a large throat, you can still quilt using your machine on the Cutie.
Yeah.
So are there a couple more questions? Can you use robotics or automation? The answer is yes. All of our frames are compatible with our automation or the QCT5. All of our Qnique machines are also compatible with the automation, with the exception of the 16X manual machine. So again, all of our machines, all of our frames are fully compatible. We do have a list of non-Qnique machines that our software is also compatible with.
Yeah, so, you know, this is just a super well-rounded machine. It is just great. It puts a smile on my face. It's fun to use. I love people when I'm at shows and they're in person, when they come over and they see this, they're like, what? This can do what you're telling me I can do what with my own machine? And I say yes. And it is really fun to have that interaction. And I hope you get to have one of these if this is what you're looking for, and you have the space for it. It's 2x4. If you got 2x4, it'll fit anywhere, right?
Yes.
So really any sort of space. Maybe you have another house that you go to occasionally. It'd be nice to have one of those over there. I have a lot of people who purchase them for that same reason too. So there's lots of different reasons that you might get this, but I think it's going to do you very well for whatever reason you're looking to get it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think, you know, what it boils down to, if you're a newer quilter, or if you're tired of struggling with your fabric and pushing your fabric through your machine, or maybe you're an accomplished quilter and maybe have moved and you don't quite have the sewing space that you may have once had before. The Cutie is perfect for all three of those scenarios, and of course, many, many more. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. All right. Any other last minute questions? Go ahead and put those in the comments. Hopefully, we didn't miss any. But let's give the audience just another minute or so to put those questions in. I saw one. Can you
Yeah,
see?
so someone also said that they use it every day. That's fun to know.
Yes. So I saw a comment and it sped through very quickly. Something to the effect, can you take the Cutie in an RV? And that simple answer is yes.
Oh, absolutely.
So again, the Cutie can fit on any solid flat surface that's at least 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep. So whether you have kind of that counter space or table space in your RV, or if you decide to pack in a small folding table that kind of fits those parameters, absolutely take the Cutie, you know, in your RV, take it up to the cabin, take it out on your porch. You know, it's very versatile, relocatable, and easy to use.
There's one other thing that I saw mentioned over there, and it's about the Sure Stitch Elite. And that also reminded me about something else. Now, this comes with multiple different extension cables for your foot pedal. So there's many run-of-the-mill extension cables that will allow this to be further down and reach the floor if you're using this on a standing table, because, you know, this can be used standing up or sitting down, depending on what you have. And then there's also is the option, and you can check it out on Sewing Machines Plus website, is the Sure Stitch Elite, which will regulate your stitches, and you won't have to worry about how fast am I moving my machine, because it'll always keep your stitches that same length apart, which just puts another kind of ease and relaxing bit to your stitching.
Yes.
So
I saw one quick question. Can the frame is it expandable? The answer is no. So again, what you see here, this is the size of the Cutie. Now the front rail can extend or kind of smush back in, but really that's to accommodate the length of your throat. But again, the frame won't ever become wider than what you see here.
someone says it looks doable. I'm going to tell you what, it is doable.
Yes,
This is the perfect way, again, to dip your toes into the world of free motion quilting. This is the way to go with, because of the price, the space, and the availability with your own machine.
Yes. Kim, oh, there's Blaine.
Guys, great demonstration. And again, you know, I'm a big fan of this, and I know that everybody out there absolutely loves this, but I got to tell them how they can get this. And I know that we're going to see both of y'all later on in the week. I sure do appreciate y'all being part of Quilt Fest.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Blaine. We'll see you next time.
All righty. All right, guys, you saw it. This is the Grace Cutie frame. And again, guys, this thing, can't say enough about this. This has been a huge seller for us. And we have got a fantastic price on it, $689. And guys, what we're going to do, we're going to throw in a free 5-foot luminaire or limited light bar. It's an LED light bar and absolutely free for it. And again, we have 12-month financing for you. It's going to be about $57 a month if you want to finance it. Free shipping all the way to your door. And again, guys, what I want to explain to you too, you can put your domestic machine at home on it, but you could also, once you do that, and you want to upgrade it to, let's say you wanted to upgrade it to one of the Unique machines, you can go all the way up to a 19-inch throat space on that Unique. And what's awesome about this frame, it has it expands from 33 inches deep all the way out to 38 inches, so it'll accommodate those larger throat machines. Again, it's 48 inches wide, and then it's going to be about, it goes height adjustment from about 8 1/4 inches all the way up to 11 3/4 inches. And again, This thing is so portable. You can not only put this on your kitchen table, you can put it on your kitchen bar. You can put a fold out, go buy you a fold out table and to put it on. And there's so many different things you can do. Now, what I like about this is the storage ability of it. You can turn it vertically, slide it into a closet to put it away. You can slide it under your bed. There's so many places you can do it. You can put it in an RV. You can take it with you on the road and just pull it out when you want to use it in the RV on a folding table. You could, I mean, there's so many things. I know people that have an RV that has a canopy that extends out from their RV, and they take it outside in the fresh air, plug it into the side of their trailer, the machine, and they set their Cutie frame up on a folding table and quilt outdoors. So there's so many things that you can do with this. Guys, again, great price on this, $689. It's just a little over $57 a month. We're going to finance that for you. Free shipping nationwide. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, or you can go to smplive.tv and you're going to see that product right there. Just hit the product and it'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it yourself. But again, guys, we're throwing in that free 5-foot light bar, absolutely free with it as well. Part of
$499.
Yeah, $499 light bar.
Yes.
So it's a great special on this today. And not only a great price on the quilt frame, but you're getting that $500 light bar absolutely free and then free shipping right to your door. So again, guys, don't delay. Get on the phone and call us or just go right to the product page and place your order. All right, guys, we're going to move right on along. This is going to be a fast-paced day, so y'all got to keep up with me, okay? All right, guys, coming up next, we are going to talk all about the Baby Lock Altair, and we got my good buddy Richard Tharp coming in, and Richard is a national educator for Baby Lock, and he has been all over the United States teaching quilting and things, and guys, we are so happy to have Richard in, and he's going to tell us all about the Altair, so welcome to the show, Richard.
Hi, Blaine, and hello, SMP world. How is everyone doing this fine morning?
Hey, we're doing great, and man, we're super excited you're here. And again, this is one of my favorite machines. You and I have talked about this, the Altair. For the price the machine is, you're getting so much technology in this machine. To me, it's just, you know, I know you can go to the higher end machines, but for the money, you're getting so much technology. I absolutely love this machine.
This is an awesome machine, everybody. And I'll tell you what, if you're just getting into quilting, this is literally the machine for you. So you can do quilting in the hoop. It's a combination sewing machine, embroidery machine, and it is awesome. I personally own this machine and I love it. I am a 4th generation quilt maker. I teach quilting classes all over the United States. And as a matter of fact, in the morning, I am leaving for Naples, Florida. So I live up here by Chicago. Let's get started. I'm going to swap my camera and let's get a close-up look. And I'm going to describe to you everything you get with this beautiful machine and also the most awesome features that will make your life fun and easy when you are creating a beautiful quilt. Here we go. Okay, so here it is, the beautiful Altair. There is over 751 built-in stitches. Yes, you can sew with it. Touchscreen, check it out. Touch it, and then you have 3 selections you could begin with: sewing, embroidery, and something called IQ Designer. And I'm going to talk about each one of these sections here this morning. In IQ Designer, it's like a built-in piece of software. So this machine actually has a built-in small computer. Don't let that scare you. But you can create your own embroidery and quilting designs. This is what you use to quilt with, everybody, right here. So first, though, before we get started with this, I'm just going to show you quickly what actually comes with this machine. Of course, you have this lid that raises up and down. Let me increase my camera angle here so you can see that right there like that. And I'll just leave that up for right now. Numbered easy threading up here on the top. And once you get your thread through the path, you push this button and the machine threads that needle for you. That's one of my top 5 features that I love on this machine. This comes with your machine. It is a box full of feet and accessories. There is something in here for everybody. These little trays come out, and there's even more accessories and storage in the bottom of that case. Love this. I call this my treasure box because it truly is full of treasure. We'll just set that to the side. Okay. And then another thing that comes with this machine is this little most awesome, and I use this. When I piece a quilt, I put on the 1/4-inch foot plate. This is a computer-controlled walking foot, everybody, a belt-driven feed, and this machine talks to this foot. This plugs into the back of it, and it actually controls the fabric movement that goes underneath this foot and underneath your needle. Love, love, love. Also, one of my top 5 features on this machine that I personally just cannot ever live without. So, quickly, the buttons right up here, reverse, tie off, needle up and down, thread cutter, presser foot up and down, adjustable motor speed, sliding motor speed, and the push button for threading the needle. Super easy to do. So like I said, you can sew with it. I actually have the embroidery foot on, and I'll talk more about this in just a moment. You also get with this machine, you receive an actual physical owner's manual. Many of you probably know with this is one of Baby Lock's top machines. The trend now is that these are being built into the machine, and you don't get a physical copy with some machines. With this machine, you get a physical copy of your owner's manual and reference guide. Also, there's a quick reference guide that shows you, it's a small version of your owner's manual that shows you all the most important features just to get you started. It comes with snowman stickers. These are positioning stickers for embroidery and for quilting in the hoop. So much fun information there. So let's get into the screen. So we got that, and one more thing. This comes with 4 awesome hoops. It comes with, and I'm going to start with the smallest and work my way up to the largest. It comes with a 4x4-inch hoop. It also comes with a 5x7. This is a hoop that I personally use a lot. This is the 9.5 by 9.5-inch hoop. But the most popular sized hoop that comes with this machine is this ginormous, look at this, 9.5 by 14 inches. Oh my gosh, people, this is your quilting hoop right here. It is awesome. So let's set these to the side. And we're going to go in and talk about how easy this machine is to use. Now I'm going to readjust the camera. Bear with me for just a moment. Oops. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put this little camera over here and get that zeroed in right where I want it. There we go. And then we'll swap over to it. But what we're going to look at first, built into this machine, everybody, let me adjust that view just a little bit. There we go. Now, up here at the top, guess what? This machine is wireless. See that little icon right here? It looks like airwaves. So this machine will wirelessly connect to your mobile device or to your computer. You can transfer with Baby Locks on babylock.com. You can download a file management program where you can wirelessly send embroidery files from your computer right into your machine. How awesome is that? Also, With it you can also connect it to your mobile device to send images from your mobile device into this machine to build an embroidery design on top of that image. Really cool, really useful. That is how you do precise quilting with this machine. Also, this second one, this is your settings tab. I'm going to touch that for just a second. And it has 9 pages of settings where you can go through and adjust everything from lighting levels. It has a screensaver. You can put your own photos into this machine for a custom screensaver. Tons of information there. Actually, I'll just go back one, and right here, it actually shows how many stitches you actually have on your machine. Yes, I have 3.5 million stitches on this machine, everybody, and it's just now getting broken in. With proper maintenance, this machine will last you a lifetime. So, my most favorite tab up here at the top, though, of course, this is your home screen. This little thing that looks like a padlock, you can set your machine up to stitch. Touch that, and then if you touch the screen, it won't do anything. It locks it out. You press this icon here with a presser foot and a needle. That puts it in safety mode to change a needle so you don't stick yourself. But my favorite one up here is this one. Here's another one of my top 5 favorites, is this help menu. This is a help menu. When I go into sewing, check it out. Let's say I pick this stitch right there. That is a multi-step zigzag. If you want to know all about that particular stitch, touch the question mark, pattern explanation, and then it tells you what you use that stitch for. This machine has a built-in tutor. And how important is that, everybody? Let's say you're sewing, like me, at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you run into something you can't quite figure out, and there's no one you can get a hold of at that time. Your machine will tell you about itself so you can properly use it. Another important feature up here under the question mark, under the help, check this out. Look here, it says video. When we touch video, we now have all these categories: basic operations, sewing, embroidery, IQ designer, settings, accessories, and how to perform maintenance on it. And if you touch it right here, this is how to wind a bobbin. Watch what happens, everybody. Built-in video tutorials on how to operate the machine. How awesome is that? Oh my gosh. I wish I'd had one of those years ago, because it's so helpful. It truly is. Absolutely, Belinda. These videos are so helpful. Once again, if you're a late night sewer and you're new to sewing, you have your own built-in educator built into this machine. And it just doesn't get any better than that. Let me close this. And once again, there are tons of videos in here. For instance, let's just go down to maintenance real quickly. If we touch this one, this tells you how to clean the bobbin area, the bobbin case area. Sometimes you get lint buildup from a lot of sewing, and it's really awesome because it shows you step by step by step how to remove the needle plate and change that bobbin. Clean out the bobbin area, bobbin hook area. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this return out of that. That is one of my top features on this machine that I truly love. It also has operation guide, a sewing guide. Check it out under the sewing guide, everybody. Here is step-by-step information from everything from straight stitch, overcasting, scallop, gathering, buttonhole, buttons, pin tucking, zipper insertion, bar tack, flat fill seams, dart seams, and at least, but one of my favorite things, not favorite things we all have to do, is redoing a hem on a garment, blind hems. Step-by-step instructions. So awesome. Let's close that. You have up here, here's 2 tabs, utility stitches and character decorative stitches. So these numbers right here along the side, here are excuse me, in the number 1 category, if we touch that, there's your start straight stitch left. I'm not going to go through each one, but these are all of your utility stitches you use the most. And here are some wonderful ones for edge finishing, for picot edges, for scallops. These are more heavier decorative stitches, some heirloom hem stitching. Look at all the different buttonholes you can make with this machine. It does have an automatic buttonhole feature. This will also do multi-directional sewing, everybody. So when you put fabric under here, and if you touch this and press start or touch the foot control, it will actually move the fabric at an angle from center to the upper left or the upper right, so forth and so on. Multi-directional sewing. Only a handful of machines out here have multi-directional sewing. The Altair is one of the machines that does have this feature, and that is truly awesome. Think about putting a pocket on something or a quilt label. You can use multi-directional sewing to attach that quilt label to the back of your quilt. And then one I use a lot since I'm a quilter is this quilting menu. This stitch here, Q18, that means quilting stitch 18. That's a serpentine stitch. This is what I use a lot to attach my top stitching, my binding down to my quilt. It gives a cool decorative effect. So very awesome. Okay, so are you ready for one of the other top features in this machine? Check it out. You see this little icon right here? When I touch that, this little menu pops up. This is a built-in laser seam guide. Yes, I said it. Built-in laser seam guide. Let's go over to the machine. You see that red mark there? That's a laser light. Now check this out. I'm going to move it to my right just by touching the plus button on the screen, and look at that laser move. Right there, I just set it up for a 1/4 inch seam guide. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, 1/4 inch. You can even make it go up further. On the screen, it says 10 millimeters. On this machine, 3.5 millimeters is center position. So that added 6.5 to get it over to a 1/4 inch. But you can keep on going. You can move that to either side of the machine, everybody. Let's close that now. Also down here at the bottom, this is where you can adjust the width of a stitch, the length. Here is where you can shift your needle to the left or the right of center. And here is an on-screen adjustment for your upper thread tension. Pretty awesome. Let's go. Now we've looked at that, but check this out. Here's where there is still so much more. And there's just not enough time to go through I could do a whole week on this and not touch it based on everything. Here are your large decorative stitches, everyone. Check it out. If I touch that, check this stitch out. Isn't that cool? I'm going to come in a little closer so you can see that. Beautiful, large decorative stitches. Oh my goodness. These stitches are programmed in. You cannot adjust the width of them, but they are so, so awesome. Okay. Next, let's go. We're going to go out of this and go back to our home screen. Touch OK. And that was under the sewing tab on the touch screen. Check it out. Embroidery. Who likes to embroidery? I do. I like to make quilt block. I like to make embroidered quilt blocks. There are over 450 built-in embroidery designs, everybody. I'm going to just show you a few. And these are the main categories. And these designs are baby lock designs. Asian, beautiful pictorial scenes. I mean, I'm going to touch this. And I'm going to set it. And I'm going to touch this little hoop up here and hit the plus button, and it'll fill the screen. Check that out. Now that is on its side. So if I rotate my camera, you can see that beautiful pictorial screen that you could actually stitch out. So many awesome designs built into this machine. I'm going to go on OK, and I'm going to just delete that from my screen and go back. So there's Asian, there's botanical. These are exclusive designs, all kinds of holiday themes, tons of designs built into this machine. A lot of people will buy an embroidery machine and then spend thousands of dollars on additional designs. But guess what, everyone? You have more than enough designs built into this machine to get started for sure. Look at the fishing one. There are designs in here for everybody, for every member of your family. There's Kids Corner. Look at those cute designs. And look at this one. I actually made iron-on patches using this category. There are some cool, fun emojis. So much fun. And then let's check out this category here. Number 3, there are the fonts. Everyone, there's over 21 built-in fonts into this machine. And it's so easy to do. Select a font, put it in, uppercase, lowercase, numbers, punctuation marks, and then it even has some Cyrillic and these type of letters used in foreign languages. Beautiful things here, but you just touch the touch screen and put in whatever you want. Do set. It brings it into the embroidery edit screen. If you wanted to stitch that out, you would actually just touch embroidery and then press the start button and it starts start stitching. So awesome. We're going to return that. We're going to go back to our home screen and touch OK. And now I want to briefly talk about the IQ Designer, because this is something that totally changes your world, everybody. So what we can do, I do have a lot of stuff already saved into this. But basically what you do here, I'm going to pull up an image that I've already captured. Let's see what I got here. I know there's nothing risque on here, so I'm safe. Don't freak out, anyone. And these are things I have sent from my mobile device over to here, this machine. Let me just find one real quick. Come on. And these are actually photos. So let me just show you this. This is a photo. I'm going to set that into the machine. And then see how it's grayed out? It's grayed out like that because now I could use these pencils and I could actually trace around that design of a photograph I've taken and make my own design out of it. Check that out. All I'm doing is just drawing on the screen. Super easy to do. Then I could go here and touch, this is called region properties. Check this out. I'm going to add red. I'm going to make, those were yellow flowers. Let's select a yellow thread color, touch OK, turn that bucket on. I'm going to dim out my background image now. And here are my little items that I traced, and check it out. I'm now, oops, that means it's not open. I'll just undo it. Let's try that one. There we go. Now you can see once you have those designs traced, you can then fill them in with stitches, and then I can stitch that out. All I have to do is hit next and preview and OK. There's what it would look like. I had it set so it would automatically add a satin stitch around what I drew, hit set and OK, and embroidery. And now that's how quick you can stitch something out, everybody. I can totally stitch that out. You can draw anything you want, bring a photo in, trace on top of it, and turn it into your own original embroidery design. You can also sign your name on a piece of paper, bring it into IQ like I just did that photo, and you can stitch out your signature on your quilt labels, everybody. That's what I do. It is so awesome. Let's go back up here to our home screen and touch OK. You can totally save those to memory or to a USB stick stuck into the side of your machine. One more thing I'm going to show you, IQ Designer, Region Properties, that tab right there. Here are 15 built-in quilting designs. These are called decorative fill patterns. This is how I like to quilt in the hoop on this machine. You can also bring in edge-to-edge designs, but here in IQ, you can load your quilt, trace around the piecing and the seam lines, and put these patterns inside of a block or inside the piecing on your quilt top. So awesome. This one feature is worth every penny of this machine. And that's how awesome the Altair is. Are there any questions? I'd be happy to answer questions for anybody.
Well, hey, Richard, man, great presentation. And I know you could probably spend an hour on this thing or more because it's got so many of the features in. But I tell you, you did a great job of highlighting that. I also got to compliment your camera work was incredible. I tell you, the cameras look great. The machine looked fantastic. So we sure appreciate you being on here. And I know you're going to be on here later on in the week. So we'll see you again real soon.
Thank you, Blaine. Thank you. And everybody, call into SMP and get one of these. You can find me on my YouTube channel. It's my name, Richard Tharp, and I do weekly live classes that are free to everybody who attends. Check it out.
Thanks, Richard. Hey, we'll be sure to check that out, and we'll see you again later on in the week. All right, guys, that was the Baby Lock Altair. Again, this is a sewing and embroidery machine. And guys, we have a great special on this. It's $8,999. We do have 48 months financing for you. We're going to ship it free to your doorstep. We have a great bundle. It comes with it for $950. But guys, you're going to get the bundle, but we do have a call-in special on this as well. But let me tell you about what's coming in this bundle. Now, in the bundle, you see it there in the square on the screen. You're going to get the Stay Perfect medium tearaway stabilizer. That's the 20-inch by 24-inch. It's a 25 pack. You're also going to get that medium cutaway, the 20-inch by 24-inch 25 pack. You're getting the no-show mesh, the 20 by 24-inch in the 25 pack. You're getting the sew and wash, the 20-inch by 24-inch in the 25 pack. And then you're getting that pick and steel, or peel and stick, peel and stick, and it's the 20 by 24-inch in the 25 pack. So you're getting those 5 different 25 packs of the stabilizer that's pre-cut. Makes your life extremely easy when you're hooping. You're also going to get that SMP sew mat. We're giving you the extra large sewing mat in the Baby Lock Gold, so it matches that machine perfectly. You're going to get the Dime Exquisite thread assortment. There's 30 spools of the 500-meter spools. And then we're also going to throw in that 3-year platinum protection plan on this. But guys, again, let me just give you a few little highlights of the machine. Again, this thing it's going to have the IQ Intuition Positioning app. You saw Richard show you that. You can use your smartphone and take pictures and then just put it right into the screen, whatever you're taking pictures of, and it'll digitize it in the screen. It has that 9.5 by 14-inch embroidery field. So it's got a huge embroidery area on it. It's got the IQ Designer, so you can create your own embroidery designs. It's got the wireless capability on it. It has that huge 10.1-inch LCD screen. You saw Richard even watching videos on that thing. And again, the workspace on that, from the needle to that throat space, it's 11.25 inches. So that is an extremely big workspace when you're in that sewing side and you want to do some quilting with this. It has that color visualizer. You can choose random and vivid colors and change your designs and see it right on the screen. 494 embroidery designs are built in, and 200 of those are exclusive to the Baby Lock. It has 771 stitches on the sewing side of the house. It has that quick set bobbin drop in, the needle beam. It shows you right where the positioning of the needle is going to be. And again, guys, on the if you go back to the embroidery side, excuse me, It comes with 4 hoops. You're going to get that big, huge 9.5 by 14. Then you're going to get the square hoop. It's the 9.5 by 9.5. You're going to get that 5 by 7 hoop, and then you're going to get the little square 4 by 4 on that. And again, guys, I can't say enough about the Altair. And, you know, people probably wonder about the weight of the machine. The weight of it, it's about 37 pounds. So it's not too heavy for the size machine that this is. 37 pounds, it's very manageable. And again, you got to add about 10 pounds to it if you're going to put the embroidery unit. So that would be without the embroidery unit on it. But you're not going to carry it with the embroidery unit. So guys, we have the great price on that. Again, give us a call. Not only are you going to get that bundle absolutely free, but this is a call-in special. So you know what that means if you call us. And not only you get the bundle, you get the financing, but we got a really great price on it as well. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or you can just go to smplive.tv and you're going to see that Altair. Just click on that. It'll take you to the product page. We have live chat agents that also will pop up on the screen that you can ask questions and they can give you the pricing as well. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on along. And guess what's in the house next, Kyle?
The
Foxy Moxie dancers. And guess what? They're officially the Foxy Moxie dancers because we're going to talk all about the Moxie.
That's right.
Woo!
Cannot wait, guys. We have Kim Sandberg. We have Christina Whitley. And guys, they've been on our show many times. You know, Kim is the education manager at Handy Quilter. Christina has been, quilting for a number of years. She actually is on one of the trucks. If y'all have ever seen the big Handy Quilter trucks that go across the nation, they have pictures of quilters on the side of it, and Christina is actually on the picture of one of those. Yeah, both of them are famous. Hey, so guys, we are super excited to have them on our show today. And so are they ready to go? All right, well, while we're waiting on those, why don't we bring in my co-host, because she hadn't been on yet today. And y'all, welcome to the show, Jane Klaus.
Hi, Blaine. Good morning, everybody. Happy Quilt Fest. How are you?
I am fantastic. Finally, you get here. I know you had a super busy morning and didn't get to start the show off with us, but now you're here. And Jane, we have kicked this off, the 3rd annual Quilt Fest, and it is already going so well. Have hundreds and hundreds of people watching. And so, man, I'm super pumped today.
Hi, everybody. I see you're all saying hi to me. Oh, I'm so excited to be here, Blaine. I'm sorry I'm tardy and late to the party, but that is so not me. You know that. I'm so excited for Quilt Fest because, I was trying to think about, what my motto for the day is. And I think day one, my motto is we are going to quilt until we wilt.
Well, hey, I tell you what, we have so many different machines that they can quilt with. So we can help fill that need with anybody out there. And to tell you, pricing this week is just absolutely incredible. We have worked really hard for probably 6 months planning this for the pricing part of it. And you have to make a lot of deals out there to get the pricing. And, what we do, Jane, if I get a deal, I always pass it right on to the customers. And that's why, Quilt Fest is so special, is because everything that we got the deals on, we pass it right to the customers so they get a good price. And one of the prices, best price of the year type thing. So we're really working hard to do that. And we got plenty of stuff to show.
You bring it every time. Not only do you bring it every week on your SMP live shows, but you bring it every fest. I know we've been waiting for this to happen since the last time I was with you for a week. And now you're here again with your phenomenal deals that you pass along to us, the viewers and the sewists and the quilters. And we love you for it, Blaine. We know you are wheeling in dealing for us all year around so that we can benefit from you. And we love that, right, friends?
Yeah, it's that's what I try to do. But hey, Jane, I know we're gonna have to make it real quick. We got the Foxy Moxie dancers race. So we're gonna go in, but I am coming right back to you just to hear in probably 30 minutes or so. And we got a lot of fun things to do today. So, all right, guys, let's welcome to the show Kim and Christina. Oh, they switched on us? Oh, so it's Denise? Okay.
Morning. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's Kim and Denise. So good morning, ladies.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Christina ended up having a last minute supermom take her daughter down to a volleyball tournament in Las Vegas. So we have a last minute substitution.
All right,
Sorry
so
about that.
Denise, you're going to have to fill in for
I'll try. I'll do my
the
best.
duo of the Foxy Moxie dancers, and the requirement is you have to do the little dance when we get to how
Oh,
stitch regulation
boy.
works.
Okay, I'll
In
do
the
my
precision
best. Those
mode.
are some big shoes to fill.
I
All right,
know.
yeah. Ladies, I'll let y'all take it away, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this great special we have today.
That sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. Well, we are so excited to talk about the Moxie
Yes,
today,
we
aren't
are.
we?
Yes.
We love this machine. So this is our Moxie. She's cute. She's got attitude. She's fun to quilt with. We love the Moxie. So Denise, let's talk about some of the great features of the Moxie. What's one of your favorite things about the Moxie?
One of my favorite things about the Moxie is just its size. It is
Mhm.
big enough to quilt, big enough to accomplish anything I want to, but its small size lets it fit anywhere I need it to.
Exactly. And part of that smaller size is the frame that you can put it on. So we've
That's
actually got a
right.
couple different options, right?
That's right. Today we actually have it set up on the little foot frame, which I really love because this frame is only 5 feet wide. But the way we have the quilt loaded is just with some clamps. So we can still put a really, really big quilt on here
Mhm.
and just move the quilt around as we need to.
Exactly. The other frame that you can get the Moxie on is the loft frame, and it comes in 8 foot, but you can add a 2-foot extension to
That's
that.
right.
So you can do, that's 10 feet of quilting width, I guess you could call
That's
it.
right. Yeah.
So you can do those
Big
really
quilt.
big quilts. You can do king size quilts on a frame that size. So it's really nice to have that option to make it fit wherever it will fit in your house.
That's right. That's right. And actually, I have a main home, I have an apartment, and I can't fit my big quilting machines
Right.
in the apartment. So Moxie was a perfect fit. So I can still quilt
Exactly.
anytime I need to. It's great.
Which is really great. It's really,
really
great having
is.
that. So the Moxie does have the awesome stitch regulation that
Yes.
Blaine referred to earlier. So we have the 2 modes of stitch regulation. We have within regulated, we have cruise and
And
precision.
precision. That's right.
And this is where Christina normally does the dance for us.
Oh, I don't know about dancing, but so let's talk a little bit about precision and cruise
Yeah.
because there's some differences,
There are.
right?
Mhm.
So in precision mode, as I'm quilting along, the machine is only going to take a stitch as I move the machine. So
Right.
if I stop moving the machine, the needle stops going up and down. But with cruise mode, if I have that enabled in regulated stitching, even when I stop stitching, the needle's going to move up and down still.
Yep.
So what's really great about that, it gives me nice and smooth movement, great curves, but nice sharp points. So I think that is terrific. Cruise mode is one of my favorite modes to be in.
It absolutely is. So one of my favorite things about the Moxie is the accessory kit that comes with it. And we like to call this the
Yes.
quilting party in a box.
Yes,
so
it
let's grab
is.
that right here. I'm going to bring it up here and
And
we'll
it's
let
such a
everybody,
cute box,
I know.
too. I love that everything is just contained
It's all
in one
here.
easy spot, easy to find everything, clearly labeled.
So let's open it up and look at the great stuff that comes in here. So first of all, we've got our quick reference card. And this tells you everything that you need to get started with the Moxie. It explains needles and the correct size to use for the thread. It shows you how to thread the machine.
Yes.
So very easy, step by step.
Easy, great diagrams, really make it simple.
And then on the back of it, we have all the different symbols that are on the screen. Now, the Moxie doesn't have a touch screen. We use the handlebars to access that. And that is explained right here and throughout this. So this is a really great card to keep
It sure
handy.
is. It sure is. And
with
it
your
even
Moxie.
right here, it goes over precision and cruise modes in a
Yep.
regulated stitching that we were just talking about. Everything's
Exactly.
there.
Exactly. So we partnered with an app called Built. So when you get your Moxie, you can follow the instructions in here and they're awesome. They're 3D. You can turn it every which way. You can pause it. You can rewind it. You have this nice, helpful gal talking to you in it to help you set up your Moxie. So that's really great. Then we'll get into more of the fun stuff here.
Goodies.
So we have some thread. We have a box of pins. we have a channel
Oh
lock.
yeah, let's get
And
into that.
we'll dig into this
Yeah.
stuff some more in just a minute. And then you've got all your great stuff to take care of your machine: bobbins, needles, your oiler. And then of course it has the other really important things like your bobbin case.
Yeah.
and
your power cord
and your thread mast. So those are all really great things. But this right here is what we really want to talk about. So let me set
Yeah.
that down, Denise.
If that's the party in a box, this
Yeah.
is the party in a bag.
Yep.
Like this is where it's at. These are all of our fun accessories to bring the party to life.
Well, and the best part about the Moxie is we really wanted to set it apart when we created it. So we've included a little something extra. First of all, you get a yard of this awesome grid fabric that the studio educators designed. And we give you now it's time to quilt. And we're actually have all these great designs to get you started. And we even gave you some fabric to get started quilting. So what we thought today would be fun, because we're all about education here at Handy
right.
Quilter, aren't we? We're going to take some time and go through some of these designs. Denise is going to do some quilting for us today. But instead of quilting on this fabric, so here at Handy Quilter, there's a lot of quilters that work here. We started recently on a fun project, 16 patch quilts. So we made a 16 patch quilt here that when we get done with all of the lives this week, we're going to donate this to charity. So we're going to have some fun quilting this week and working through it. So Denise, let's go ahead and I'll grab this.
Okay. So I thought what we would focus on this morning is talking a little bit about continuous line quilting. See how we've got this continuous curve design? I'm going to break this down and show how simple it is to actually complete some of these quilting steps. And there's many different ways to accomplish it. We've made a little roadmap for you. This is one way to do it. There's other ways to do it. And I think this week actually would be a really good idea to show different ways to accomplish this. Don't you think that would be fun, Kim?
I think it'd be a lot of fun. And it's a great, simple way to quilt, to finish a quilt, especially something like this that's got all these blocks.
It's already got our grid essentially marked. So I think that's great. And Kim actually took the time to pre-base this quilt. So we're just going to
get it from machine to machine.
Yep, get this loaded up to go with us from machine to machine as we move it around all week long. We'll be keeping this moving for you. So you get to quilt this quilt right along with us. I am so excited because we are going to have so much fun. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and start here in this little section here because, I mean, why not?
Why not?
Also, we chose this lovely green thread so you can see what we're doing. And
and lime green really is a great neutral, believe it or not. On a quilt like
agree.
this, where we've got lots of different colors, it is a fantastic thread to use here as just kind of a blender. So
it really
we're gonna have some fun with it.
Yeah, and that way, I bet our quilting will show, so you can see what we're doing as we quilt along. So, okay, so we're just going to jump right in.
How much of this block are we going to quilt over?
I think let's maybe should we do 2 columns or 3 columns?
Let's do 3.
Okay, because I kind of want to plan out how I'm going to do this because you either want to work in rows or columns with this technique. And that way you don't have backtracking. I don't have to either try to stitch over previous lines or tie a knot and bring up my thread. So I'm just going to kind of show you the path. I think what I'm going to do, since I'm starting at the back and I'm not super tall, it's really easy for me to quilt out this way and then bring the machine towards myself. So I'm going to start at the top and I'm just going to work my way down and come across and then work in columns.
Okay.
How does that sound?
I think that sounds great.
So I started by bringing up my bobbin thread and then I just want to secure a little knot here.
Okay.
So I'm just going to start stitching, tying a little knot there. And to do that, I'm just stitching kind of in the same spot, but wiggling the needle a little bit just to lock that down as I get started.
Okay.
So, all right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it.
Here we go. So I'm just going to watch this and eyeball it. And my goal is to hit this point here.
Okay.
So I'm going to hit these intersections, or I'm going to do my best.
Now, before you start quilting, I want to ask really quick because stitch regulation seems to be the topic.
Yes.
What mode of stitch regulation are you using?
Oh, remember how I said I loved cruise? I'm in cruise mode and I've got my needle cycling 150 times per minute. So that's about twice per second, a little more than that. I'm at 10 stitches per inch because I'm using a little bit longer stitch length because I want to see the thread.
Right,
So I
right.
think that's going to be fun. So, okay, let's go.
Sounds good.
So I'm just going to guide.
Disengage. Okay, so you've come down that far
Mm-hmm.
and you've done essentially a curve
That's right.
hitting at each one of those points. And it's nice using something that's a grid like this because you don't have to mark, right?
That's right. The least I have to mark a quilt, the happier I am. So I really
too.
love using the piecing as a guide. So now my next step is I want to get over to this next column of stitching.
Okay.
So I am just going to come over here and stop. And then I'm going to plan which way I want to come up. I think I'm going to do kind of a serpentine stitch upwards.
Okay. So why would you choose to do a serpentine?
The reason I want to do that serpentine is if I try coming this way
Mm-hmm.
and I miss the mark coming back, it's going to be really obvious. But if I just kind of zigzag back and forth,
mm-hmm.
if I miss the mark a little bit, it's not going to be as noticeable.
Right.
It's a little more forgiving.
I like that.
Okay. So I'm going to pause here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're just going to serpentine up.
A little bit of a pause at each one of those points.
Yes. Now notice up here at the top, I stopped short
Mm-hmm.
because I know our binding is going to come back and cover
Right,
that. So I just
right.
wanted to give a little bit of grace there. And actually right there, there's a boo-boo.
Ah,
See?
You can
But
quilt
I'm
that
not
out.
worried about, yeah, it'll quilt out. I'm not too worried about it because again, I'm going to serpentine my way back.
Okay. But, okay. And you're going to do that right now. So you're
I'm
going to
gonna
come all the
come
way
on
back
in.
down.
Yeah,
I
I'm
like
just
this 'cause
working in
you-
columns.
You use just a
So-
little bit of a different stitch path than I do.
That's
so this
right.
is fun to see.
And everybody uses a little bit different stitch paths. So I think that's great. There's, like I said, there's definite different ways to accomplish this.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to keep going over to the next row.
Serpentine up.
Stop again, just shy of the top. I'm actually using, if you can see this, I'm using my foot as a guide. So I'm kind of stopping when my foot reaches the edge of the quilt. And that way I'm stopping shy enough that my binding's not going to cover my actual stitches right there. And then now I'm just going to come right back down.
Okay.
Over one more.
Okay.
I'm going to start going up, but I'm going to stop here.
Okay.
Guess why I'm stopping?
Are you going to come across?
I sure am. So
Okay.
we decided we were going to do 3 columns, 1, 2, 3. I'm on the 3rd column. So now I want to start working across in the rows.
Okay.
And I'm going to do the same thing, just working horizontally now.
And this time you really have you have more than one mark kind of
That's
to try to
right.
hit.
And then now I'm up to the next row. Okay, so can you see how we did that?
Yeah, that's so great. And it's that nice continuous curve
It is, and
that
it's
creates that little
so
petal
fun
shape
to
in
do.
the center. I love it.
Isn't that fun?
Mhm.
Okay, let's keep going.
Yep, such a classic quilting pattern. And up one more.
Up one more. And you'll notice as I'm coming back and forth, do you see how I'm kind of pausing when I get to the point? That kind of helps me make sure I'm hitting that mark,
I like that.
but also lets me take a second to change direction,
Mhm.
keep my brain on top of what I'm doing. My brain's running about 2 seconds ahead of my arms. So I kind of have to think about what I'm doing there, but
I like
let's
that.
keep going. So much fun.
Now you're up to the
Yeah.
top.
So I'm up to the top. And again, I stopped just short. And so I need to hit my mark at where I stopped short on each of those previous rows too. Because again, we don't want that curved stitching in the binding. So
Right.
just going to keep coming right back over.
Okay, I like that.
And look at that.
Oh,
Just that quickly, we've quilted a whole block.
that looks so great.
Isn't that awesome?
It is.
Oh, it's so fun. I just love it.
It's
So-
such a great classic pattern.
It's a classic pattern, but also you can do a quilt really quickly this way. You can do as long of a row that you want to. I tend to work in kind of shorter columns because I'm watching my throat space, but also it's easy for me to go ahead and work across and come back and forth. If I'm coming too far down that I have to keep moving the quilt, it's going to kind of mess up my flow. So I just try to fill one throat space at a time. And you can even do what we did here today and just kind of set it up as a block if you want, and just do a block at a time. You'll notice my start point here was also my end point.
That's really cool. So it's a start, like there's no overstitching here.
There's no overstitching here. So again, my path was just like this. I came down each column and then over, and then serpentine up, back down, over to the next one, and then just repeat the process.
And you know, this is a pattern that I feel like it's such a classic pattern. A lot
Yes.
of people love to do this, but sometimes that path can be a little bit hard.
It can.
And one of the things I love is what we've got on our little it's time to quilt sheet. We actually show you the direction to go. Now this one actually does it going across in rows instead of in the columns.
Yeah,
like
so we
Denise
can show
did,
what that
but-
looks like. So going according to these directions here, I would just start up here
and work
and
your
I
way
would come across and down and over. And then I would just work that one column at a time, which is absolutely doable.
Yep.
So there's a lot of different ways to accomplish this. It's just about what are you comfortable doing?
Right, right. Exactly. There's lots of different ways to do this. So,
And if you miss one, it's okay. Don't worry about it. You can come back and catch it later.
exactly.
It's just keep going. Let your brain just flow and keep going and relax and have fun with it. It's almost hypnotic. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. So it's really just a great little technique. You can fill a quilt really quickly. And guess what? When you're done, you don't notice shaky spots or, oh, I wasn't perfect there. It just makes this wonderful texture, especially after the quilt's been washed. And it's just really one of my favorite ways to fill a quilt.
It's a great classic
Isn't that
design.
fun?
Absolutely. So let's talk about a few other fun things that the Moxie has. So the Moxie has 15 inches of throat space.
That's right.
Which if you're used to quilting on your home machine, 15 inches is like, oh,
I know.
like so
I know.
amazing,
What
right?
a difference. What a difference. It really is liberating because I can take the throat space of my domestic machine, which on my machine, it's like, I don't know, I think I have a really big one that's 11 inches.
Yeah.
But trying to push a quilt through that
Yeah.
is so frustrating. I don't have very much throat space and I'm constantly manipulating the fabric, trying to get it out of my way so I can just do a small section. And being able to have this 15-inch machine makes such a difference because I can accomplish quite a bit of quilting in a really short amount of time. You saw how quickly we did that. And I mean, that's a good, what is that? Well, you piece these in what, 2
It's 8
inch blocks?
inches.
So that's
It's
that
they're 8.5 inch
inches of
blocks.
quilting. I would struggle to do that on my domestic machine
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot of moving fabric around.
Mhm.
So in addition to the different types of stitch regulation, we've also got a lot of different stitch lengths. So we can stitch
That's right.
anywhere from 4 stitches per inch, which is a really great basting stitch. If you'll notice, we actually, and Denise had mentioned this, we basted this quilt before we started. It's what this, the orange thread going through it. Basting is a great way, especially if you are working on the little foot frame.
Yes.
You can baste everything
Mhm.
together so that your layers stay together. You can take it on and off the machine. It's just a really great thing to do. You can also keep your edges nice and basted so that your quilt stays nice and square, which is
Yes.
always a good thing.
Makes a huge difference. So Kim actually basted this first and she basted all along the edge.
Mhm.
And then she just went back and kind of did this stripy meander, almost
Mhm.
just a straight line meander, basted the sides as well. This gives us a nice foundation with working with this. But again, we're going to be moving this this quilt from machine to machine all
Mhm.
week long, so you can quilt it right along with us. So having this this quilt stabilized in this way makes it easy for us. But also on the little foot frame, it really is a good idea to pre-baste your fabric and kind of have everything
Mhm.
stabilized with the way that this gets loaded. But it doesn't take long to do it, and you can even baste things right on the machine with that, just bumping down to that
Yep.
4 stitches per inch. So really nice big stitch. So
Yep.
it's easy to come back and pull the basting out when
Yep.
you're ready. So, and I love that you used a different color thread than we're
Yeah.
quilting with today, Kim.
I tried so that we'd be able to easily see those stitches to take them out.
Yes, that's definitely not green there with that bright, bright orange. That's really helpful.
It really is. It really is. The Moxie also has really great lighting right at the needle. We have it turned off right now because if we turn it on while we have the cameras on, it's like a whiteout here because
you
the
can't
light's
see
so
what we're
bright.
doing. You can't see what we're doing. So that is really such a nice feature, being able to have all of that light, being able to see what you can do, no eye strain. And it's really easy to get stitching too, because I can just touch buttons on the handlebar, helps me start and stop when I need to, but also be able to control those beautiful regulated stitches. So
Exactly.
oh my
Exactly.
goodness, so much fun with this machine.
It really is, and we have so much fun playing with this machine too. We've got we do videos. Handy Quilter does videos every week that you can watch. We have lots of education, lots and lots and lots of education. So that's one of the great things about buying a Handy Quilter machine is that education that comes with it to help you learn how to use this machine that you've invested in.
That's right. That's right. You know, it's pointless to get a machine like this if you don't know how to use it.
Uh-huh.
So there's a great starter pack that's included with the machine. But of course, you get all the wonderful support from Handy Quilter and Sewing Machines Plus on how to use your machine. It's great.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'm trying to think other fun things. So this is a small machine, but you can do all the same things that you can do with the bigger machine. So
sure
you can
can.
quilt with rulers, which we're
Mhm.
going to show you later on in the week. You can get a quilt from the back kit, and you can do panographs with a Moxie, which
sure
is a
can.
great way to
Really
finish
great.
quilts, isn't it?
Absolutely. The other feature I love about Moxie is that you can change to all of those amazing Handy Quilter feet that
Yes.
we have available.
Mhm.
Today, we've just been using the standard closed toe foot,
Yep.
but I could put my glide foot on there. I
Mhm.
could do couching. I
Yep.
can use the Echo feet. It all works great with Moxie.
Exactly. So it's a small machine, but it gets stuff done.
It gets stuff
which is
done.
great.
Yeah.
It gets quilts
Little
finished.
machine, but big attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we like to call the Moxie that. So any other fun features that we're forgetting here? I'm trying to
I
think.
don't know. I'm always so happy when I see my Moxie. I love the color. I love that it's such a classy looking machine.
Yeah.
But I really love how simple and easy it is to use.
Yep.
And I love the beautiful stitch that it makes. It has
Yes.
beautiful stitch quality and it moves so nicely on the carriage. It's just a joy. It's really a pleasure to quilt on the Moxie.
It's a lot of fun. You can use all kinds of fun threads on this too. As we showed you earlier, the machine actually comes with what we like to call a Try Me pack, which has 5 different threads from Superior Threads in here to try. And every single one of these threads you can use on this machine. Thread is one of the things that's so much fun to play with on the long arms. And you know, once you've learned how to tension and you're comfortable with that, all of these threads become available for you to have fun with.
You can use whatever thread you like. I always try to use the highest quality thread I have, but I also have an embroidery machine and I can use my embroidery machine thread on my Moxie too. So I'm kind of double dipping on those beautiful threads. I think it's great. I have a confession, Kim.
Oh no.
I love using pre-wound bobbins.
Oh, me too.
And I love that you get a sample of a pre-wound bobbin to try. I love it because it's finer weight thread. There's a lot more thread on that bobbin than I can wind myself. And I don't have to change my bobbin as frequently.
Right.
So, but of course, it still comes with a bobbin winder. So you can wind your own bobbins if you enjoy that. Absolutely, you can do whatever colors you want. You can really just have a ball, quilt with whatever thread you want. Moxie makes it very possible for you.
It sure does. It sure does. So I'm looking at the time here. I see that we're almost done. We usually like to try to reserve a little bit of time for questions.
That's right.
So are there, Blaine, you guys have any questions for us? It seems like we usually have a few whenever we're
The only
on with
question
you.
they have right now is how can they get it?
Yeah, well, you know what? You're the one that can tell them.
You can
so
help them
we'll,
with that for sure.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
gonna
turn it
try
back over
to.
to you.
Hey, great job. And we'll see y'all again later on the week. Guys, again, this is the Handy Quilter Moxie. And what is so awesome about this? It's going to come with the loft frame, which is an 8-foot frame. Now, you may be thinking, oh, I don't have room for 8 feet. Hey, no worries. If you don't have room for that 8-foot frame, we're going to let you have your choice between that little foot frame, which is a 5-foot frame, or the loft frame, which is 8 foot. You get to choose. Again, guys, this one is $49.95. A great price on this. We have free shipping, and we're going to offer some financing with this. Now, what's great about the Moxie is we have basically a couple different models now. We worked a deal out, and if anybody's ever been to Handy Quilters headquarters and taken classes over there and things, they have a huge room full of machines. Well, they usually try to upgrade those ever so often. Well, guess what? We were able to purchase every one of those showroom machines. So now, guys, we have a demo model. So if you want to get a little break on the price, even more than we were doing for Quilt Fest, you can ask them about a demo. But guys, all this is a call-in special. You have to call in today to get the best price on this and to get those pricing for the demo models. And when I say a demo model, these are stuff that they've used just in their education department. They take them after they're finished, they take them back in there, they kind of refurbish them, clean them up, and it comes with a brand new frame. So you'll still get your choice between that loft frame and that little foot frame, but it is a demo model that's been used in their classrooms. Or you can get the brand new model. But we have a great package. We actually have 3 different bundles that you can choose from. So guys, if you're interested in that Moxie whatsoever, give us a call just to see what they've got over there. Nick's team, they have all the different things that are available on this. And, like Denise and Kim was talking about too, guys, you got so many options with this. You can put it has a rear handlebar option that you can add to it at a later time if you want to do pantographs. Or use the groovy boards and all those different things that you can put on this. And again, if you buy the little foot frame and later on you want to upgrade it to an 8-foot frame, you get room, you can just add a frame. So there's so many different things that you can do with this. Again, it has that big, throat space, that 15 inches of throat space. You're going to get to be able to do full-size quilts or king-size quilts on this. And so no problems at all. But again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have financing available, and we're going to ship this thing absolutely free right to your doorstep. All right, guys, we are going to continue to move on, and we have Elena in the house next, and we're going to talk all about that Elena 780. Guys, again, this is a sewing and quilting machine, a great machine that we're going to talk about. We have Sam Fung is going to be here to talk all about it. And so, guys, welcome Sam to the show. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am doing fantastic, and we're so happy you're here at part of Quilt Fest. And I know that this is one of your favorite machines because you're the one who always demonstrates it when we ever show this. But again, I'm going to let you talk all about it to everybody, and then we'll come back at about 25 minutes to you, and we're going to tell them how they can purchase it today.
Okay, great. Okay, today we're talking about the Elna 780 Plus. Like Blaine said, this is my sewing machine that I sew on at home. So I just love this machine. So let me point out some of the features of this machine. First of all, we have an 11-inch throat space. This is a sewing and quilting machine. It does not do embroidery. Not only that, on the machine itself, we have a cruise control. It has a turtle and a rabbit. The machine on the fullest speed will stitch at 1,030 stitches a minute on straight stitch. Not only that, on this machine, we have an auto lift system. So the foot goes up and down automatically. So I can push the button to bring the foot up, or if I step on the foot control, the foot will come up and down automatically. At the end of my sewing, when I get through sewing, I simply touch the scissors key. It'll cut both of the thread, top and bottom, and the foot will come up automatically. We have a needle up, needle down function. What this allows me to do is manually bring my needle up and down. The bullseye, that's a tie-off key. At the end of my stitch, I simply touch the bullseye. It will make a couple of small stitches in place, and I don't have to do my reverse stitching. The upside down U, that's my reverse key. I hold it down to stitch in reverse. And the start stop button. I love this button. What this does is, if I don't want to use my foot control, like if I'm doing a decorative stitch, I can just hit the start stop button and do the continuous stitching for me. Now, talking about decorative stitches, when I open the cover on my machine, you will see we have 350 built-in stitches on this machine, and it's all laid up here on top. All the stitches in our machine can be mirror image left to right. You'll see some that are gray shaded boxes. That means these stitches can be mirror image upside down. Okay, so all of them can be a mirror image from left to right. The one that are gray shaded can be mirror image upside down. Another wonderful feature on this machine is my cover on the front will open up so I can get to the inside and see my take-up lever. How many times have our thread break and we need to go open up the side and get into here? So our covers open up and we can reach into the inside part. We have a built-in needle threader on the side of this machine. So we do have a built-in needle threader right here. Not only that, let's talk about what all comes with this machine. We have, let's call it, this is a cloth guide for the machine. As you notice, I have the big extension table that comes with my machine on here. With the cloth guide, using this table, it simply just snaps on my machine and I'm able to adjust the cloth guide where I want it to. So for example, if I'm going to make something like a garment, I can move this to 5/8. 5/8 means from the center needle position to the edge of the cloth guide will give me 5/8 of an inch, like so. So all I have to do is, if I'm going to sew this, I simply touch it. And I'm sewing, this is right there at 5/8 seam allowance. Stop. And I'm going to simply cut, as you notice, cuts my thread. The foot comes up, the needle comes up, and there's my thread tail cut. Just straight, simple, nice, and easy. Another thing that I love about this machine is the throat plate. Okay, what's so special about the throat plate is you get 3 different throat plate that comes with the machine. What I have on here is a standard throat plate. It has the oval hole. You also get the one that's a single hole throat plate. You have a single hole in the center, the left and the right needle position. And you also get a single hole that's in the left needle position. This is our HP plate, which HP stands for high performance. And what this does is when you put this plate on, the needle will move to the left needle position, giving you a nicer straight stitch. Now, this is used in conjunction with the HP foot. You may have heard of this on social media. A lot of people have talked about the HP foot. Up here on my display board, you can see this is what the HP foot looks like. This looks like the old Singer featherweight foot. We call that the HP foot. Okay, if you look at the foot, this is a scant 1/4 inch foot. You have a scant 1/4 inch on the left and also on the right. The needle comes down the center, so you can use either side of the foot. Now that's just 1/4 inch foot that comes with the machine. You also get the regular 1/4 inch foot, which is without the guide. You get one with the guide. And you also get one with the dual feed, which is this one right here. We call this the dual feed because most people know it as a walking foot. So you get a narrow dual feed foot for your piecing your quilts also. Isn't that great? Now, if this machine comes with 20 different feet, and you can see all of them right here. You have 5, 6 different free motion quilting foot. These free motion quilting foot just snaps onto the ankle, so you don't have to change out the ankle when you do free motion quilting. Not only that, you get an open toe, a closed toe, and an echo quilting foot. If you prefer to use the old-fashioned method, you have the hopping foot right here, which we now call the mending foot. Some of you may know it as darning feet, where you get an open toe and a closed toe, and you can use that. This machine also comes with a ruler foot right here. Our ruler foot is a 1/4 inch thick, so you can use your low shank, your high shank, and some of your ruler work templates. As long as your template is not higher than a 1/4 inch thick, you can use it with this machine. Not only that, you get the dual feed foot, which this is our walking foot. It has 2 fingers in it, and these walking foot, you can get different soles to them, or the feet to them. They can interchange. It comes with a standard one. And you also get a quilting bar guide. You have an automatic buttonhole. The buttonhole, this is upgraded buttonhole. It comes with a stabilizer plate. And what that does is when you make your buttonhole, the fabric is sandwiched between the foot and the stabilizer plate. So when you're doing something sheer or something really thick, like you're making bags or something like that, the fabric is sandwiched between the foot and the stabilizer plate, and it keeps it from slipping. So you always get a beautiful buttonhole with this stabilizer plate and the buttonhole foot. Now, there's one thing on the Elna machine that's exclusive to Elna is you get this little round pin right here. And what that does is it's for making circular sewing. Okay. Not only that, on this machine, you also get the Stitch Composer software for your PC. What the Stitch Composer software allows you to do is create your own decorative stitches. As if 350 stitches is not enough on the machine, you also get a software that you can create your own stitches. Not only that, this machine does come with a physical manual that is very intuitive, and most of the machines out there nowadays, they don't give you a manual. Well, we still give you a manual for this machine. For the Elna 780 Excellent 780, you also get a knee lift right here. So you can use a knee lift with it. You also get this extra large foot control. Right here, you get the extra large foot control and this little side piece right here. That is my foot cutter. So what that does is when I get through sewing, instead of taking my hands off the fabric and pushing the button on the machine, I simply step on the foot control and it will, this little thread cutter right here, a side cutter, it will cut my thread for me also. Isn't that great? Now, going back to the plates, what I want to point out is this. Our plates, if you look at them, there are angle markings on the side. These angle markings are patented by Janome. The stitch plates markings all patented by Janome, and they have angle markings. You have your 45 degree, your 80, your 90, or your 120 degree angle markings. These are made for your Y seams. And what's so important about these wonderful things about this angle marking is if you have a 45 degree angle marking and use your 1/4 inch foot, you simply line up the angle up to the edge of the foot, the guide of the foot. And what happens when your needle comes down, it stitches exactly a 1/4 inch from the point. That means when you first take your first stitch is a 1/4 inch in. That way you don't have to go back and rip out the first couple of stitches like we normally do when we do our Y seams. In the front of the foot, right here where you're sewing, there's a 5/8 guide right here in the, etched on the plate for your garment construction. You also have a 3/8 right here on the front. Also, there's a diagram right here showing you how to put your bobbin in. Not only that, this is called an easy, it's called an easy threading bobbin plate. That means you put your bobbin in, you cut your thread tail right here. So when we're using our plate, we don't have to worry about the thread getting stuck in the back. Now, all our plates have sensors on them. So if you look at the screen right here, right now, all my stitches shows up. So if I put my straight stitch needle plate on my machine right here in the front, if you notice, I have no screws on the plate at all. In the front part of the plate, I'll move the table so you can see it right here. I have a lever right here. So when I push my lever down, the foot pops up. I can simply take the plate out, take my straight stitch needle plate, line up to the side, and push down, and I am ready to go. My screen tells me I have a straight stitching plate on. Okay, so I simply clear the message. As you can see, all I have now are my straight stitches. All my other stitches are grayed out because of the sensor. So this way I don't accidentally break a needle. Isn't that great? Now I'm going to change the plate back. And again, and push it up. And change the plate. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the HP plate, which is the high performance plate, on here. And snap it in. And again, this time you notice on the screen, all the stitches it gives me is the stitches in the left needle position. So the sensor on the plate tells me I can only use the left needle position because I have a single hole here. And you see how the needle automatically moved to the central needle position? So it won't allow me to use any other stitch. I cannot adjust the needle when I have this plate on my foot. Now with HP foot, I'm only using the 2 left needle position. What this is great for those of you who are wondering, is piecing, or if you're doing anything with curves, like your drunkard's path, for example. With the narrow foot, you only have a 1/4 inch of fabric being pulled underneath the foot while you're sewing. So that way, when you're stitching the curve, you're not fighting the bias on the convex and the concave edge of the quilting piece. So what happens is when you start stitching, you don't end up with all those little pin tucks that you normally get, or have to keep raising the foot up and adjusting that piece of fabric to keep the pin tucks from happening. So by using this foot, it's a wonderful thing. Not only that, people tell me that using the HP foot, when you have 2 blocks that have been pieced together, when you join those pieces together, your normal 1/4 inch foot wants to push the seam allowance forward or backwards when you're sewing. So by using the HP foot, it just kind of jumps over the hump, and your points will match up perfectly. Okay, so I'm going to take this out again. I'm going to take this plate out, and I'm going to put the normal plate back on. Now watch, when I put this plate on, the needle is going to automatically jump back to the center needle position. See that? It just jumped back to the needle position. I'm going to clear the screen, and all my stitches is back on the screen now. Isn't that great? Now, feet fell off, so I'm just going to put these feet back on here, so that way you guys can see it. Now, I took the extension table off. You do get this this little extension table when you want to use the free arm. The tray itself has storage in the front, and has places for your bobbins. Your most commonly used feet can go here. Your throat plate, there's actually a place for them to be stored on the tray, so you can carry it with you. There's also more storage compartment in the back for your other stuff you want to put back here. Now, for me, this is wonderful to have all this wonderful storage. However, you also get this box to store all your accessories in. This is the box that comes with it. It has a place on the top and the divider for all your feet. And there's even more compartments on the side to store all the accessory feet that comes with the machine. Now, with that being said, you have this box. You have 2 places of storage, either in the box or on your little tray here. Now, what I do is, don't tell anybody, this is my secret. What I do is when I'm sewing, I put my M&Ms in here because you know how we get stressed when we're sewing. So we can put our candy in the front. So you can put it in the front and in the back. Okay. Now, what's so nice about this machine is it weighs 29 pounds. So this is not a lightweight machine at all. Like I said, it weighs 29 pounds. The other thing I want to point out, if you look on the screen right here, I'm going to put this foot back on. Our foot interchange by snapping the feet on and off. And right here, we have a button right here. It's called the floating feature. What the floating feature does is when I turn it on, okay, and I start sewing. I suppose you guys see this. I'm just going to do a straight stitch. Okay, I'll slow down the machine. I'm sewing along. When I stop, you see what happens? The foot comes up automatically. So if I need to do some adjustment, I just turn on my floating feature. The foot will raise up. The needle stays down. It is defaulted in the down position. So I'm going to show you that again. I'm going to push the start stop button. It stitches. And I hit stop. The foot comes up. Now another fun feature, good feature on this machine is you can piece without the foot control. A lot of people say, I don't get enough control with the start stop button. Well, on our machine, let's say I'm sewing along. When I get to the end of my seam, I simply hold down on the start stop button. You can see the foot is stitching very slow. I let go and it just stopped with the needle down. So I can stop exactly where I want to. Now that I'm done, I simply come up here to the top. I hit my scissor key and watch. The needle cuts both of my thread. Needle comes up and my thread is cut. Now, isn't that wonderful? And that's a nice way to use the start stop feature. Also on this machine, I have right now 4.5 is my center needle position. I have 91 needle position on this machine. 45 is in the center. To move it, I simply touch the plus. As you can see on the screen, it is showing you in real time of the needle moving. And if I touch the other direction, it moves to the other direction. So I have 45 needle position to the left, 45 to the right, plus the center needle position, giving me 91 needle position. Also, every time I change my stitch, the screen is going to tell me what foot to use. So for example, if I come in here and use something, let's see, this is still telling me to use the A foot. So let's go to another page. Okay. So like this, it's telling me to put my M foot. This is an overcast stitch. An overcast stitch is like a serger stitch. For those of you who don't have a serger, you want to edge finish your fabric, your seams. You have that. Not only that, this machine down here, this is your stitch length. Right now, my length is on 2.5. I can simply enlarge the stitch length, not this particular one. I'm going to go back to the previous page, and I can increase my stitch length to do a basting stitch up to 5.0. Now the screen is actually giving you a display of how long your straight stitch actually is without having to stitch it out. So this is a 5.0 stitch length. So not only do I have 9mm stitching, I have a 5.0 stitch length. Okay, so let's go into and look at my decorative stitches. All on the top of the screen, you notice I have different categories up here, like applique, heirloom, quilt stitches, satin, just like this on the screen itself. Okay, on the top, it shows me 1/2. That means 2 pages of categories to look at because it ends at the decorative stitch. I simply push the button to the right. It shows me the rest of my stitches. So if I want to look at pictographs, I simply touch the pictograph, and of course, it automatically tells me that the first stitch is the heart stitch. Down here, it tells me to put my F foot on. This is my decorative stitch foot. It's not going to give you a foot that doesn't come with the machine. Okay. Now, in the decorative stitch mode, I can go in here and choose all different designs. Not only that, I can easily combine my design, which is a touch of a button. So I simply come up here, or right next to the floating feature. I select this button. My screen goes blank. I can now start combining my stitches. It is just that simple. Okay, I'm not stuck on pictograph. So if I want to choose a different category, I simply come up here, select the scrolls, go to another section of the machine. Let's just say, for example, I want to set some decorative stitch. I can come here and start adding decorative stitches on here. It's just that simple. Now this machine have some alphabets available right here, the capital A. Come up here and select the letters, and I have these fonts that's available to me. So I'm just going to select block, and like right here are my letterings. My letterings, I have small and large. I have uppercase and lowercase available to me. So if I want to type up my name, Sam, I simply come up here, touch the S, and then to go to lowercase, I touch this button right here. All my letters go to lowercase. I just simply touch my name, and there it is. Now, after that, if I want to add a space, down here I have 3 different spaces to choose from. Those are the little squares. Those are my spaces. So I'm going to touch that and put a space in. And after I do that, if I want to add some more stuff, like numbers, I have numbers available to me. I have accent markings, okay, available to me. And I have also these other Cyrillic alphabets available to me also. So there's lots and lots of features built into this machine. The other thing is, as you notice, when I'm touching the screen, you see how the letters drops off the screen. I don't remember what I touched. So there's a preview window available. All I have to do is touch this screen in the middle, and it will show me everything that I've touched or that I have combined. See, it's a preview window. So that way I know what I have added, and it's going to be show me in order the way it's going to stitch. So I don't have to guess at how it's going to stitch out looking like. This screen tells me. Now on these 2 arrows up here, I have a cursor that I can move up. As you can see, as it's moving up, the design will turn blue. Can I see that? It turns blue. So that means I can edit. So let's say, for example, I want to add something. Whoops. I want to add something to the design. It may have actually accidentally cleared it. I did. Anyways, with that being there, if I need to add something, I simply just touch the design and it keeps combining. Another feature we have on our machine is this. If we look at the t-shirt, that is our sewing application. In sewing application, the first page shows me the regular sewing features of the machine. If I go to the second page, it gives me the quilting feature. In the quilting features, I want to show you, since ours comes with the ruler work foot, how easy it is to go to ruler work. I simply select the quilting icon. Right here, it says variable ZZ. And I go to the next page. It says ruler work. I select the ruler work. It tells me to lower my feed dogs. Right here on the side of the machine, I have a lever. I simply pull it towards me. I just lowered my feed dogs, and I am ready to do ruler quilting. I just simply put the ruler foot on, and I'm just ready to go. It's just that simple to do ruler work. What do you guys think? Pretty cool, right? Another feature I want to point out is the applique feature. I know we have some applique people out there. I'm going to bring my foot up. Again, it tells me put the F foot on. I have the blanket stitch on. And when I'm doing this, what I would do is activate the floating feature. And also in our applique function, we have this. This is a cornering feature. And what happens is When I select this cornering feature, the machine will automatically take two stitches before it makes the bite. So I'm going to do it real quick. Just an example, just to show you. I'm going to slow it down. So now it's going to start doing the regular blanket stitch. Okay, I'm not counting the stitch. I'm here talking to you. So when I get to my corner, I'll simply stop. The foot raises. I'm going to come over to the screen and hit the cornering feature. So I just told the machine I'm going to do a corner. So what it did was it automatically started from the beginning of the stitch. I'm going to pivot, hit the start again. So the machine takes the two forward stitches before it takes the bite. So we'll do it again just to show you. So here's I just pivot, hit the beginning stitch, and start. As you can see, it takes the two stitches forward before it takes the bite. So I'm going to pull this out so you can see it. See how wonderful that looks? What's so nice about this is, even when you count your stitch, sometimes you get that one stitch that comes out to the corner, and there's nothing we can do about that. We even work out our stitch. Was using the cornering feature, we won't ever have to worry about that again. I know my time is about right, but before I go, I do want to show you this one quick little demo, and that is this. We always get asked all the time, how heavy can this machine sew? So I'm putting on a straight stitch. I'm going to lengthen the stitch again to about 4.0. Okay, I have a zigzag plate on. This is a size 14 needle. This is a heavy weight denim. Okay, we have 2 layers. There's 4 layers. There's 8 layers. So I'm rolling it up. I'm going to put it underneath my foot. And I'm just going to start sewing. As you can see, it's sewing through that. I'm adding a piece of tulle. It's sewing right through the tulle. This is a piece of knit. It's going through the knit. And I'm going to put a piece of cork fabric. And it's sewing. Stop this. And I'm going to cut it. And I just wanted to show you this. I went from something heavy to a piece of organza. I'm stitching on the middle of nothing. A piece of knit fabric, and this does stretch. Okay, as you guys can see, this is a stretchy piece of knit fabric. And this is 2 layers of cork fabric. This is the front and the back. Look how beautiful the machine stitched out. I'm using a size 14 needle, the standard oval plate. I'm not even using the single hole plate. And it didn't pull my fabric underneath. It didn't do anything. So this machine is a great machine, and I know you're going to love it. Now I'm going to let Blaine come back in and tell you how you can get this special machine and how much they're offering for you.
All right, Sam. Well, hey, thanks, Sam. And we sure do appreciate it. I know that we're going to see you later on in the week. But, guys, let's tell you how you can get this Elena 780 Plus. Hey, guys, this is a great, great machine. The price on it is going to be $45.99 is the regular price on this. We do have a call-in special on this today, so you have to call us. We're going to have free shipping on this, and we'll also have some financing available for you. But, guys, again, this is a great, great computerized sewing machine and quilting machine. It has 350 built-in stitches, 11 buttonholes, and 2 alphabets. It has that stitching speed of 1,060 stitches per minute. It has 9 millimeters maximum sewing width. It has that full color LCD screen, automatic pressure foot lift, a dual feed system, automatic pressure foot adjustment. It has that easy guided bobbin threader and built-in thread cutter. Automatic programmable thread cutter, and it has a really good illuminated LED light package on it too that's going to really light your work surface up. And then it does have a USB port so you can import designs in this. But guys, again, this is a call-in special, 800-401-8151. We have a great price on this today. The regular price on it is $45.99. We do have financing available as well. So all you Janome Elena fans out there, get on the phone and give us a call right now. There's only 4 left, Kyle says. So there are only 4 of the 780 pluses left. So guys, three, just sold another one. So guys, if y'all want to get one of these, get on it now. There's 3 left, and they are going very fast. So make sure you jump on it because the price is that great. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. I know that y'all were impressed with what Sam showed. This is a really fantastic machine, and you won't be disappointed. So, all right, let's bring my co-host back into the screen. So welcome Jane Klaus.
Hello, Blaine. Are you ready for an award-winning education session?
Yes.
The heels of the Oscars. That is what's happening on Quilt Fest this week. We've got our own Oscars, and that's happening right now here. And it's Central Time, the lunchtime hour. So our first education session of the day is how do I quilt that? Well, lucky for us, Jane Helprich is here. She is a self-taught free motion quilter. She began her career quilting on a domestic sewing machine. She is now a professional long arm quilter who specializes in custom free motion quilting. She is an award-winning quilter who loves to share her knowledge of quilting with us today. And we are lucky for that. She enjoys teaching and lecturing at quilt shops and quilt guilds and on national quilt shows. Please say hi to Jane Helprich. Hi, Jane.
Hi, how are you?
I mean, how do I not love you already, Jane? You have the most perfect name on the planet.
Oh, thanks.
So
Yeah,
Jane,
right.
and it's a great name, Jane. From one Jane to another. I don't meet many, so I love them when I do. Jane, what was it about quilting that just got you hooked when you first started?
Well, I love piecing, but when I found free motion quilting, that's where I found my passion. And that's just where I haven't been able to quilt for 3 months because I've had rotator cuff surgery and I'm just dying to get back to it. Because that's where I just find my happy place is at, while I'm quilting.
And when you this is an education session, so we're excited for that. When you are educating, is it that aha moment that gets you and drives you to teach?
Absolutely. I love it. I love when students get that because so many times people come in and say, oh, there's no way I can do free motion quilting. And then by the end of their class, they're like, oh my gosh, I can do this. And I'm so excited about it. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it is. It's Jane times 2 is what everybody is saying. So Jane, it's like the Jane and Jane show. We need a Blaine in the middle. It'd be like a Jane sandwich. Jane, Blaine, Jane sandwich.
Absolutely.
We'll do that when your session is over. We'll get Blaine back in. But Jane, I'm going to let you take it away and inspire us, teach us, and tell us, how do I quilt that?
Okay, sounds good. So again, I'm Jane Helprich. I am owner of Stitch by Stitch Custom Quilting, and I'm also a Handy Quilter ambassador. So that's a lot of fun too. But I prepared, one of the main questions I get asked all the time is, how should I quilt my quilt? So I'm going to share a slide presentation with you on how I go about deciding how to quilt my quilt, with some few tips and tricks, and hopefully that helps you along the way. And so if we can share my slide presentation, we'll go from there. Awesome. So okay, so how should I quilt this? So let's get started. So first things first, whether you quilt on a domestic machine, a stationary long arm, or a movable long arm, or maybe you quilt by check, it's all fine. It's all good. It's all a personal preference, and it's just what you are capable of doing or what you want to do. So any of those options are good options. So when I first got my long arm, I have to tell you, it was quite a few years ago, and the retailer came and installed it in my house. And for 2 weeks, I couldn't go in that room. I was scared to death of it. So I just peeked in every couple of days and thought to myself, what did I get myself into? Well, it wasn't but a few months later, I had a customer hand me this quilt top and say, I want you to custom quilt this for me. Well, I was scared to death because I didn't know what to do. And I loaded it on my frame and it stayed there for a long time because I just didn't have any kind of plan. So I always say, this is the quilt that helped me develop a plan of action and what to do and how to go about planning how I'm going to quilt my quilt tops. So my first tip to you is to hang your quilt. I have a little clothesline in my quilt room that I hang my next quilt on, my next quilt top up. Laying it on the floor or across the bed for a few minutes and getting a feel for it that way is fine. But I find that if I have my quilt at eye level and I'm looking at it different times throughout the day, I'm going in and out of that room, and pretty soon it's becoming sort of ingrained in my mind. And I find that I'm thinking about it at other times throughout the day, even when I'm not in that room. And I might have an aha moment. I don't know. I might be cutting the grass one day and think, oh my gosh, that's what I'm supposed to do with that quilt. So that's my main tip right there, is to hang that quilt. Sometimes these two in particular, those quilts hang for quite a while because it takes a while for me to figure out what I want to do with it. And I'm going to show you both of those a little bit later. So my second tip is to, once you have the quilt hanging, take a picture of it and print it out. Print it out on plain paper. You can use a fine pencil. I like a mechanical pencil, and I doodle on the picture like I did here. I've shown you here. Sometimes I divided it out into different quadrants and do each quadrant differently until I get a feel for what I might want to do with my quilt. Now, I know that you can put that picture into a plastic sleeve and use dry erase marker on it, and that's fine. But if you have a picture of a king size quilt on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, it's hard to get the details. So that's why I like to use a mechanical pencil. The other thing that you can do is you can use a drawing program. So this particular program that I have on my computer is Microsoft Whiteboard. And this was a quilt I had made, and I was trying to figure out how I was going to quilt it. So either way is fine. I use both, and I find them both very valuable. And it also, I could print that picture out so I have something to go off of too. So here's how I ended up. You can see what I drew on this one. And gosh, I got it on the frame and had a totally different idea. And this is how I actually quilted that one. So I love quilting feathers, and I'll try and put them on any quilt that I've loaded if I can. So again, it's okay to change your mind. Just, these are just some ideas for you. So what I like to say is having a plan is your diving board for getting started. I find that if I have a piece of paper that has a quilting plan on it, or a picture on my tablet that has a plan on it, or an idea of what I want to do, sort of gives me permission to load my quilt or to get it basted. And if you're using your domestic machine or whatever, and start with the areas that you know what you want to do. It doesn't mean that you can't change your mind along the way, but it does mean that you have a plan of action. So instead of putting your quilts back in the closet or in a pile, you now have a plan, and you have it's like giving yourself permission to go ahead and start quilting them. So the other thing I like to do, and for anybody especially that is going to be using free motion quilting, and that's kind of my forte. How can you practice free motion quilting? Well, I like to do this. I like to print out blocks. I go onto, I can go on Google or an EQ or something like that. Oops, wait, let me go back. And I practice on blocks. So I print out a block. I might doodle 3 different ways that I could quilt that quilt block. And what I do is I put it in a notebook. So later on, if I have a quilt that has that block in it, then I can find inspiration. I can go back through that book and find inspiration of designs that I think would be good for that block. Because sometimes we all get a little bit of a quilter's block and we don't know what to do. So sometimes it's nice to be able to go back and look and see what you've done in the past, or what designs might work for you. Before you do that, I want you to use designs that you're comfortable with. If you've never quilted feathers before, just plan on using the designs that you're comfortable with quilting. And if it's really easy designs, that's fine. So here's a quilt block I printed out. I used one of my quilt programs, but you could easily go onto Google and do clip art, black and white quilt blocks and name the quilt block. So I printed it out, and then now I doodle on it, and I come up with a couple different ways that I might like to quilt it. The one on the left is a little bit more traditional, and the one on the right is a little bit different and outside of the box, which is kind of the way that I like to think when I do and design my quilting. So here's another quilt block. So the one on the left is kind of one that you would see normally quilted. A lot of people quilt it that way. And the one on the right has a little bit more to it. We'll add a little bit more texture to it. There is no right or wrong. These are all just ideas of things that you could do. I love to sit at night while I'm watching TV and doodle and see what different things I can do with blocks. So it's just something I like to do. Here's another block. So here's two ways to do that block, two different ways, but I'm using the block to guide me. Do I need to use the block to guide me? Absolutely not. So here's one where I'm not really using the block as it is pieced out. I'm just using the piecing lines to guide me in my quilting. There is no right or wrong, and it's kind of all a personal preference. So hopefully some of those will inspire you a little bit. Okay, another question I get is, if I mark my quilt, is that cheating? Absolutely not. Marking your quilt is, I'm sure most everybody marks their quilt. And I'm not going to get into marking utensils right now, but there are multiple marking utensils out there. Just make sure you test them on your fabric first. The other thing is that there's lots of great stencils out there. And remember, what a lot of people don't realize, and it took me a long time to realize this, is that just because a stencil is the way it is doesn't mean that you have to use it that way. And I'm going to show you a little bit about that as we go. So here's some samples of some stencils and what you can do. I found even before I started free motion quilting, I had inherited a whole bunch of stencils. And so now I go back at them and I look to see what could I potentially do with them. So, like I said, stencils can be great tools. The one on the left is a stencil from Full Line Stencils. And you can see down on the bottom, I did it exactly as the stencil was. You use this stencil with a pounce pad. The one on the right, or the next flower one, I basically just flipped the stencil. I squared off the flowers. I added an extra leaf or a petal, and I did some micro quilting in there. So you can see it's the same stencil, but I altered it to fit what I wanted to do. Now, the one on the right is a very simple stencil. It's a very nice sashing or border stencil. And at the top of that I quilted that out. Do I have to use it that way? Can I embellish with it? Absolutely. So in the second one, I added a flower when I got to each little section, in the middle of each little section there. And then I just echoed that. But can you see, you got from that very simple stencil, we got this middle design, which I think is really cute and would make a great border. And then down at the bottom, I didn't use the stencil except for to provide boundaries. I laid the stencil on, I went ahead and marked it, but I used those boundaries to put different designs in there. So I use that kind of like as a spacer. Again, you don't have to use all the lines on the stencil. You can use just what it is that you need to use from it. So another question I get is, does quilting matter? It does matter, but if you look at this, the top left is a Baptist fan design. This is all the same kind of fabric. The bottom left is a meander or stipple. And then on the right is custom quilted. To me, they all look beautiful. And the nice thing is This is all a personal preference. If you like the one and I like the other, it's really just up to the individual, what they like and what they find works for them. Don't think that you have to do something because somebody else does. Okay, another thing is, does thread color matter? I do. I think it does. So you can see in the back of this was a piece I traveled with, a little sample of some free motion quilting designs. If I hadn't done those in different colors and I had just done them in the gray thread that I used in the background, it would all blend in together. So color does matter. Again, it's a personal preference. This quilt on the right, my customer saw these orbs in her quilt that she wanted quilted in with contrasting thread. So I did do that, but the rest of it, I pretty much quilted in a blending thread. It's a personal preference, but thread color will matter. So just think about that as you're picking your colors for your quilts. Here's that quilt where I put those orbs in. So I did a couple of the orbs. I thread painted some butterflies in there. And it's hard to see in this picture, but I did a meandering feather going through the background that's in gold thread. But so the next question is, does batting matter? It does. It depends on what it's used for. These were quilts that were going to go in shows. And so we wanted those areas to pop, that we wanted some of the areas to pop. So I used double batting in those, a cotton in the bottom and a wool on top. But truly, I mean, for most of my quilts, I use like a cotton or a wool or a cotton poly blend. But it does matter. And just think about what you want to use it for. So I also wanted to take I see people, they look at quilts at quilt shows and they think, oh my gosh, how did she do that? Or how did he do that? So I thought I would just go through the process of how a quilt is quilted, because I tend to look at everything as a whole, and then I get overwhelmed and I think I couldn't do that. But you can. Anybody can do it. So hopefully this will help you. So this is just a drawing on a piece of paper, but if you can look at this one previously here, I just took a piece of fabric and put it over top of a fabric sandwich, and I worked that way. So I took a piece of fabric and I laid it on a piece of paper, and the first thing I did was I brought some of those flowers out into the open space, and then I echoed those flowers over here, because that creates a little bit of separation. And then I thought that's a lot of extra background space in there. So let's add some other elements to that. And then I echoed those elements and I filled in a little bit with some designs. And then on the right, I went ahead and added some more designs in the background because I didn't want to have to do a whole lot of background fill. And then on the left, I added a crosshatch, some floating crosshatches in there to take up some of that space. And then on the right, I used some background fill to fill in with the rest. So you can see it's kind of like you're quilting a little bit at a time. You're not tackling the whole thing all at one time. And here's sort of the real life process of that. So when I loaded this quilt, I loaded it on and I started quilting the lines in it. And then I went back in and I quilted the circles. That was using a circle ruler. So, but what I did in between, I did baste all that down because it's on my long arm and I wanted everything to stay very secure. So the first thing I did was those lines. The second thing I did was the ruler work. And then there was some more ruler work that I did. And then I started filling in with the background fill. So it didn't all happen at one time. It happened in stages. So there it is a little bit more. So you can see I added a lot. This was to go onto a show. Unfortunately, the pandemic came along and the show didn't happen that year. So it never got into the show, but it still is a fun quilt. Okay, so another question I always get asked is, what do I do if I have a big open space? How do I handle that? So a big open space, my rule of thumb is to divide and conquer. So you can see there's these big areas over on the side and these corners that are just big. And what am I going to do with them? So I added extra elements. I just started adding. I don't even think this was a quilt I did early on in my quilting career. And I just started adding channels and lines and just filling in from there. But what it did do is it created a secondary pattern behind the piecing, which I really love. And so you sometimes that will surprise you of how that will pop up like that, but it is really, it's really a fun thing to do. But to me, it looks great, but what it really did was it helped me alleviate the problem of what to do with that big space, because I don't think real well in bigger spaces. I think better in smaller spaces. So I do that to make it easier for me. So here I thought I would show some of the quilts I've done from start to finish. So here was a quilt by Debbie Cradaville. She sent it to me to quilt. And here was my idea for it. I knew I needed to do something with that large open area in the middle. And I also wanted to accent the New York Beauty section of it. And so here is what I ended up doing. And it turned out really nice. I did add that center section and I did accent the New York Beauty blocks, but I also added a feather around there because, like I said, if I can get a feather in a quilt, I certainly will. Here's that quilt you saw hanging in my quilt room. And so this one, the only thing I really saw with this one was a line going through that orb in the center. And I kept on thinking I needed to create my own border because it didn't have any kind of border, but I just felt I needed to break up that space somehow. So here's what I ended up doing with that quilt. And it did turn out really, really good. And I have to say, those little circles that happened in that outside border just happened by mistake, because I started doing matchstick quilting and I was getting bored. And I thought, oh my gosh, I have so much matchstick quilting to do. So I started adding those in just to keep my mind going a little bit and keep the monotony away from me. So, but that turned out really nice too. So here's that other one that you saw hanging, and here was my vision for it. At first, again, you can change your mind along the way. And here it is all quilted out. It was, that was a lot of fun to do too. And a lot of people will ask me what kind of thread I would use in there. And I used a Superior Threads monopoly in there because I didn't want to have to change the thread color all the time. And it turned out really nice. Here's another one. A few years ago, I was a handy quilter educator for about 5 years. And one of our challenges was we were given vintage quilt tops and we were asked to make them a little bit more modern. And so I doodled and this quilt had some issues, but here is what I ended up doing with it. So that turned out really fun too. And the other thing I would like to say is, does practicing free motion matter? It does matter. Practice, practice, practice. Even this one on the left is just a practice piece of mine. I took a blank, like fat quarter size fabric, and I stitched out this big flower on it. And I just did different designs in each area and just kept on adding to it, because sometimes having a blank piece of fabric with nothing on it, I freeze up a little bit. Or take a vintage linen and put it on a fabric sandwich and just stitch that down and try your hand at something different on something like that. Panels are a great way to practice your free motion quilting, but practicing and doodling are the key to that. The other thing I would like to say too before I close is that comparison is the thief of joy. Don't compare your quilting journey to anybody else's. Be proud of who you are and where you are in your journey. That quilt on the left was my very first quilt, and it is somewhat of a disaster, but you know what? I am super proud of it because it's where I started. And then the second one, the other quilt, is probably my second quilt. It was my first attempt at paper piecing. So I keep those because I still love to look at them and see where I've been and where I am now. And don't stress over quilting because it's supposed to be fun, and everybody should be enjoying the process and not being really hard on yourself. So anyway, here is my social media information, and I'm ready to come back on. That ends my presentation. Okay.
Hi, Jane. Jane,
Hey.
amazing. Like, so great. I love what I took so many notes here. Comparison is the thief of joy. If you have large open spaces, divide and conquer. Practice, practice, practice. Your free motion designs are absolutely brilliant. They're beautiful.
Thank you.
They're so good. I have a couple questions. Carol says, I'm still fighting batting and sandwiching. Any help for her?
I wonder what she's using. So I tend to do some pin basting. I have found that I'm very successful with pin basting. If she's basting for a domestic machine or a stationary long arm, spray based works well. Just don't overspray, because if you spray too much, it's going to get all gunky. The other thing that it's going to make your needle get kind of sticky and everything in places, and then your thread's probably going to break. But a good thing to try and do too is they have batting that is is fusible, and that's probably a good place to try something to try too.
Very good. Okay, a couple of people. A lot of people are intimidated. That's what happened at the top of your segment, but award-winning segment. Somebody said this class is so much more helpful than the class I paid for. Somebody else wanted to know: does Jane have a book?
I have 5 free motion workbooks that are like you doodle on them. Each page has a clear plastic each design page has a clear plastic overlay that you doodle with a dry erase marker on. I have those, and I have some free motion practice panels that I've designed that are used to, the designs are already on there. There's companion YouTube tutorials that go with them, and you can practice them at home on your own machine, and the designs are printed on the fabric, so you just follow the designs.
Very good. And Penny says doodling is a great idea. Dawn says you're a confidence builder. I say thank you so much. And everybody, there's lots of questions that we can't get to them all because we want to get to the next presenter, and we got to get Blaine back in here to make a Jane and Blaine and Jane sandwich. But if anybody has questions, they can reach out to you on your social media. Is that right?
Absolutely. And I would love it if they follow me on my YouTube and on I have Facebook and Instagram. So that would be great.
And that is Stitch It Again.
Stitch by Stitch Custom Quilting.
Stitch by Stitch Custom Quilting.
Yep. And on YouTube, just on there is Jane Hopridge.
Jane Hopridge, you're amazing. Of course, I love you because you're so talented, but I love you even more because we have the same name. I would love it if we could stay there for a second. We bring Blaine in just because we can make a Jane, Blaine, Jane.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. So, hey, Jane, great job. And I'll tell you what, that's very inspirational. And just looking at your quilts were just incredible. And
thank you.
You know, and let everybody know you are one of the judges for our best of show judging. So we sure do appreciate that. And we sure do appreciate you coming on and sharing your education with us. And I know you're going to be back on here Friday for the Meet the Judges. And we can't wait to see you again.
I know. I can't wait. And thank you so much for having me.
I just like the sandwich.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
All righty.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank y'all. And we're going to move on. And hey, we got our next presenters coming up, guys. We've got Grace back in the house. And we have Laurel Ayers-Nosnik going to be on. We have Jana Matthews on. And guys, we're going to talk all about that Grace Q-Nick 16. And again, we have 3 different models of the 16. They're going to talk a little bit about that, but hey, I'm going to come back in about 25 minutes. I'm going to tell y'all exactly how you can get this because we got a lot of different packages put together today. But hey, let's welcome the ladies to the show.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am fantastic. How are y'all doing?
Really
We're
great.
good.
Yeah.
Excited to be here with you.
Man, I tell you what, I love your shirts y'all wearing today. I know this morning, Melinda and Jarek look very sharp. Y'all look sharp as well. Love the light blue, kind of match. And
Yeah.
anyway,
knew it.
guys, we're going to let y'all take it away and tell everybody about this 16X, and then I'll see y'all back in about 25 minutes.
Great. Thanks so much, Blaine. Hi, everybody. We're so excited to be with you today. We're going to be talking about like Blaine said, the 16X machine. So we're going to talk about what it means, why it's different than the other 16 machines, why it's different than other Unique machines, all that fun stuff going on. But first I want to know, Laurel, is how many people watched Melinda and Jarek this morning on the Cutie frame segment? So what should we have them put
Yeah, go ahead, put a 2.
A 2. Oh, I like the 2. 2 in the
Two.
comments if you were watching that segment earlier. Now we have the 16X Unique machine on the Cutie. So you can see here, it's on that same table that Jarek and Melinda had on. It's the Cutie. We've just put the fabric here in the front instead of rolling it up, because those handles bars that are on the carriage for the Cutie, you no longer need when you have the Unique machine because the handlebars are up here. So we're going to go over just a couple of things. First, we want to talk about the screen. So that's different than your domestic machine, right? Your domestic machine has like some dials and maybe some other things going on.
Yeah, so a little bit different. And then I know there's quite a few different 2s looks like that are coming here as well. So thank you guys for joining us this morning where Lynn and Jarek talked about the Cutie frame, and thanks for joining us now as we do dive into this machine. So like Jana was saying, a little bit different. So this machine, I'd say one of the biggest differences, and partly where the screen comes into play, is that it has what we call a stitch regulator built into the machine. And that allows it to have a couple different stitching modes. One that it's on right now is a regulated precise mode. This is where you become full control of your machine. So if you don't move your machine, it's not going to stitch. When you move your machine, it will then begin stitching. So this is a really wonderful one, and really is kind of one of the main reasons someone looks at upgrading their machine, is because they're ready for something that has the regulator, so they don't have to worry about trying to manage the speed, that it's stitching with the speed they're moving it. This, moving into this type machine fully does all of that for you.
The other thing I love on that screen is that you're able to change your stitch per inch. So if you want a really tiny stitch in a specific quilting area, you can do that. If you want a little bit longer, it's just a touch screen. So you can go straight back and forth either direction just by the touch of your finger. So you can see there, we've got it at 10. It can go all the way up to 14.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's where it really is nice that it is a touch screen, because it helps bring back to a familiar feature, right? Your phone's probably touch screen. You might have a tablet, iPad, some laptops even now have a touch screen on them. So it's just building in and helping you be able to make an easy transition from a domestic machine into a mid-arm machine. And that's actually part of the look of the machine as well, is meant to help you be able to easily take that step. And we'll go into some of those other features a little bit later in this segment that helps, again, with that transition. One of those is the printing on how to thread the machine and all that. But let's go ahead and go back to the screen here. I just want to talk about some of the different stitching modes it does have. That way you can kind of see, again, why someone would look at upgrading into this machine. So we talked about that regulated precise. Another mode that it has here is a regulated cruise. Now this is sort of a mix, and I like to compare it to cruise control on your car. So on your car, you have cruise control, right? You can set it, it'll go a set speed, but you can also slow down or speed up. That's exactly what this cruise control does. You can set what speed you want to stitch on its own, and then as you move it, it'll then kind of kick over into that regulated mode to still help follow you and keep those stitches even and consistent.
And like your cruise control, once you set it, your car still goes.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't, it might slow down, but unless you do it, unless you're stopping the machine, but it's still going.
It will continue to go. Yes, exactly. And then going through here, another mode it has is it does have a basting stitch. So you can do a short a medium or a long stitch with it. So just really nice, simple one to have there. And then the last one it has is a manual mode. So this is what feels like your domestic machine, where you just simply choose what speed you want it to stitch, and it's just going to stitch that speed. So that's really nice. I've had people do that if they are filling in an area, sometimes with micro stippling, because they do want it to be nice and filled in really close stitches. So I've had people use it there.
I think the other reason some people like that manual mode is they've already had that, practice with their domestic machine, and they're like, I have that easy. I've got it all down. I don't want to worry about the regulation. I just want to go with my manual.
Yes. Yeah. I know I had a lady once who actually has done free motion for quite a few years. And so for her, it was very natural. And she's like, no, I just know the machine, right? She can get on it, give it a few minutes. She's like, I got it. She knows the speed to move it with the speed it's stitching. So it definitely comes back into, hey, it's just a, comfortable feature and what feels familiar for them. So really wonderful. One last thing I do want to talk about on this screen, well, actually a couple different things, but one I want to mention that isn't mentioned too often. One of them is it's the needle jog. So the needle jog is a really neat feature because it allows you to actually line up exactly with where you may have ended your stitching. So sometimes we may run out of bobbin, sometimes our thread will break. And so I've had that happen in the middle of a design. You're like, wait a second, you want it to be a seamless thing. So with the needle jog, it literally will move the needle up or down just a hair.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Yes. That way, when you are ready to actually begin, where you left off, it can line up exactly with you.
The thing I like just next to that needle jog is that edge warning. So we have the edge warning on our new Sheer Stitch Elites. We've got it on all the big machines, but we also have it on the X machines. So if you're not sure what edge warning is, this is where you can set within your quilting zone or area or your quilting block that the machine will warn you if it's getting close. So you saw there it was 1/2 inch or 1 inch warning area, and you can set that and then start quilting. I know I sometimes when I'm in free motion mode, I'm just going and I'm just quilting, and before I know it, I might hit the back, I might hit the front, or if I'm just quilting in a block, I want to make sure I stay within that block area. So that's a fantastic patented new edge warning technology that we wanted to make sure it was in all the Unique machines, not just the big ones, right?
Yes, it's really nice as well. It comes very helpful in play when you have a hoop style frame like we do here with the Cutie frame. So again, it kind of comes back to, hey, you are limited on the space you're quilting at once. So that's where Jana was saying you can go in and say, hey, this is actually my space I have. And that's where it actually will give you a visual, so a light or an audible warning. So you do have the ability to come in and adjust if you want just the lights or just the sound, because some people are like, it's a little loud for me, or hey, I need it louder.
Lights are too much.
Yeah. So it is adjustable again according to really what's going to fit you. And again, this kind of goes back to it really is a way for you to easily transition into what a mid-arm machine is, right? Bringing in some of those easy features so you don't have to worry about it. You're able to come focus back in on the design work that you're doing.
So I love the thing about the 16X Elite or 16X machine series. People always ask, how many stitches per minute can it go? Is it fast? Is it slow?
Right.
And so this one has 1,700 stitches per minute. That is an ample amount of stitches, right? The only time I hear people beeping, if they're so what it'll do is in the stitch regulation mode, it'll beep at you if you're going faster than that. And that just warns you, hey, I'm getting out of stitch regulation mode. But the only time I've ever seen anybody get out of that is when they're just messing around, right? They're like, let's see what this can do, but if you are doing regular free motion stuff, that is an ample amount of stitches per minute. You're not going to get past that stitch regulation.
Right. And again, it's just really a lot of it is just, hey, I've been quilting and I really like my domestic machine, but sometimes I am ready to move into something new, something bigger. Part of that is just the throat space, which we'll go into a little bit more. But one of those things as well I want to mention is the handles on the machine.
Yes, I do love these handles.
Yeah, so Jana mentioned it here at the beginning, but this, if you were watching earlier, is the same Cutie frame that Jerica and Melinda showed. Only thing different is that their fabric on the front was rolled up and held on just like it is in the back, but this time we've simply let it drape over the front. And like Jana said earlier, is because on the Cutie with a domestic machine, the handles sit down here. So you do want to make sure that fabric can be rolled up and held out of the way versus here, because the handles are on top. There's no need to do that.
So that's another step in your quilting process that you don't have to do considering when you're getting a Unique machine versus using your domestic. that's that step you don't have to worry about.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And then it's helps bring even more comfort back into it. I keep saying that because that really is key when choosing a machine and looking at some of those features with it. But the handles are a very simplified version. So actually the same features that you can find on your handles can be done on the screen. So that's where it kind of comes down to personal preference. So over here, this adjusts your stitches per inch on this, just like you can on your screen. And then over here, we have the play button, which is just your start and stop button. And then we do have your needle up, needle down button. And again, the same features you can find on both these handles can be found on the screen here. But again, you have your start stop, which just looks like a play button. So yes, click it, release it. That's when the machine is on. And then you have your needle up, needle down. And it's really neat as well. Within the machine, you can choose to change the settings on whether it'll do a full stitch or half stitch when you select this button.
So I really want to know first, how many people have purchased the Cutie frame and they have thought, oh, if I could just have just a little more space, right? I know when we demoed this at shows and when people come into the showroom and we have it set up, the domestic machine only has a limited throat space. And so people always try to pull the machine closer. They're trying to get, you know, to that spare section of fabric that's empty. And then they're like, oh, I can see why a 16 inches of throat space would be so helpful. So that's one of the fantastic things is, you're on the same frame, but immediately you have a lot more space. As you can see, we're going to come all the way forward. We have all this quilt space. You can come and you're going to lose some space for the rail back here, but then you're going to have all that space. So you're getting about 14 inches. You can do at least a 13-inch quilt block.
Oh, yeah.
So much larger than when you were doing it with just a small domestic that might have 8 or 10 inches of quilt space to play around with. Yeah. The other thing that we have on the 16 machines that I love is we have pad printing on here. So when you're trying to figure out, how do I thread my machine? How do I do all these different things? It shows you all the places where you're supposed to come. Because I know all of us, we get our manual going and then we forget where that manual is, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we've got all this section all limited, not only for the thread coming to the front, but then also if you're coming back here to the bobbin winder. Now, all our Unique machines have a separate machine or separate motor on the bobbin winder. And this one has an overfill section, which I love, right? So it's not going to overfill your bobbins too much. You can also start and stop it. So if you see that something's happening, right, you didn't push the bobbin down all the way and the thread's wrapping around that post, you can just hit the pause button and then it will pause. So you can fix it before it gets going all the way.
Yes. So yeah, it really is a wonderful thing. I know you mentioned it at shows. I think it's one lady once, she was quilting on a domestic machine on the Cutie frame. So let's see, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you own the Cutie, right? And you kind of wish that you had a larger throat space machine, because I know there have been quite a few people. And like you mentioned, Jan, even at shows, there was this lady once who was doing it and she was sitting here and all of a sudden she was going like this. She's like, why won't it move forward? And I was like, oh, well, it's the throat space. She's like, the what? You know? And then right next to it, we had this set up on the Cutie, right? Just like we do here. And she's like, hold on a second. She comes over. She's like, this is amazing, you know? And it was because it just gave her that freedom really that she was looking for when quilting. And she's like, this is just beautiful. She's like, oh, I can come all the way to the front, right? Because there is the thing where domestic machines, really, it does stop you. So with it, again, she was able to come all the way up to the front with it. And so for her, that was just wonderful because she's like, this is amazing. And she started to get into bigger quilts, especially bigger blocks.
Yeah.
So she was like, this is exactly what I needed. And so that's where I saw there's a couple ones in there, you know, looking for that larger throat space. So
I love it. And I love that the 16, people ask us all the time, like, what are some special features of the 16? Like, the 19 is bigger, the 21 is bigger, they have X and Elites, but what does the 16 have that those don't? And I'll tell you right now, you can't see because of the studio lights and because we have it covered up, but right here is a row of lights that is gonna help you give a better visual onto your quilt. And then also at the front in the bobbin case area, there's a light that lights up, which I don't know how many times I'm trying to find that section and is that bobbin empty? Like you pull it out just a little bit. Oh, it is not empty, you know? So you have that option to have this. Now that's exclusive just to the 16 series machines. That's not on all of them. So don't get another one and think, oh, I was going to have that throat lights, but no, that's only with the 16s.
Yeah, and it is really all these features that we're talking about, again, is comfort and allows you to really set what's going to work best for you and what you want in quilting. So, you know, it does come with the printing on here, so you always know how to thread it. I know, especially when you go to a new machine, that could be a question. You're like, great, I got it home, now what? You know, so that is printed on there. Same thing with the back of how you wind a bobbin, because that's a very big feature of it as well. And then it comes back to, hey, in the settings, I can do that edge warning we talked about. You can adjust it or make it your own based off of either having a visual warning or the audio or both. You know, you can really choose it there. And then again, even within some of the handles, change on if it does a full stitch versus a half stitch when you select it. You know, change how many stitches per inch it's going to do. It really gives you a way to do exactly what you're looking to do in quilting, and has a great transition from going to a domestic to a mid-arm machine, because it is also a very affordable way to get into it, and has some of those specific features only in this machine. You mentioned the throat lights and then the light in the bobbin area, because I know that's a big one. When I first started getting into quilting, it was like, great, how do I put it in? I'm over here like, wait a second, I can't see.
You can't see and you're feeling it. You're just hoping it works.
Yeah. So that is a very helpful thing to have in there. I know I've actually even had people use it where they've had the machine moved back here and they've done it to see their stitches on the bottom of their quilt. So just another way, again, to be able to really see your quilting space. And that's what those throat lights do for you as well.
So one of the questions we've got coming in is they're asking about the bobbin estimator. Now, we don't have that on this machine. That's on the Elite machines. This one is like any other machine. You've got to kind of keep track of your bobbin, which is why we have the bobbin case light, so that you can see down there, kind of pull it out, see what's going on. But yeah, so this one does not have that. But what it does have is, this is the other thing that people ask us all the time, is what kind of accessories does this have? Like, can I get additional hopping feet? Or I had a 15 machine and I'm ready to, I want a little bit more. I'm not ready for a 19 or 21, but I want the throat lights. I want the little bit bigger. I want the edge warning. You know, what do I do with all my accessories? Well, the 15 accessories fit, except for the ruler base. All the hopping feet fit on the 16. They're cross compatible, which I think is fantastic. It's not like, oh, now I'm getting a 16 and I have to buy all the new hopping foots again, right?
Yeah, so it's really nice too that it just is such an easy transition, and then especially to have those hopping feet be universal. Because I did have a customer who was, again, like you mentioned, Jan, looking for some of those new features. And just was ready to, actually, part of the reason they did it is they wanted the adjustable handles. As they said, great, I like them, but they're like, really, you know, in some of the work they're doing, they wanted to have them rotated down. So with the 16, that's, again, one of the features for them that really made them choose to go with this. But it is nice to have those, like you said, the hopping feet specifically, be able to transfer over to this. If you have the Cutie laser, the same thing would transfer over. Only thing is the rear handles and the ruler base do not. Those are specific for the different series of machines, and then even really whether it's the X versus the Elite version.
And some people have asked, like, okay, I've had the 15 or I have the Cutie with a domestic. Can the 16 fit on this frame? Right? Like, sometimes they have a domestic machine on an older Grace frame. And the wonderful thing is it fits. So if you have a 15 machine on a frame, typically the 16 can fit on any frame that the 15 fits on. So you're not going to be having to get a whole new frame if you don't want to. If it's one that's still good and works well and you know how to work it, you don't have to like get a whole new system to get the upgraded pieces. You just have to upgrade the machine and then you're set to go. Now, I've noticed in the comments, some people are saying, where do I get one? Well, obviously SMP, but we want to tell you before you're saying, like, obviously you're ready to go. So I know they have people standing by and I know that their website's ready to go. So at any point in our demonstration, don't feel like you have to wait to the end to contact them. You can do it at any point to go and find out how to purchase, you know. The other thing I wanted to talk about this 16 that I love so much is that it's not as heavy as the other machines. It's really easy to pull in and out, like, especially if you've got it on the Cutie like this and you're going to put it in an area, you're going to set your Cutie away, you're going to put your unique machine in another spot. I'm not hucking, you know, 70 pounds of machine up and down to try and get it back and forth. The machine is lighter, and so that you have that ability to move it as you're needing to.
Yeah, I do want to, so this actually reminded me a couple of different things you said, reminded me of two different stories I'd like to tell you guys. So one of them goes on the weight of the machine. So we recently, or I had the opportunity to recently go to a show some people who were limited on space. They lived in like a fifth wheel type thing that they kind of would move around occasionally, but for the most part was located in Florida. But with it is she loved quilting. She loves to do it. She used to do quite a bit more when they had a bigger house for different things. They just chose to transition down to a fifth wheel. But when doing that, she's like, I lost my space, my studio space.
Oh, my space.
Yes, because she used to have a nice, big, beautiful room. She used to have a 10-foot frame. She used to have a mid-arm machine on it. And so for her, it was this thing of like, oh, well, my space is gone, and so she did have to cut down. But when looking at the Cutie frame, it was one of those space-saving items. And then she looked at the 16-inch machine because it helped give her really those same type of features that she found in the long arm she used to use. And so for her, it was a beautiful combo that she was able to get together because she didn't have to do it. You didn't have to take up half of the fifth wheel with a 10-foot frame.
Yeah.
And then one of
or
the
pull
biggest
a trailer behind.
Yes, exactly. And one of the biggest things as well was that she couldn't always leave it set up. She's like, listen, like I have a little table. It needs to be able to fold down. And so with this, she found a very easy way and found a spot in a closet to take this off so that, the Cutie could be stored as well. So it was something that it is very light that you can store. And then another thing that I was thinking of on the throat space is at the same show, there was another lady who bought the Cutie frame and went home that same day, right? The show was still a couple further days after, but she went home, set it up, and she came back and she's like, so got home. I was like, okay, all right. Like, where's this going? Yeah. And she's like, got the Cutie set up, got stitching on it. She's like, it's great. I love it. It's great. It's too small of a throat space. I was like, oh my gosh.
That's quick, right?
Yeah. It was amazing that she hadn't even really fully done a whole quilt or anything. And she's like, no, she's like, I need to do bigger. Because I guess the block size she was doing she only did about half of it based off the throat space of her machine. And so she came back and she ended up getting the 16X machine like the next day because she's like, I just can't do it. And so it's just a wonderful way, again, to be able to step up into a larger throat space machine. And really even give you some of those features that a mid-arm has, because when she was looking at it, she looked at other potential domestic machines that have even a larger throat space, which is great, right? Part of it comes down to, hey, what you're looking to do with it. But for her, she said, you know what, if I'm going to get a new machine, why not get one that has a stitch regulation built in? Why not get one that has those adjustable handles? And then for her on some of this, it was some of the lighting. And then she really also liked the edge warning feature.
I think that is so huge. I love that they put that on all the new machines, that's you don't have to, it's only if you get the higher, more expensive one do you get all those features. I love that the edge warning is on there. I love that it's got all the different stitch regulations. Now, when you were talking about the different stitch modes, right? The precise, the cruise, and the basting. I don't know if we mentioned, but that basting is a stitch regulated stitch.
Right, it is.
So, it's not just a stitch here and I kind of think this stitch is, it's when it was short, medium, and long, it's set there as regulated so that you're not having to try and figure out how far the basting is supposed to go or anything like that. So it does have those 3 different stitch modes.
Right. Yep. That's a great thing to mention because I know, I think there's a question on that. And I know I do get that question often with people. So it really is wonderful. Again, it's a great thing if you already have a frame, whether it's the Cutie frame. I know a couple other people when we asked the throat space question that had the Queen frame, some other ones like that, that it is a wonderful next step to take because it does come with some of those top end features, but at a much more affordable price. So I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to mention, Jan, but maybe we can turn back over to Blaine as far as, the pricing. Yeah. There's a couple questions on that.
Lots of pricing
and
questions.
And then where to get it.
Yeah. And then there were also questions, if there's any other questions you guys had that we missed or questions on the 16X that we can answer, let us know.
Well, hey guys, great job. And again, I want to really make sure that anybody who's interested in this, they give us a call because we do have, basically there's 3 different models of this and there's a lot of different frame combinations. So it can be confusing, but what we try to do is make it extremely easy for you. So thank y'all. We'll see y'all again later on the week. I know that. But so Kennedy's going to put that overlay up there for us, guys. This is the 16. Now this is just the regular 16X that you're seeing. Now there is a 16X, which is a manual. There's a 16X, which is the regular machine. And then there's a 16X Elite. So what we're showing you right now, the $44.99 is the head price on the regular 16X. Now we do have a lot of different combinations on there that you can add to that. And again, we have all kinds of different frames that you can put on there. And the 16 Elite And let me tell you a little bit of differences between them. The 16 manual does not have stitch regulation. The 16 regular has stitch regulation. Both of those are going to have a stitch speed of about 1,700 stitches per minute. Now, when you step up into the stitching, the 16 Elite, that one has 2,000 stitches per minute, so it's going to be a little bit faster on that. And again, guys, it has all the bells and whistles. It has the bobbin, estimator. It has all those different things. But what I would encourage y'all to do right now, if you're interested in one of these machines, give us a call, because Nick's team is standing by on the phones. They can get you customized to exactly what you're looking for. They can go over all the different frames that this will fit on, because it's based on your space. If you want a 5-foot frame, we have it. If you want to go all the way up to a 12-foot frame, we have it. So we can show you all the different frames that you can put on this based on the space that you have available. And again, guys, the starting price of the regular is $44.99. We do have cheaper prices than that, so just give us a call. This is a call-in special. You have to call to get the best pricing, get the best combo that's going to work for you. And they are extremely, extremely knowledgeable at the call center. We sell more Grace products than anybody out there. We are their #1 dealer, and they are selling long arm machines every single day in the call center, so they know these machines extremely well. They can answer any questions you have and about the frames or the heads, and can try to help you out with that. So a great special we have on that today from Grace. So guys, again, we're going to move right on along, and let's bring my co-host back in here. Let's bring Jane back in.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. So Jane, it's so funny. We were just, back at Christmas time, we were doing our countdown to Christmas show, and we started talking about, Quilt Fest. We said, it's going to be here before we know it. And I mean, bam, it's already here. It just seemed like we just got finished with Christmas. Here we are in March, National Quilting Month. And what a way to celebrate it is be here at Quilt Fest.
Well, you're the one and only, and you always bring us these great events to celebrate. And of course, it's National Quilt Month and National Craft Month. And so this is a great way to celebrate it. Quilt Fest is something we all look forward to. And by the way, if you're not a quilter, you can get inspired to quilt and get started. And if you are a quilter, you can learn more and more of these tips and these tricks and all the right tools to get the job done. And that's what Blaine does for us. He shows us the right tools. We can pick and choose what we like best, and we can get the job done. So without any further hesitation, let's move on to our next presenter. You know her, you love her, because she has got her amazing virtual classes every week, Sip and Stitch. Carly Bell. She is a full-time working mom by day and a craftaholic by night. Oh, aren't we all? She lives in the New Orleans area with her husband and 2 daughters, and we are welcoming her to Quilt Fest. Everyone say hi to Carly Bell. Hi, Carly.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. Doing great.
So, Carly, let's just get this straight. Bell is your middle name.
Yes. Yes.
I love that. My mother almost named me Bell.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My mother got it from my great-grandmother, and my great-great-grandmother was Annabelle and Mary Bell. So she carried on the tradition with my middle name.
How sweet, Carly Bell. Now we all know the answer to that, because I always, I didn't know. I just thought it was kind of a name that you picked, but now we have the history behind it. Carly, I'm excited because I love, by the way, your Sip and Stitch live classes. They're so much fun, and I love getting your emails. So thank you for that. But today you're talking about one of my absolute favorite machines from Brother. It's the PR680W. I know you're going to, it's like, there it is in all its glory. Literally one of my kids. So you're going to give us a demo. Tell us all about it. And then also maybe in there, tell us why you love it so much. Like all these little secrets that you think in your head. Tell us those too.
Yes, definitely. So hi guys, thanks so much. I'm so excited to be a part of Quilt Fest once again. This is like the best week ever when Blaine has these awesome virtual events and we learn so many things. So as Jane said, this is the Brother PR680W, and it is kind of like the Mac Daddy, I would say, of our Brother embroidery machine lines at Sewing Machines Plus. This is a 6-needle embroidery machine. And what that means is, obviously, it has 6 needles, which is loaded with 6 different color threads. So if you have a flatbed embroidery machine at home or a sewing embroidery combo machine, you know that if you want to add some embroidery to your quilting, and if that embroidery has multiple colors in it, you are going to be changing the color on every single one of those color steps in your design. This machine helps take some of that away by you being able to load 6 different colors at one time. And the machine knows to automatically change between those colors as the design goes on. So for me, coming from embroidering on a flatbed machine to this, that was amazing because I could literally load something to stitch and let it do its magic. And I could walk away and work on something else. I could be sewing something else. I could be hooping something else. And this is doing its thing and changing between colors as it needs to, depending on the design. So that's like the biggest, most exciting thing about this machine is that it does have 6 needles. Next is that the embroidery field. So whenever I have people come to me and ask me what kind of embroidery machine they should get, I always say, get the machine that has the biggest hoop within your budget. This guy here has an 8x12 embroidery field, which is huge. Think large backs of jackets, large if you need to do a large area, if you need to do a large panel that can be incorporated into a quilt, you have up to an 8x12 inch embroidery field. Next, one of the greatest features I like about this machine, and again, coming from someone who embroidered on a flatbed machine for a very long time, is that it has what's called a free arm. Now, this makes a world of difference when you are embroidering on small, hard to hoop items, especially baby and children items. So I have 2 little girls, as Jane was saying, and one of the things that made me even get into embroidery was I wanted to embroider all of the onesies and little baby things for them after they were born. And if you've ever tried to hoop and embroider a onesie on a flatbed machine, you know the struggle. The struggle is real with that. And with a free arm machine, you can just hoop the onesie as normal, but you don't have to worry about keeping all the material out of the way because the bottom of the shirt or the inside of the onesie, so here's a little example here, goes in the free arm. So pretend that's hooped. So it's stitching, it's doing its thing, and all the bottom of the onesie is hanging underneath that free arm so that you don't have to worry about accidentally stitching your onesie or your shirt to itself. And I know I've done that multiple times, so I'm sure you have too if you've done small children's clothing. So free arm to me is an amazing thing to have when you're embroidering anything that I guess you would say is tubular. I think mostly of clothing, but also think of, not just the fronts of clothing, but arms, legs on pants, leg openings. I've been seeing a lot of cute trends of having a sweatshirt and it says mama. And then on the sleeve of the sweatshirt, we'll have like the names of the children, like real small and like a little heart embroidered. That would be so easy to do on the free arm. All right, so not only do we have an 8x12 embroidery field, but it comes with 4 hoops. So you have that fluctuation, that whatever you need to fit your project. So if I was doing just the arm of my shirt, I have as small as a 1.5 by 2 inch hoop. And then for my onesies, I would be using a 4x4 hoop, and I was doing some practice stitches on there from my tension. Then I have a 5x7 embroidery hoop, and then lastly, the Mac Daddy 8x12. So I mean, this is bigger than me. So there's so many possibilities with this. And I also wanted to tell you about, so not only the embroidery hoops that come with the machine are awesome and you have a variety of sizes, but there are tons of additional hoops that you can get with this machine that I love. And one of them is called the Durkee Easy Frame. And it comes with an adapter like this. And then you have a variety of sizes of frames that you can attach to this and use for whatever project that you need. And what's cool about these is you would float everything on them, and you can use sticky stabilizer, you can use cutaway stabilizer, and use clips to hold the stabilizer onto the frame. But floating usually is my go-to method when it comes to embroidering, because it's just so much easier to figure out placement and to make sure, you know, things are getting embroidered right where you want. And if the item is hard to hoop, the frames make it so easy. So speaking of placement, another great feature of this machine is it has a laser crosshair, what do you call it? A drop light. That's what it's called. I'm just like laser. So it is. So I have another Brother embroidery machine, and it just gives me a little dot, which is great. But on this one, I get like an actual crosshair, which helps me figure out my placement much, much better. Because whenever I am embroidering something, I always draw crosshairs on the item I'm embroidering so that I can line up my needle to it. With the laser drop light crosshairs, I know my placement is spot on and right where I want it to be. Okay, as you can see behind me, there is a 10.1 inch LCD color display. This thing is as big as a TV. It's as big as an iPad, more like an iPad, not a TV, but I had a TV almost that small when I was little. So this is huge, and the color display is gorgeous. So I'm going to switch cameras right here so that if my mouse will work, so you can see this display a little better, because I know the glare in my room sometimes makes it hard to see. So this is the beautiful 10.1 inch LCD display. And I just wanted to show you a couple of the features that are on this machine. And number one is it is preloaded with, I believe, 100 beautiful embroidery designs. And we have everything from florals, we can see here. Then we have some fun frames and corners. We have some really pretty, more florals, a birdhouse, all kind of birds. We have cute Santas, a tiger. I like tigers. Oh, a fleur-de-lis. That's perfect. I need that. I'm from the New Orleans area. We put fleur-de-lis on everything. All right. And then here is a great feature, which is what I had on my 4x4 hoop earlier, is a tension test so that you can stitch out all 6 colors in a nice satin column and make sure that your bobbin thread on the back looks correct and you have your thread all set. Okay, we have some beautiful hearts. I have a ladybug, my little girl Elise. She would come on my YouTube channel show when she was little, and she would just get in the camera and talk about ladybugs the whole time. So everybody calls her Ladybug, and we love to put ladybugs on her things. And then we have some really pretty things here. So I had 100 preloaded designs, but that's not all. You also get 50 preloaded fonts. And this is amazing because there are times when you need to embroider something on a shirt, or like my kids putting their names on their sweaters for school, and you need a small font, or you need something that looks similar to their basic school font. Usually you can find those kinds of fonts on your machine like this, and you can size them down so that they are small enough for their little sweater. And sometimes that's hard to do when purchasing embroidery fonts online. Sometimes the smallest size they have is 1 inch tall, and that's just way too big. I'm looking for something more like between a 1/4 inch tall and less than 1/2 inch tall. So you get some good options of all the different fonts on here that you can choose from. Lots of different really, really fun ones. So those are our basic fonts. Then they also come with monogramming fonts. So we have the nice circle-like monogram font. We have a 2-letter monogram font, and then they have them all in a row. And then they have a lot of different frames and flourishes to put around those monograms. And then we have some beautiful alphabets. And these are really fun, like this one here, where we can load that on the machine and then add to it and go back to our regular fonts and put our name within the split design here. I also love that they have some applique fonts here. So this is like a varsity letter applique font. We have some Greek letters and some basics. So you can create some applique lettering, say for your high school or university. I was playing with making an LSU applique letter earlier. So lots of fun options in there. Then, as with lots of brother and baby lock machines, we have our frames in all different shapes, and then a variety of different styles so that you can go and create your own frames. I've even gone and created my own appliques or applique patches using the features in the frame area of the machine. All right, just checking on time. Okay, so let me go back here. All right. Now, one of the things I know a lot of people have questions with when they see a machine like this. This right here intimidates them. They're like, I don't even know where to start with that. Let me tell you, it's not that hard, okay? So for one, it's a brother. It has step-by-step little instructions built in and stickers telling you exactly where your thread goes. So we have a 6-rack for thread spools in the back here. They come up and come down, and they go through a series of little tension discs, and then a major tension disc, and goes around, comes down, and all that. So once you set it up the first time, and there are instructions not only in your owner's manual, but also on the machine itself. It actually has 24 built-in video tutorials on the machine showing you exactly how to thread it in case anything should happen. But I'm going to show you my easy method, okay? Now, I have my machine all threaded, and I have 6 different colors on there. But this next design I'm going to stitch, I don't have a blue loaded, and so I'm going to load a blue. So super easy. I'm going to take this thread here, take my spool cap off. I'm going to cut it, pull that, put my blue thread, and I am just going to tie those 2 threads together and pull it through. And I have a little method that I find that has worked well. And if my dad was here, he could probably tell me what the knot is. I want to say someone in my group told me before, a surgeon's knot, something with the types of knots. But I'm going to wrap it around twice, cross it over, wrap it around twice. Then I'm going to come up here, cross it over, and wrap it around twice again. And then I am going to pull my knot, and I will be able to tell that it's not going to slip out. So I'm going to pull it tight right here. I'm yanking on it, and the knot is not slipping. It's not coming out. And then I'm going to go down here. I know that is needle number 1. Yes. And I'm going to pull the thread out of the eye of the needle, but it's still below this needle bar down here. And I'm just going to pull. And I see pink, I see pink, I see pink. Now I see blue. And it's as simple as that. And we can automatic, this machine also has an automatic threader, and you can set it for whatever needle that you're changing the thread. So I would just go here. I already have needle number 1 selected. And now I have to remember how I did this. But you would press the needle threading option. Your little prongs are going to come out. Just like on my other machine, there is a thread cutter here. I can pull it and then press that, and now I have my blue thread locked and ready to go. So that is how simple it is to change the colors on the machine, the color of thread, if you setting up a different project and you have another color palette for it. All right, some other things I wanted to tell you is that the speed. Now, I was coming from a small flatbed machine before, and the speed, I think the highest speed was around 600 stitches per minute. And this machine has 1,000 stitches per minute. So if you are, especially with all thread designs or like lots of satin stitching, those projects can become very long in time. And this machine is going to stitch out faster so that you can get those projects done sooner. Another thing I like to tell people is when you are becoming comfortable with all the projects that you're making and you're going to start selling things, time is money, and you are going to be able to produce more items with this machine, not only because it stitches faster, but also because it's changing the thread colors automatically for you. So that's less time of you changing your thread after every step. All right. So I told you about the 24 tutorials built in, and that's in the help menu. And they literally will explain anything on how to load and change the bobbin. On this machine, you do need to oil it. I oil mine every time I turn it on before I start a project. They have a video tutorial on how to oil it, on how to thread the machine, on some other basic maintenance, how to upload designs. You can upload designs wirelessly through, I think it's called My Design Center from Brother, and send your embroidery designs that maybe you have made or purchased online and send them wirelessly to your machine. And then it also does have a USB port, and there's an Ethernet port so that you can hook it up directly to your computer if you would like. All right, let's see. The other thing, which I think is really exciting, especially this is something that is really hard to do on a flatbed machine, and that is stitch hats. So there is a couple different options for you. One is with a soft, unstructured hat. Durkee makes a hoop for this machine that you can stitch a soft hat and flatten it out. That's something we can do on a flatbed machine too, but there is that option on this machine as well. But the better option is to get the cap driver, and that replaces the frame on the machine, and you put the cap driver frame on, which is easy to do. And I have, where it is, I have a cap on. Oops, dropped my microphone. Sorry about that. I have a cap already on the cap ring for the driver, and you can see that it keeps the shape of the hat. So now you can do structured hats. Richardson hats, I think, is a popular style of structured hat. And you don't have to worry about trying to flatten things out and bend the bill of the hat. You can hoop it and keep the shape of the hat and then load it onto the machine. The bill goes behind the head, and you can stitch out whatever design that you would like on a hat. So another great feature of having the free arm machine is that you can have a cap driver and have structured hats. All right. I think that was everything I had, Jane. Did anyone have any questions?
No, but you did a fantastic job of explaining all of that. Everybody was super excited. They love the crosshairs. They love the simplicity. And like you said, it's a brother machine. So they make everything so easy.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And can you, somebody wanted to know if you can embroider on a fedora hat. Have you tried that one yet?
Fedora hat. No, I haven't. But I mean, there's really nothing that you can't hoop or stitch. I mean, if it's something that seems really hard, I would just float it on the Durkee Easy frame.
Yeah, and I love that you brought that in as well, because it gives everybody like another idea on how to hoop things and another accessories to add to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's some other fancy frames that are available for it, especially for our quilters who want like intricate and detailed embroidery. There are sash frames that allow you to really make sure that your fabric is not going to move. So if you have a very dense, thread heavy design, sash frames are great. And that especially applies to our quilters that like to incorporate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's loving the demo. They love you. What can we expect on your next class at Sip and Stitch?
Oh, I got all kinds of fun stuff. We have some Easter stuff coming up. I recently went to the Everything Embroidery Market, which is kind of like a little small embroidery convention, I would say. And they had lots of vendors that had blanks for embroidery. So I got almost looked something like a picnic basket. I got some cute bags and baby blanks. So I'm going to be showing how to embroider all those things in the upcoming shows.
Very good. Well, that's gonna be so interesting and fun. I love that you got to go to that show. I'm a little bit jealous, Carly.
It was a lot of fun.
It sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, listen. So thank you so much for that great presentation. I know you're going to be back later this week, and I think that we're going to be talking again. So I'm super excited about that. But right now, everybody wants to know, how can they get this? Well, let me tell you, this is the Brother PR680W. Thank you so much to Carly Bell. Everybody be sure to follow her and sign up for her show. Let me just remind you what this is all about. It's the 6-needle embroidery machine. Oh, my dream. It's wireless compatible. It's got a 8-inch by 12-inch embroidery field. You've got that beautiful 10-inch high-def LCD display screen. Oh, I love this. You've got 100 built-in embroidery designs. You've got 18 monogramming font styles, and Carly showed us a few of those. They're beautiful. And you've got 140 frame pattern combos and 50 lettering fonts. And of course, 10 buttonhole styles in 3 sizes. I am obsessed with buttonholes these days. So this is an amazing machine from our friends at Brother. It's the Entrepreneur PR680W. Put that in your machine now, my friends. It is not going to last you the rest of this week. That is that 6-needle embroidery machine. And if you are selling, this is a time saver. If you are working on multiple machines at once, this is a time saver. Believe me, because I'm always working on different machines at once. And this 6-needle comes in handy. You're not changing your threads. They're all right there. Now, you can see the pricing right there on your screen. But that's not all. We've got a free bonus bundle worth over $3,300. You can see that right there on the screen. And you can see what the regular pricing is. Hello, $15,000 is your MSRP. But for more information, this is what you need to do. And you know this. Call 800-401-8151, 800-401-8151 for more information. I'm telling you, this machine is fantastic. Of course it's fantastic because it is from our friends at Brother. Now, if you have any questions, be sure to put them up there in the comments box. We will get to them as quickly as we can. And maybe I can help answer some while we're here and waiting. Hi, I'm back. Hi, guys. But be sure to put them on there. If you have any suggestions about this or comments about this machine, we want to hear them for sure. So put them in the comments box. And of course, I'm going to be here with you all week with my friend Blaine, and we are going to be talking about all sorts of great things. I love to see where you're sewing. I love to see your quilting rooms and sewing rooms and craft rooms. So, if you're so inclined, I don't care how messy it is, take a picture of it and send it to us. I think you could put it, upload it there onto Facebook, and maybe we could see them throughout the week because that's the things I like to do. The other thing, if you haven't voted for your quilt choices, you need to go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, click on the quilt contest. There are amazing designs up there. I mean, I don't know how you're going to decide. They are so fantastic. So you need to go there to SewingMachinesPlus.com to vote for your favorite quilts throughout this entire week. And if you want to talk more about this PR680W, be sure to call 800-401-8151. Look at Grandma J says, I've been voting daily. So many beautiful quilts. I know. I think there's a quota. You could vote on 2 a day because I got to mine voted too. Okay, so yes, pictures I saw on my dining room table. so many things. We're going to have a great day today. And I won an Oscar last night, and I brought it to show all of you. But great job to Carly. I think we're going to move on to our next presenter if we're ready. And if not, I will keep telling you more about this amazing PR680W. Again, 800-401-8151. For more information, there is a free bonus bundle. You'll have to call for that information. I know somebody asked me what was all in that, but go ahead and call 800-401-8151. An amazing machine. It's your 6-needle. It's my dream come true, people. I love it so much. Oh, please. Okay, so let's move on to our next presenter. Amy McCarthy is a dime inspiration consultant. I love that, an inspiration consultant. We are talking about dime quilt designs, all in a line from edge to edge quilting. So Amy is retired from veterinary medicine, and she teaches sewing classes and works part-time for her favorite sewing center. And we are so lucky to have her here today. Everybody. Oh, hi, Blaine. Where's she's not here yet?
I'm not her. She hasn't tuned
Okay, wait,
in yet.
let me start that over. Put Blaine out. Put Blaine out. Okay, everybody. Our next presenter, you know him, you love him. He is the force behind Quilt Fest, everybody. Oh my goodness. Say hi to Blaine Austin.
Jane, you crack me up.
Thank you.
Well, we don't know.
I'm stretching, Blaine. I'm stretching.
We don't have any idea where Amy is at, and so we are going to, I guess, buy some time until maybe she pops in. But anyway, Carly Bell, great presentation on the 680, and Jane, that has been a really popular machine in the last year since brother started letting us put it online to sell. That thing has just been crazy how many we've sold. And
my favorite.
And I know you've had your eye on one of those multi-needles for a long time.
I'm obsessed with that particular machine. I do love like a 10 needle, but the 6 needle for me is just like, it's my speed. And by the way, I love it because I am always embroidering and changing threads and moving things. And I just want to put it up there and let it go and think of all the different things that you can use it for. So that is why I'm obsessed with the multi-needle machines, Blaine. So a lot of people asking, we need to call in, right, for more information on that bundle?
Yes. Yeah, for more information, tell them we need to tell everybody to call in. We have some financing available as well, have a great bundle with it. But we're just going to encourage everybody to call in for more information on the brother.
And Blaine, some people are asking me, why did I win an Oscar? And you're probably wondering why as well.
Yes.
I mean, I was at the awards. Didn't you see me give my acceptance speech last night?
I didn't see it.
I'm just kidding. I got this for the New Century, Arizona, fourth quarter, 1998. I did something great, and I won this for my radio station.
Well, you win all kinds of stuff, but Jane, it's speaking of winning stuff, there's a lot of ways to win on this show as well. We're doing daily drawings. If you entered a quilt, you have a chance that you can win something for your quilt. And then every day we're going to pick a grand prize finalist for the grand prize dream quilting studio that we're going to give away on Friday.
Blaine, are we spinning the wheel?
We are going to spin the wheel.
Can we spin the wheel now?
We're going to spin the wheel all but on Friday when we have all 5 grand, finalists for the grand prize. We're going to put their names, actually write their names out, throw it in a hat, and I'm going to pull them out live on air, the winner. But different this year, Jane, we did something different. In previous years, if you were a finalist, we only picked one winner out to win the Dream Studio.
Right.
This year, we're going to pull the finals out, but everybody who gets a finalist, they're going to win a package, a sewing machine package. And I think what is it, Kyle? That's $5,000 is the minimum?
The first one's only $100.
No, what's the, huh?
I think you're talking about the Dream Studio?
Yeah.
$25,000.
I know that, 25,000, but what's the other?
Anytime.
5. So it is right, Jane. So if we're going to pull a winner out for the $25,000 Dream Studio, but if you're a finalist, you're automatically going to win a minimum of $5,000.
Wow, that's amazing. Please.
Yeah.
Should we show what's in the Dream Studio?
Yeah, let's talk about the
Let's
Dream
show it.
Studio.
So Kennedy's going to put it up on the screen so everybody can see it right there.
I'm dreaming of a dream studio
worth
too.
$25,000, and you can see all the different things that you're getting there. It's a great package we put together. Not only you're going to get an embroidery machine, you're getting sewing machines, you're getting a straight stitch machine, you're getting a quilting machine, you're getting a Aero cabinets, you're getting the chair from Aero. So you're getting so many things put together, and so that's a $25,000 package. And then we're going to have a package for the other finalists that they're going to win. It's a minimum of $5,000 that they're getting, which is a great studio package we put together as well. And so we're super excited about that. But, Jane, for the whole show, we're giving over $100,000 worth. So if you don't even get in the finalists each day, we're giving a lot of stuff away. And then we're giving the winner of the quilt contest $11,000 in both categories. So if you win the best of show, you get $11,000, quilting package. If you're the People's Choice, you get $11,000 package. And then if you're just in, the top two, top three, second place is $9,000. And then, you're getting about, I think, almost $7,000 for third place. Just in the
Amazing, Blaine. You're doing it again. Now, just for so people that have put their quilts in the quilt contest, that's the first place, second place, third place. But tell everybody else how they can win that dream studio. What do we need to be doing all week?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jane. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe right now. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it right now. And then other than that, just share the videos to your own pages and then make comments and ask questions. Simple as that.
Just that simple. So, and somebody was saying if we want to vote for those quilts online, I know I have got a link from Kennedy because she sent it to me and I was like, oh, I'm going to sign up. If somebody needs to go and find it on SMP, are they going to go to SewingMachinesPlus.com or SMPlive.tv?
They can go to either one. But if you go to our homepage on the or Sewing Machines Plus website, there's a banner at the top of the page. You can just click that banner and it takes you to the Quilt Fest page. And then you can scroll down there and you can see all the different things it tells you. But there's a tab that you can hit to go see all the quilts that have been entered. And then you can vote. So you can vote 2 times a day. So you can vote on your favorite one, twice a day. And then after that, just keep doing it. But the voting ends on the 15th at midnight Pacific time.
So I'm going to just give everybody a handy tip here. So as you're scrolling through, looking at all of these gorgeous, amazing quilts, you're like, wow, I love that one because it says vote and there's a heart and you click on the heart. And here's me. I'm thinking it's like, liking somebody on Instagram. I'm like, oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. And I got down to the next one. I go, oh, I love it. It goes, you already voted. I'm like, oh, so I would recommend look at them all because, you can vote every day, but look at them all and pick your top 2 for the day. And then then you're going to get the same thing I have because me, Blaine, I was like, you can win and you can win and you can win and you can win.
Well, and Jane, there's so many great quilts this year. It's really it's an extremely hard decision. And I know the judges, they're going to have a hard decision for the, the best of show. But hey, Jane, I think Amy's here. So we're going to let her come in. I'm going to get out of here and let you introduce her and y'all can get going.
All right. Thanks, Blaine. Hi. Okay. Amy McCarthy is a dime inspiration consultant. She's retired from veterinary medicine and teaches sewing classes and works part-time at her favorite sewing center. And we love Amy. Amy, how are you? Oh, Amy, you're on mute. Yes, she's. Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
God, as if I've never done this before. My apologies, to anyone who has mistaken their departure time for a flight instead of their arrival time. That was me. That was me.
Hey, listen, it's totally fine. We had, I don't know where you're coming to us from, but because of this daylight savings or not savings time, whatever it is, we're all a little bit confused. So we're just happy you're here. So I'm going to stop talking because I want you to have the full amount of time to tell us all about the dime quilt designs.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you very much. And welcome, everybody. I am honored to be part of this program. And thank you very much for Sewing Machines Plus for putting this together. So I'm just let's go to our slides right now because for the next 20 minutes, we're going to talk about turning our embroidery machines into a quilting machine. And when we do that, we're going to get those quilt tops finished. And instead of sending them out with a check, we are going to get them done a lot faster and maybe for a lot less money. And you're going to feel so good about what you did because you've got that sense of pride that you put every stitch in that quilt yourself. And it's going to be just the way you want it, so it's going to be gorgeous. And as Jane said, I'm happy to show you how easy it is to do this with products and tools from Dime. Now, we're going to focus specifically on edge-to-edge quilting with your embroidery machine. You know, using your embroidery machine to stitch quilting designs in an all-over or edge-to-edge manner. Now, edge-to-edge isn't the name of a design, it's a method, it's a technique where you place those embroidery, those quilting designs to mimic the look of a long arm or free motion quilting. This is a very popular technique with your embroidery machine. It's often requested to have classes on it. So we are going to talk about that because this is the look that you're going for. Something that looks like it was sent out to a long armor, but you did it on your embroidery machine. And you are connecting your embroidery designs so that they look like they were done by a long armor. You know, maybe you've always wanted to do this, but you weren't really sure about how to get started, what items that you needed, and maybe you're not really sure if it would look okay. Well, this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the 5 items that you need to do edge-to-edge quilting. Number 1, you need a book, but you don't need just any book. You need this book, which is Quilt with an Embroidery Machine in 8 Easy Lessons by our Dime founder, Eileen Roach. She gives you all of the background information on how to quilt with your embroidery machine. And all of these lessons are project-based so that you're going to learn how to do these skills and techniques by making something. Now, this book includes all the instructions and the designs, and this is the type of projects that you're going to be working on. You're going to learn to quilt and applique in one step. You're even going to learn how to do custom quilting, where you place the designs exactly to feature a particular set of piecing or a particular feature of your fabric. And she teaches you how to do edge-to-edge quilting, all over quilting, as for example in this Jelly Roll Table Runner. So the next thing that you need a quilt. You need a quilt sandwich specifically. Now, it doesn't have to be a quilt. You can do a table runner. You can do a placemat. You can do a small quilt, casserole carrier, Christmas tree skirt. But this is what you need. You need a 3-piece quilt sandwich, which consists of your quilt top, batting, and you're going to leave, just as if you were sending it out, about 2 to 3 inches extra on all sides. Then you're going to have the backing and just have it extend out a little bit past your batting. It'll make it easier to get on the machine. And you're going to pin baste your quilt top. You know, we like the pin basting. I know that there's a lot of systems on basting your quilt, but we like the pin basting because you're going to make sure that you pull those pins out before you put it on your embroidery machine, and they're easy to find and easy to remove right off the bat. Okay, the number 3 thing that you're going to need is a hoop, because it kind of goes without saying that if we're going to use our embroidery machine to quilt with, then we need to put it in a hoop. And this is the hoop that you need. You need the Snap Hoop Monster. This is the Dime 2-piece magnetic hoop. The magnets are very strong, and this is what you would use for your quilt sandwiches or quilting with your embroidery machine. But you can also use this for other hard to hoop items, such as baby suits or t-shirts or sweatshirts, thick items like terry cloth towels, or items that are subject to hoop burn like velour, corduroy, canvas. You can use them for heavy or bulky fabric, or if you're doing continuous hooping. You know, if you're doing a border or something and you don't want to smash what you just stitched in that standard hoop. And a lot of times our hands are just a little bit too achy to manage those screw clamps. These truly are a lifesaver. So let me go underneath the camera right now, and I've got some goodies to show you. So look, the first one is, this is the book that will help you out. This is Quilt with an Embroidery Machine. So you're going to get all of these lessons on how to do these projects. And if you want to do all over quilting or edge to edge quilting, Eileen takes you through that. If you want to do edge to edge quilting in using continuous line designs, she takes that through you that also. So this is the first item you need, this book. Now, this is a couple of items that I'll show you as an examples of edge to edge quilting. Now, they're small because they'll fit underneath the camera. So, but the techniques and the principles are still the same. So this is kind of a small little table runner. And as you can see, these are designs that nest right next to each other, and it's quilted from one edge to the other. So it looks like maybe it was done free motion, but these are actually embroidery designs that I've placed right next to each other so that it looks like it was done on free motion. Now, these
Honey, guess what? You know what? Your slides aren't showing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we want to see your slides. I know we love looking at you and listening. We're taking notes like crazy, but I just want to make sure that we're sharing the slides you're presenting.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me click a few things.
Let's put her back on full screen, and then I can talk her through if she's got it.
Okay, let me go to camera.
Okay.
Can you see camera?
I didn't even got you. Go back to what you were doing. They had me on mute for a minute. I'm giving you hand signals and nobody can see me.
Okay.
So you had it up and you were perfect. Do that again.
Okay, you can see my camera, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see this book, which is what everybody needs. Yay. Okay, so this is edge to edge quilting. As I was saying, like these are designs that go the entire length of the table runner. And since these are embroidery designs, they have a tie-in and a tie-off. So here's a secret. In order to kind of disguise those on the back, many times these fabrics have a busy print like this. And this helps disguise the tails of the embroidery designs that you are using to do this edge-to-edge quilting. Now, there's also a way to do edge-to-edge quilting with continuous line designs, and we're going to talk about that. So for example, like this wall hanging, which I'm going to just scroll past, these designs connect with each other, you know, and so they look like they're one continuous line all the way down, and they are actually two designs. And here's this target sticker that shows where they are connecting. So now I'm going to show you. So this is the quilt sandwich that now I'm going to quilt. And it's, again, the small table runner. You could do it with a quilt, but again, I'm just doing it on a small scale so that I can fit it under the camera. And you can see that I've got the batting and the backing extending a few inches, and I'm using that very busy back. So just like with a quilt, this is where I was going to start. So I'm going to start in the middle, and then I'm going to go to each end one at a time. So what I could do is, and I bet many of you have tried to hoop this with a standard hoop. So I've got this quilt sandwich. So let me see if I can do that. So I'm just going to put that right underneath here. And, oh, I got to open it up. I know some more. And I'm going to push that in there. And, oh, I've got to open it up even more. And, oh, with a big shove, I could get it in there. But you know what? It's so easy for that to happen. So what you need is the snap hoop monster. So these are our magnetic hoops. This is the top frame where all the magnets are. This is the plastic piece that goes in between the top and the bottom frame. And watch how easy it is for me to hoop this. This is the bottom frame. This is the metal part that attaches to the machine. I'm going to lay that right there. And those of you that have the hoop mat will recognize that hoop mat. So I'm just going to lay my quilt right on top of there. And I'm going to bring the top frame down, drop the left-hand side in place first, and then just drop that down, and I'm hooped. And if I'm not quite in the center, I make small adjustments by just lifting that top frame off and drop that right in. You can't do this with the stand hoop because even if you do a little bit of a bubble like that, you can just give a little bit of a tug, smooth that out, and you are ready to go to the machine. And yes, they are strong. If I can pick this up by the edge, you can tell that yes, they are strong. And so now it's so easy to quilt this section. But you know what's cool is that when you're ready to move this to the next section of your quilt or your table runner, leave the quilt on the machine, leave the hoop on the machine, and just lift the top frame off, hang that on the head of your imaginary machine, your real machine, but I'm going to hang it on my imaginary machine. And I'm just going to move this over. And now I am ready to quilt a new section just like that. And if you'll notice that I got some excess material here, hoop guard will help keep that out of the field of sewing and keep that all in place. So that's how easy it is. So now I'm going to go back to the slides because I'll show you a few photos of that's what I mean when you can lift that top frame off and then just reposition it to continue your quilting. So a lot of people think, you know, what size hoop should I get? Well, you know, we really can't answer that, but think about it. If you're going to do quilting with your embroidery machine, and of course you are, that's why you're watching, then get the largest size machine will accommodate. And that will allow you to use bigger designs. You'll do fewer hoopings, and you've got some wiggle room to be able to place and center your design. And don't forget, these hoops will also do a lot of your hard to hoop items, such as your baby suits and your thick terry cloth towels and etc. So maybe if you're going to get a second one, get the standard hoop size that you use most often, is if it's a 5x7 or a 6x10 or an 8x8. Now here's a picture of that hoop guard keeping that excess fabric out of that sewing field. Okay, what other items do you need? Well, in order to quilt with your embroidery machine, you need a design. So let's talk about the designs. Talk a little bit about the anatomy of the designs. There's a continuous line design and there's a nesting design that we use in edge to edge. Let's first talk about the continuous line design. Now, these are designs where the stitches make one continuous line. The start and the stop points are typically on opposite sides of the design. So they always have stitches or extra tails that reach toward the second design. And that's how you line them up. So the green is the start point, the red's the stop point, and then you put the next design right next to it so that it looks like it's one continuous line. And that's how it gets its name. But they are usually shaped so that they fit close together. They look like they were done continuously, but when I show you the 4 individual designs, then you see how they connect together. And they look gorgeous in a whole cloth quilt in that edge to edge or all over quilting manner. And these designs and how to do this are in the Quilt with an Embroidery Machine and 8 Easy Lessons book. The other type of designs that we use are called nesting designs or closed designs. Now, these are different because the start and the stop points are usually at the same point. And you use these by placing them right next to each other. You can evenly space them. And if you're just starting to quilt with your embroidery machine, these are a little bit more forgiving, where there's no stitch line to connect. And these are often used sometimes in an offset manner. As you can see, that full loop design is a closed design, and it's done in a kind of a staggered offset manner. And instructions on how to do this are in the Quilt with an Embroidery Machine book. So what other items do you need? Well, you need templates. In machine embroidery, we use a lot of templates because if you want to get that accuracy and precision to line up these designs so that they look like they were done on a long arm, then you need templates. And this is how we use them. It helps us accurately place either continuous line or nesting designs because we print the design on a special paper and it prints with the crosshair. That helps us maintain the horizontal and vertical alignment and also helps us with accurate hooping. And this is what we print our designs are, our print and stick target paper. And it is new and improved. It is now transparent. It's a specialty paper that's two-sided. You just run it through your inkjet or your laser printer and your quilting design is going to print with crosshairs. You just trim off the excess paper and then that's what you use to audition and place your designs. There's a low-tack adhesive so that you can reposition it and you can reuse your template. So if you're using the same design, you only have to print one template and use it the whole quilt. So here's what I mean. So you print the design on print and stick target paper, and then you trim off the excess close to the design. Now, if you're doing a continuous line design and you've got those stitches, those tails, make sure that you don't cut those off because those help you place the design accurately. So let's go to camera and let's see, for example, the first one that I want to show is sticking. So there we go. So let me go to camera. And the first one that I want to show is how to do this offset. So again, I've got, just a section of a quilt and it's on a really small scale. And as you can see, I'm doing that full loop in a nesting in an offset manner. So I've drawn some horizontal lines here on my quilt and I'm going to line up those designs. So this is what the design looks like when it's printed on print and stick target paper. So you got directional arrows. So you're just going to trim that right off and you're going to get something like this. So now I've done this row. I've got my template placed here. So now I'm ready to do this one right here. I'm going to peel the protective paper off of my template. And what's so nice is see how transparent they are. And you can place those. I'm lining it up with my horizontal line. And then I am also going to, let's see, there you go. You can see that because that plastic makes a bit of a glare. And I can line that up and get ready to stitch this section right here. And what helps is that it helps with my hooping because I can use those crosshairs to line up my hoop to make sure that I am hooped evenly. And so now I'm ready to stitch this one. Now, one thing that I want to show you is when you are ready maybe to stitch this one, okay, and you can see that this stitching is going to go off the fabric into the batting. You run a big risk of when that machine foot goes over this, you can catch that and get that caught in there. Well, when you do that, get a skewer, get a swizzle stick, get something, just not your finger, that will keep that down. Or I cut maybe a 1-inch strip of a water soluble stabilizer that's sticky. This is our adhesive sew and wash. And I'm going to peel that off and I'm going to put that right on the edge of that fabric. Now when that machine foot goes over there, it will not catch that one foot. Okay, so that's how you use templates with closed or nesting designs. What about continuous line designs? So let's look at this sample. And again, this is kind of on just a small scale. This is that happy flower design that is from the Quilt with Your Embroidery Machine. So you can see that it's a continuous line. When they line up here and here and here, it looks like it is all one design. So I placed the template for here, and now I'm ready to place it right here. And I've drawn, again, a horizontal line that I can use to help me line this up. Now in this one, I want to match, see this stitch right here? I want to make sure that it lands right there on that stitch because that's where they connect. And I want to make sure I can keep it straight by using this horizontal line. So it's so convenient that this print and stick target paper is repositionable because you can get it right where you need to get it and then you are ready to hoop and take that right to the machine. Now, one thing I want to show you on this is that this one is going to be stitched, but I have deliberately not stitched out to the edge like I did on the first sample. I've deliberately left this because when I true this up and trim it for my batting, I want to have an entire motif not in the batting. So this gives me the ample room that I need to trim it up and put my binding on there. So let me go now back to the slides. And let's talk about then once you're at the machine with those templates, you are going to load your hoop on the machine, and then you're going to position the design so that that needle is right over that crosshair center. And this is where the templates will help you. You can do corner check to verify that everything is straight. Then once you're ready to stitch, you're going to remove the template. Please don't stitch through these. They're not soluble. Just pull the top and pull it right towards you. And so that, I think I'm going to go back to the studio then and see if we've got any questions that we can talk about. I'm going to bring Jane back in.
Hi.
Hi, Jane.
Here I am. So are everything that you're showing us today, is that all in the book that you talked about at the top of the show?
Yes, it is. Isn't that wonderful? It is all in this book, Quilt with Your Embroidery Machine in 8 Easy Lessons. So not only that, but also how to do custom quilting, how to land designs that specifically highlight particular features of your piecing or your fabric or your embroidery.
I mean, what a great demo. You make it look so easy.
Jane, it really is. To everybody out there, if you've really kind of always wanted to try this, this is so easy. I was there with you a couple years ago. I didn't quilt with my embroidery machines. And then I did one little baby quilt. I told myself I'm going to learn to do this. It was so easy and it is so fun.
Was the learning curve tough for you, or was it kind of, because a lot of people go, oh, I don't want to read a book, or it seems like I have to study, but like if we love it, it should be fun and easy, right?
It should be, right. So the main thing is, like, if you've got the dime snap hoop monster, it's easy to hoop. And so you put that right on your sewing machine, and with all of the placement aids, the templates, the projectors, the cameras, everything that we've got on these top of the end machines, you're going to get that design placed exactly where you want it. And truly, as it was stitching, I was looking at it going like, oh my gosh, this looks really good. This is so easy.
They want to see the book again. Can you hold it up?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. All right. So while you're holding that up, I'm going to go and tell everybody how they can get this. So, Ani, thank you so much. It was great to see you.
Thank you, Jane. And my apologies for, coming in late, but I had a good time, and thank you so much for inviting me.
It was worth the wait. So we will see you again soon. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Special thanks to Ani McCarthy. Let's talk about all of the things that you can get. Look at this. Quilt with an Embroidery Machine in 8 Easy Lessons. That is the book that she's talking about. Hello. Look at your fantastic pricing on that. Free shipping as well. It's a call-in special, my friends. So give a call, 800-401-8151 if you want the dime quilt with an embroidery machine in 8 easy lessons. I feel like we just got those 8 easy lessons in the last 25 minutes, don't you think? Yeah, you need to have this book. You need to put it next to you and learn all of these fantastic skills. And then you're also getting the Snap Hoop Monster. Now, it's available in different sizes and models, but again, call in 1-800-401-8151. Financing is available. Again, it's free shipping. Think of all of the amazing things that you can make. Yes, I know you can. Think of those amazing things. I know it's in your cart. Just hit the button and say, yes, please. I will take it. So you're going to get this. You look at the Snap Hoop Monster, and then you'll get the book. Call in to talk about both of those. Put them in your cart. Take them home with you today. It is free shipping. You'll have them to your probably very, very soon, knowing Blaine. He'll get those things right out to you, and you'll be on your way to quilting within 8 easy steps. So embroidering your quilt in 8 easy steps. Wow, I love all of that. I know it's hard to decide too. I'm telling you, my cart is full as well. Not only am I here working and I'm talking about it all, I'm shopping. That's what I do. It's just, it's just part of the thing. So let me bring Blaine back in so we can keep the show going. Hey, Blaine, look what you're doing to us. Everyone's carts are full and we're like, it's day one. It's day one.
Well, Jane, it's kind of funny. Like this morning already, we were looking at the Elena, 780, and I told them, I looked and it was, that we had 5 left, and I was getting ready to say it. I said, okay, 4 left, and then Kyle went, nope, 3. They're just going just like that. So, it tells you on the website how many's left. So if there's getting down under 10, you need to make sure you jump on it because they will not last. I mean, things are going to sell out, and it'll tell you on the website, once it gets under 15 quantity, it tells you the actual amount that we have in the warehouse. And when they get down low, sometimes 2 or 3 people can put them in their cart and they think they got it, but they end up, whoever got it in there first wins.
Don't wait till Friday, my friends. Don't wait till Friday. I mean, I'm calling my husband. I'm like, hey, Kurt, get online right now and order this. I got to go. Let me ask you this. So best way to do this, Blaine, and go online, check things out, but let's call, right? 800-401-8151.
Yes. I mean, you can reach us a lot of different ways. 800 number. You can get on the web page. You can actually be, excuse me, you may be looking at the product. And if you're looking at the product, the live chat will pop up, and there's live chat agents out there that are extremely knowledgeable with sewing, embroidery, and quilting. They can help you. And then again, if you're looking on Facebook and YouTube, Deb's team is monitoring that chat, and they can answer questions for you as well. But, go to the website. You can look at it, read all about it. If you want to get some help, call in. A lot of the things we have, again, are call-in specials, so they have to call in. And Jane, this morning, what I told everybody, we have thousands of products that are not on the show that are on sale. We only had, 63 presentations and about 50 different products this week. And so think about only 50 products. There is hundreds and hundreds of other products that are on special.
Yeah. And Blaine, when I'd mentioned it's free shipping, do they need to call then for free shipping as well?
No, it's going to be free shipping. Almost everything they order over $49 is going to be free shipping right to their house. And all the products on the show, everything that's on the show today is all free shipping.
Okay, perfect. There was another question, but I forgot what it was, and I blamed my age on that one.
Well, that's all right. We'll let you slide on that one. But
Thank you.
Hey, Jane, we're going to continue on. We'll see you back in here in just a few minutes. But hey, we're going to talk all about the Rico printer, guys. And this is a product from Juki. And we have Kelly Latre in here. Kelly is an expert on this machine. She uses this at her house. And we're super fortunate to have her part of the show. She's a Juki National Educator. And guys, this printer will blow you away. It's going to give you a completely another dynamic to your quilting that you can do. And you can make so many unique things. You can print your own fabric if you want to, and then use it to quilt on. So welcome to the show, Kelly.
Thanks, Blaine. It's good.
How are you?
Good, doing well. How about you?
We're doing fantastic. And, we were talking, back a few months ago, and we were like, Quilt Fest is going to be here before you know it. And here it is.
Oh, yes, right around the corner.
Well, hey, I'm going to let you get started on this, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes. We'll tell everybody all the great bundles and specials we have on it.
Wonderful. Thanks, Blaine. All right. Thanks for having me. Today, we're going to talk about the Rico RI100 direct-to-garment printer. You can print right on your fabric with this tool. Let's take a look at the printer first. This section, the top section, is the printer. And I love the whole design because it fits into my sewing studio perfectly. So this is the printer. And if I open the front cover, you can see exactly where the ink is loaded. So it's easy access. Keep in mind, if you think about this as a regular printer on your computer, it works exactly the same. It's as easy as that. Then the printing all happens over here. We're going to put in a tray and it's going to print our fabric and all set. So now let's take a look at the next section. This part is the finisher. The finisher has a couple of functions. It can press your fabric prior to printing, and then after printing, what it does is it sets the ink. It actually bakes the ink in, so ink can take several washings on fabric and it'll still look great. So that is the whole unit. Let's first take a look at some samples and then we'll get started designing. If you can see, my top that I'm wearing has been printed on the Rico direct-to-garment printer. I had fun designing this fabric and then adding embroidery to the front, and then I just sewed it all together and it came out great. But think about that. You can design your own fabric. This was all printed on the printer, and then the front is embroidery done on my side to Jima, and that turned out really nice. A couple of the things I've been working on lately, and you got to remember, you can have really intricate designs, or you can do as simple as a t-shirt. This is a t-shirt set for Easter for my sister-in-law and her daughter, and I thought this just came out so cute. Isn't that great? But don't be afraid to play with color when you're working on this machine. I've done t-shirts on several different colors. This one, in fact, is from a family reunion. But you can see color adapts really well depending on the colors you're using in the design. All right, we're going to get started designing. So let me open the software that the Rico comes with. It's the Rico Design software. And I'm going to start in Easy Designer because what I like about Easy Designer is I can go in, and if I just want a quick print from a photo I took on my camera or my phone, I can just go in and move it. So I'm just going to select t-shirt and a normal garment thickness. And here's the size. The sizes, you get 2 trays with the Rico printer. The first size is 8.5 by 11, and the second size is 5 by 7. So you can see as I switch these, you can see the difference in sizing. You also have portrait layout or landscape layout. And for this picture, I'm going to turn it to landscape. It shows how to load the trays for landscape and portrait printing. But look at this. This is what I love. I could actually take a photo from my computer. I can take it from a USB, or I can import it from my phone. So I'm going to show you how to do this because it's so easy. There's a QR code that comes up, and I'm going to put my camera right on that QR code. And you can see that I have a link. I'm going to touch that link. I'm going to then select the images, and then from photo library, and you can see all my pictures come up. So I'm going to select a picture of the dog in our garden. Our daffodils just came up. So it's right there. So I'm going to just select upload. And now I have a pin code. That pin code is just going to be put on the software and it'll open my photo. So I'm going to take that pin code. If you can't see the pin code, it's okay, because you'll get one on your phone. So I entered the pin code and I'm going to select next. Now you can see the image has loaded on my computer. So I'm going to select that image and select OK. Now you can see a picture of my dog enjoying our spring daffodils. So that was easy. So if you want a quick print from your phone, you don't have to move it or change it, do anything but that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you back into the advanced design mode called Advanced Designer. Now here you can do a few more things. First of all, I'm going to print a towel for Easter. So I'm going to select Other. I'm actually going to select thin fabric because I'm working with a thinner towel. And then OK. So now that we're in the software, you can see some other options you have. Again, I can take a picture from my computer. I can import an image. I also have several images built in. Nice. I also have artwork that I can play with. And you can change the color of these. So a lot to play with right in the software. You can add frames. So you can just select the frame that best suits your design, or start with a frame and add lettering. Some really nice selections. I can also add text, and I can draw with this program. So I'm just going to use my mouse and write my name. Okay, I'm not the greatest artist, but you get the point. Okay, and then just double click on it. And I'm just going to undo that. But let me show you a sample of that, because, you know, for quilt labels, you could have your signature on there. This is one I did on a t-shirt and just put Lady Gaga on there with my drawing. And I thought it turned out really nice. All right, let's get started designing. I actually have a picture I'm going to import for Easter. And I'm just going to go in and select the image. There it is. Okay, now it looks a little odd, so I'm just going to trim this down to what I actually want to print. So I'm going to drag this. I'm just cropping the picture to the area I want included in the printing. That looks nice. I'm going to select OK. And now I'm going to enlarge the design so that it takes up a lot of my design space. I'll then center it. And over here, there is some options you can do. You can auto adjust the color. And it didn't enhance that, so I'm going to leave that off. I can do blurred edges if it's a border so that it comes out undefined. I can also adjust the brightness and the contrast of the picture. I think it looks good, so I'm going to get ready to print. So I'm going to select print. And notice under print quality, I have some options here. If I want a quick print, I can do speed. That's also good for if you're really not going to launder it a lot, or you just want a quick tote bag, something like that. Fine is what I use most of the time, and it gives you a really good quality print that will stand up to laundering. I also have vivid. Now I like this for bright colors. I rarely use it, but what it does is it prints the print twice so that you get a really vivid finish. Okay, so I'm going to select print again. So now let's take a look at loading the tray to get ready for printing. I'm going to open up my tray, and on the tray I have markings for the portrait and landscape layout. And it's right up here. This is what's going to happen. The printing is going to start top and go to the bottom. So I'm actually going to put my towel on in that direction. I'm going to center the line. Right, see that center mark? I'm just making sure it's right there. And then I'm going to flatten out my fabric. And the important part is to get it all under the tray. Okay, and I'll show you a couple of large things I've done. It's amazing how much fabric you can actually get around the tray. So I think we've got everything in. So I'm going to close the tray. Okay. Before I get started printing, I'm actually going to just press the fabric. So I'm going to load the tray into the finisher. And I'm going to take my lever over, and you can see now that it's going to take 30 seconds to press the top part of that towel so it's ready for the printing process. And remember, you get 2 trays with this system. You get a 5x7 for smaller things like this little swimsuit. And I'm so impressed with the printing on here because look, even when you stretch Lycra, you get a really good quality print. But you can do this on a smaller tray. We're all done with the pressing, so I'm going to take it back to the center, open it back up, and look how flat that is. It's nice and flat. So now what I'm going to do is set the tray to get it ready to print. So now it's saying processing. So it's processing my design, getting all set up. And I'm going to press start. Once we get a prompt, we'll press start. It's getting all warmed up. So while it's getting ready, I'm going to show you some other designs that I did recently that I love, because don't limit yourself to just one type of fabric. You can do different colors. You can do different textures with this. For example, we tried it on cork. This is a notebook cover, and we did a really good job on the cork. Okay, so that turned out really well. Let me check our printer, see how it's doing here. All right, I'm going to prompt it again, just to make sure it's with us. Oh, there we go. We got it. It's kind of waking up. Okay, now you saw the tray come out. I'm going to adjust the height of the tray. And why I know that is because it showed me right on the screen. There we go. So now the printing process has begun. And I'll have our cameraman kind of show you that it's simply just printing, and then we'll come out of the printer as it prints. So while that's happening, let me show you some other things that I did. We talked about unusual fabrics. This is my latest creation, and I love it. I quilted it on the TL series. But what I love about this is prior to quilting this ultra suede, I printed my flower from my garden. When I'm not sewing, I'm in my garden. And I put the bud right on the pocket here. And I thought that turned out just fabulous. I'm ready to make another one in white. All right, a couple of other things. The neoprene I thought turned out really well. You can see that I printed Juki on my computer bag, and I got a really good result. For our dog, we are ready for Friday for St. Patrick's Day, because this is a dog bandana, and it's designed so that the collar goes through it, and then you can display it on your dog for the parade or wherever you're going for St. Patrick's Day. It turned out cute. If you go to on YouTube Juki Home Sewing, this is a project this month that you can do. All right, pass me that quilted picture I'm working on. Thank you. For all you quilters, I'm practicing my stippling. And this is a picture of my favorite lake that I printed, and now I'm turning it into a pillow. So more to come on that, okay? All right, I think our printing is almost completed. Once the printing is completed, I'm going to then put it into the finisher to bake that ink right into the fabric. You can see it coming out. Now, the nice thing is, if I'm doing a batch or several t-shirts, several towels at a time, the software will probably, do you want to print it again? Do you want to print it again? In fact, you saw that when I first went to print. So now it's coming out. And I'm going to get our finisher preheated and ready to bake on the ink. It's so much fun. I'm excited because I'm designing right now a memory quilt with some family pictures that I'm going to print on the Ricoh, and then hopefully get a very nice design for my quilt that I can hang up at home. Here comes the printing. There we go. It just ejects. And now you can see how that came out. Isn't that nice? All right, let's get ready to bake it right on. So I'm opening. Turn it, just make sure it's preheated. We'll wait till it goes one more. There we go. And now that's going to take 3 minutes. So when you're waiting for it to bake on, I'm just going to show you a few more fun things. This whole bag actually went on the large tray, which surprised me. I didn't think it would, but I didn't have to take off the pocket in order to print on this bag. So the possibilities are endless. Your family pictures, the family dog, whatever you would like. And actually our cameraman is wearing a t-shirt of our dog that we've laundered several times, and it still looks fantastic. Another thing that I'll show you is I just want to show you how much you can get under that tray. This is a large sweatshirt that I printed landscape. This has actually been laundered several times too, because I'm testing how long they will last. And so far, I'm really quite impressed. But this one's been laundered and it has a landscape layout, and this sweatshirt went on that tray really well. So that was exciting for me. I also made another version of the hearts just because I love testing different colors of fabric and what will look good on the fabric and what color to ink to use. So it's a lot of fun to play with. We've got another minute, about 30 on that baking. So I'm going to ask Blaine if there's any questions out there about the RI100 direct-to-garment printer by Ricoh.
Well, Kelly, you did such a great job with that. And I know that we're going to see you later on in the week. But I got to tell everybody how they can get this, because we got some exciting packages together. And I got a really special financing for this that we worked a deal out. And guys, again, we're going to make this extremely easy for you to purchase if you want to do it. We're talking about the Juki Ricoh R100 printer. This is a direct-to-garment printer. And guys, what it does, it prints it, directly to the garment, and it puts that, it encapsulates the ink right into the fabric. So you're not going to have any fading. And that was one of the things that Kelly was talking about, the fading on this. You can wash this thing. If your t-shirt fades, then the ink will eventually fade as well. But that's how it works. But it will not fade off like a transfer. You've seen people have the transfers they put on a shirt, and after a while it cracks after washing and drying and gets faded. This will not do that. This is going to be locked in, and it really works great. So guys, we have a couple different bundles for you on this as well. The first one you're looking at is the whole Home Crafters bundle. You're going to get the R100 printer. You're going to get the 4 ink cartridges, and then you're getting that USB stick on it. The other thing that doesn't come with the Home Crafters bundle is you're not going to get the finisher that you see underneath of it. That's the finisher that heats it and locks it in. You can use other methods to do the same process, but this one works so great. But it starts out at $39.50 on this. We have some special financing. We've got 72 months of financing available for all 3 packages. And what that's going to do, that's going to lower those monthly payments down. This is $54.86 a month. Guys, just think about it. If you bought this for a home-based business, you can sell $50 worth of printed stuff very easy with this to pay for itself. It will absolutely pay for itself. The next package we have is the Business Startup Bundle. Now, this one is the one I would recommend on this because you get the R100. You're going to get the RH100 dryer finisher. And that's what you're seeing the printer sitting on. It's a very compact package with it sitting on top of it. And as soon as you pull it out of the printer, you can put it right down into the dryer and go to drying. You're going to get the 4 ink cartridges with it and that USB. Again, guys, we have 72-month financing on this. The price on it is $49.50, and get those payments really low. And then we do have some call-in specials as well. So we can work with you on a couple different ways on this. So if you have any questions, you've been interested in this, give us a call. And then finally, that last bundle is the professional bundle. And again, guys, you're going to get the printer, you're going to get that finisher, the dryer. And then what's awesome about this, you're going to get a extra platens. You're going to get the 2 of the A4 platens, and then you're going to get an A5 platen. And the difference between the 4 and the 5 is just the size. But what it does when you're getting the 2 of the A4s, let's just say you have a t-shirt and you're trying to do production, you can be printing on one while you're loading one up. And as soon as you get it printed, you can throw it in the dryer, take the other one and put it in the printer and be printing one while one's drying. So you can get that production out of that. Again, the business professional bundle is $56.49. We have 72 months of financing available for that. And again, guys, this is something, if you want to take your quilting or embroidery to the next level and have fabric that you've actually printed on, it is a game changer when you do this. Makes it so awesome. And again, there's 1,000 things that you can find to print on from bags and clothings and just so many different things. That's why we would highly recommend, if you've been in the market for a direct-to-garment printer, this would be a great one. And again, guys, it does not print white ink, so it won't print on the darker color shirts, but it'll print on all the other colors. And that's what makes it so nice, and that's what keeps the price down. You're getting a very nice package here for a very low price. So if you've got into the direct garment printers, you know what I'm talking about. Some of the ones, they start at $20,000, and we've got these down very affordable, especially with that 72-month financing. So again, guys, that is the Rico printer. So don't delay. Get on the phone and call right now, and we'll try to get you fixed up, and they can answer all the questions for you too. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. And we have some robotics in the house. So I hope y'all are ready for some robotics. We're going to show you some robotic packages all from Butler. We have Jen Alexander here. And Jen, she has her own quilt shop. And she is a great quilter. And she knows this Butler very well. So let's welcome Jen to the show.
Hi, how are
Hey,
you guys
Blaine.
doing?
Hey, we got John Hawks with her as well. Hey, John and Jen.
Yeah, I'm going to step in for a second if that's okay. So
Well,
I just wanted to point out a couple of things before we got started. You guys have got 3 systems, right? 3 robotic systems, and we wanted to kind of show which ones these are. We've got the basic, the deluxe, and we got the professional. 8-inch, 10-inch, and 12-inch screens, respectively. We also have the Easy Shield. You guys have started to send these out on about every automation system going out. The Easy Shield is not just a battery backup, but it's also a voltage regulator. It protects your power if you've got brownout or surge. It's a great thing to have. And then you're protected if you're stitching along. I got a quilt going, the power goes out, you ought to be just fine to be able to finish that row out. So that's about all I got to say for a minute. I will turn the time over to Jen.
All right. All right. I have an Easy Shield not only on my long arm, but I also have it on my embroidery machine so that if the power goes out, my embroidery can finish. So that makes it really nice. Okay. All right. So we are just going to show you a few things about the Butler. This is the professional system, and we're going to start with channel locks. Now, channel locks are really nice. You can use the channel locks. It's in home, and we can lock it to where it'll only go left and right. And you can use that to baste down the top of your quilt so you have a nice straight line at the top. And then we also can do, up and down. And then the thing that's really cool about our system is we can do a diagonal lock. So I can go in here and type in 45 degrees. And then let's go ahead and we'll even stitch a little bit so we can do. Okay. So that's going to do that 45-degree stitch in a channel lock, which is pretty amazing. Another thing is a lot of people will do the straight line quilting. So if we wanted, I'm going to make my stitch length a little bit less. We can go back and forth for our straight line quilting. So I don't know if you guys like the modern quilting, then I can move it whatever distance I want there and then lock it back in and then come back the other direction. So pretty amazing to be able to just do those channel locks. And then what else can we show you? We have a record feature, which is really neat. So we can go into free motion on the left side of the screen. And if I want, I can record my quilting. So say back here, I just wanted to do some loops with maybe a heart in it or something. So I can push, let me bring up my thread first. And then as soon as I push this record screen button on the screen, now I can quilt. L's and E's. So the belts are on, so you have a little bit more resistance, but it'll record this. And then you can say on the screen, you can say, I want to save that. So we're going to stop the record and then I can save it. We'll just save it as Jen, just so we can find it. And then I can go in and I can pull up patterns in my saved right here. Saved. So there it is. Says Jen, I can pull that back in. Now I can actually take that design and I can change the size of it. I can rotate it so that if I wanted to put it a different way, which is kind of cool. So if you have like a pieced area of your quilt that is a little bit more irregular, you can save that and not have to try to find a design online to fit it. So, okay, just to erase that, we just push a little minus button. And there, machine doesn't time out. Okay. But yeah, the record feature is nice. I've done a quilt where I've recorded her granddaughter. They named her, like her nickname was Little Miss Honeybee. And so I quilted a couple Little Miss Honeybees and then I would put that in the sashing and or the stop border around the outside of the quilt. It was really cute. Okay. We also have text feature. So you can, in text, I can say, I want to create, we'll just put quilts. Because that's what we're making. We're making quilts. So we can generate words and actually quilt those out, which is really nice. You can start with a pattern box. So if you have a specific block that you want to put it in, then you could just have your pattern box for that block. And then, let's see, if we quilt this out, it's going to take a little minute. I'm trying to decide if we should. Okay, let's make it a little bit smaller. Move it down so you can kind of manipulate just with your finger. All right. So we'll quilt out a little bit. Okay. All right, it's making its knot. And then now it's going to do like, I doubt they did a jump stitch on here. So you can actually tell it to where it'll move automatically to the next place. And But right now it's saying cut the thread, so we're just gonna let it go ahead and move to that. Oh, it still was in the run mode. But so I should have cut the thread, and then it would have not had that line going through the queue. Okay. Yeah.
When you're done.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have like 5 fonts on there. Here, since you've seen it quilt the. Okay. All right. We're just going to cancel out of that, and I can show you the different fonts. So if we go back into edit and into text, we can generate. This one we only have the one font on this one. We don't have the other fonts. So on the professional series, you will have a total of 5 fonts. So there's one that's like a cursive, and then there's one that looks like a little kid wrote it, which is kind of fun for little kid quilts. So, okay. Not used to this machine. Okay. All right. So now let's do some point to point. Now, point to point is where you can take a design and you can tell it how tall you want that to be, how tall you want the design to be, and then you're going to say start at this point and end at this point. So on our, okay, we're going to go into point to point. I'm going to grab a pattern. I'm going to go look at my recents. I'm just going to grab a clam. I just want to show you how you can create. I want this to be a 2-inch height, and I'm going to start here, and now I'm going to take that clam over 4 inches. Now if this was a pieced quilt, then you could actually do it to where you're going on the specific piecing blocks, and then I'm going to come back and do that same repeat. So now I just made a circle, which is pretty cool. And then I can come in and grab another design. And on this design, we're going to now make that height, because I want it to go in the height of that circle. I'm going to do 3.5 inches. And then I'm going to do from here to here. So what we've just created, here I'll zoom in, is we've just created that design out of 2 clams and then a little motif in the center. So then we're going to, I can merge that all into one pattern, and then I can take that and repeat it across, and they can be together. So let's go ahead and we'll quilt that one out, because that would be fun to see.
They're kind of having a hard time hearing you when you're not turned.
Okay. Oh, let's do pause. Let's start that one over. Okay, I'm going to start that one over again. Okay, so we have to do all right. And then it'll start quilting here in a second. Let's slow it down a little bit. Okay, so you can see how this would be kind of fun to create something specifically for your quilt. There's a lot of different designs you can use for point to point. They have designs that work well for flying geese and half square triangles. I have designs that I use in borders. So Okay. All right, we'll just stop that. I'll cut my thread. All right. So you can see, I don't know if you can see the front one. There's two cameras, so we have to figure out which one to look at. Okay, so you have those two circles. It'd be kind of fun. You can save this and use it on another quilt another day. So it's not just for this specific time. All right, should I show you guys how to do a block, how to add a pattern box for a block? Okay, so we're going to go into layout and we're going to do add a pattern box. It's on the right hand side. So I can just come over here and tell all my four corners. In fact, I'm just going to come in and give it a little bit of space. So I'm just using my foot as a guide in the corner of my block. And I'm going to do all four corners of it. 1, 2. I'm just going to do a plus at each corner. And then on the last one, we'll do a check mark to say I'm done with making that block. Then we're going to go into patterns and we can choose a pattern to do. Let's see. We have, let's go, and I'm going to look for a feather one that I've seen that I like. And I can do a search. I'm just going to type in feather and choose the design. And then I can do a smart scale right from there, and it just fits my block perfectly. So I don't have to do anything else other than just go into the home page and do my green for go. Say my needle's up, and now it's going to move to that start point. Okay. All right. So we're going to say we're ready. Or now it'll make that locking stitch. So this will be fun. I made this because it's St. Patrick's Day this week, so I thought it would be fun to show a little bit of green fabric and the yellow. So, any questions that you have?
No, you actually answer them as they're coming.
Oh, I'm answering as they're coming up.
You're doing good.
That's kind of nice. Oh, let's see. We had a thread break. So we're gonna stop. We can just now show you guys what to do if you have a thread break. So we're going to go into, oh, I just pushed stop. So when you have a thread break, you can push pause and then say thread break, and then it'll bring up and it'll say a check mark just to move where you want to start at. So let's go up. Okay, learn this machine. All right, so we got to go find out where our thread broke. Back here. And let me get my better scissors. Okay. I'll just run that over again. So we're just going to grab our thread, make sure it's going through our needle. Okay. Sometimes that happens, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna, could be our bobbin that's a problem. So let's me go and grab that bobbin really quick. Yeah, it was our bottom. Let's see, we got all the thread out of there. Okay. we just make sure the bottom looks good. Then we're going to come back. All right, so we have a check mark to say this is where we want to start. You don't even have to be directly above it. It's going to move it back to where it knows that line is. So then it'll do a single stitch. So you can pull up your bobbin and then we'll tell it to go. And now it's going to make the knot. So we can either bury that thread that broke, or we can just cut it off today. Okay. So not so scary, though, for thread break. You just have to move it and do a check mark, and then all of a sudden it's just going exactly where you need it to start. So sometimes your bobbin runs out, or you run out of thread on the top. That doesn't happen as often, but I have had it happen. But you can see where you can take a block and just put it into any size that you are. So there's all different sizes on your quilt. So like up here, I even could fill in these tiny yellow areas that are in here. All right, and then after this is done, we're going to show you how to set up an edge-to-edge pattern and how to nest that when you're moving from, you're rolling your quilt, so you can have that nice spacing between the two. Almost there. Yeah.
I'm wondering what thread you use.
I use So Fine by Superior Threads quite a bit. A lot of people, I like it because it reads like it's cotton, but it's a poly, so the tension's really easy to set because it's smooth. It doesn't have any little like fuzz on it. If you look at So Fine, it's very, very smooth. So that's what I use a lot. This one's not So Fine. This is just something that they had here. But there's also, if you like shine, you can use Magnifico or Glide. So it all depends on what you're wanting to do with thread. Some people like it when it's chunky. So you might want to do something like King Tut or an Omni that's a little bit chunkier. Okay. All right, so we're going to go back to our first pattern box, and I'm just going to erase these. Why don't we just create a new pattern box? So you can go into layout, and we're going to start another pattern box. And okay, so you would normally have this for your whole quilt top. You would do a pattern box, and then we can come in and grab an edge-to-edge pattern. So this is kind of fun. This would be fun on a boy quilt. Can you imagine this on a Hot Wheels quilt? It would be darling. So then you can just take that design, and we're going to go into the repeat icon, repeat it across, and then we can scale it because this little orange box is actually where that's the size of our pattern box. So we can scale that to fit inside our pattern box. And then you can bring in a second repeat. Now this is where you would set that spacing. So sometimes patterns come in and you have a really big gap between the two patterns. Well, here you can go ahead and just bring it to where it looks like it's continuous top to bottom. So it doesn't look like you have separate rows. And then if it extends past, you take that off. And then we just quilt out this first row. And that's how you would set it up. And then to nest, so like if we had just finished quilting this, how much time do we have?
About 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes. I don't think we have time to actually quilt this one out and then show them nesting. So I'm just going to kind of show you what nesting does, that procedure. So if we had gone into home and quilted this out and we wanted to roll our quilt because we've filled up our whole area and we're ready to roll, I'm going to go into this little nesting icon on the bottom right, and we're going to select our nesting point. And I just put my needle down at the bottom middle of my design. And then I say, that's my nesting point. And then we would roll the quilt. That's actually when you roll your bars and roll the quilt. But I'm just going to kind of show you. So after we've rolled the quilt, we'd say, okay, I've rolled the quilt. And it says, move your machine to your nesting point. Well, since my needle's down, I'm already at my nesting point. So I just have to say check mark. And so if you look at the screen, you can see that the grayed out area at the top that's the previous design. And then the black at the bottom is where the next design is going to be. So then I can say, okay, my spacing looks good. And I can just do another check mark and I'm ready to quilt that next row. I just have to base down my sides of my quilt. So nesting is really simple because then you don't have to worry about that spacing between the rows. Another thing, I can show you something. We talked about cropping. Now you can take and sometimes your designs nest together. So the top row, you would have to crop the top. And then at the bottom, you'd also have to crop the bottom. So if you look at the top of this quilt, let's see if it's going to be too bright. Okay, if you look at the top of this quilt, the design, let's go to the back. Maybe you can see it better. There we go. So you can see that design's been cropped at the top. And we had to also do that at the bottom. The thing that's cool about this is you can also crop out applique. So go back out. So I did free motion and custom quilting in the center, but on the outside, that's all done. That's all a computerized quilting pattern that I did. And so I was able to crop out that center dahlia, which is kind of nice to be able to crop. So you can crop applique out, you can crop your top and the bottom, you can crop the sides so that you have just the perfect design on your quilt. So you don't end up with empty spots on your quilt when you're doing those designs. So we've done thread break. We also do have training videos, which is really nice. So if you go let's go back into edit and there's a little info button and then we can touch any of the icons and there's going to be a little film strip and it'll actually pull up a video. And this video is, when it's playing, you would actually have sound, but today we don't because it's hooked up to the computer over there. But it's kind of nice to be able to have those videos. So you have that help just right at your fingertips. You don't have to go to and look in your manual if you like to learn by video. So, but yeah.
Okay, we have a question. How long have you been using Butler Robotics?
I think about 10 years is how long I've been doing it. I've been quilting for 19, so it's been a while. And then the Butler Robotics. And I have actually tried 2 different systems before that. And this is by far the most user-friendly and the fastest. After your quilt's loaded, it's the fastest to set up and start quilting out of all the systems. So.
Okay. I think we're about out of time, are we not? Okay, I think Blaine's going to be coming back on here shortly. I know
Hello, John. You actually get Jane this time.
Blaine changed shirts or something. I'm confused.
Yeah, Blaine. No, actually, he's still wearing light blue. He just grew his hair longer. That's all that happened. No, great presentation. Great information. Quick question. People wanted to know if there are YouTube videos or videos they can watch.
Yeah, so Quilt Easy has YouTube videos. I have a YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is Jen Quilts. And the ones for Quilt Easy is just Quilt Easy. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you can go on there and look and find videos.
There's hundreds of videos out there on YouTube.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That is wonderful. Nice presentation, Jen. Good to see you, John. Thank you guys so much, everybody. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get it. What do you think about that?
That's a great idea.
Okay,
Great.
Thanks, guys. All right, I know. We know it. You need the right tools to get the job done, and Butler Robotics has got those for you today. So let's put that full screen up there, and we can talk about it. It is the Butler Quilting Robotics Basic Edition. Now, we're going to show you 3 slides. This is the basic edition with an 8-inch Android tablet. There's your Quilt Fest pricing, but you can call in for the call-in special. We know what that number is, 800-401-8151. You're getting that free Easy Shield voltage regulator as well when you order this. So this is the first of 3 different products you can get. This is the Butler Quilting Robotics Basic Edition with the 8-inch Android tablet. Let's look at another one. Again, that's free shipping there and financing, if you will. The second slide that we're going to show today is coming up soon. But let me tell you more about the Butler Robotics. It's a computerized quilting system. We just saw Jen demo that. It's going to control the movements of your machine seamlessly and accurately. Now you tell the system where you want it to sew, place a pattern in the area, edit the pattern by flipping, rotating, scaling, repeating, doing just about anything you want a pattern to do, and then you press go. It's just that simple. That's why it is the easy quilt. The Butler will do the rest automatically for you. So again, this is the 8-inch Android tablet. Quilt Fest pricing is right there on the screen, but you're going to call in for your special. That's 800-401-8151. Oh, thanks, guys. Next screen is up. Here they go. This is the Robotics Deluxe Edition with the 10-inch Android tablet. And you can see, again, our special Quilt Fest pricing on the screen. Call in for your special. Oh, yeah, it gets better because it's Blaine and it's Sewing Machines Plus. So 800-401-8151. And again, you're getting that free Easy Shield voltage regulator and a limited edition t-shirt, which I think is actually really cool. Okay. And again, you're going to call. We've got free shipping. We've got one more slide to show you. This is your 12-inch Android tablet. So you see how that went? It was 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch. And there is your special Quilt Fest pricing. Again, call in for a better price for your special. 800-401-8151. You're going to get that Easy Shield, the voltage regulator. We all need that. That's free. That goes along with this 12-inch Android tablet. This is so super cool. And again, this machine is going to control the movements of your machine accurately, seamlessly. You tell it what you want it to do. You place the pattern. You flip it. You rotate it. You scale it. You can repeat it. You can do just about anything that you want the pattern to do. Kim showed you how to do that. And then you press go. Again, back to having the right tool to get the job done. This is it. So go ahead and call in if this is something that's, oh my goodness, you just have to have it. Here's your biggest decision. Do you want the 8-inch, the 10-inch, or the 12-inch? I don't know, because I want them all as well. I would probably go for the 12-inch. That's just me, because you know how I say it. More is more and less is a bore. So bigger is bigger and smaller is not as good as bigger. Hi, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane, and one thing I want to add about the Butler Robotics, those 3 packages are exclusively to Sewing Machines Plus. So you can't get those anywhere else but us. And they're, we have them geared toward, just basically, budget friendly in mind. Somebody wants to get all the bells and whistles, they'll take, get that professional version. And but what I want to add too, that surge protector that comes with that shield, that is also a built-in battery, Jane. So it'll actually run your machine for a little while, even if you lost electricity. So like if you lost electricity and you're trying to finish up something and you don't want to lose your work, say you're doing the record feature when that happened, you could continue on and then save it and wouldn't lose it. So it's a really cool feature.
Yeah. And, it is such a great deal because, again, robotics are expensive. And so you're getting these at already a great price for Quilt Fest. So, I mean, if this is something, I love the idea of that you tell it what to do, you hit go and it goes.
Yeah. And, Jen, she did one of the features she demonstrated that I absolutely love. And it's that record feature. So, if you're a quilter and let's say one of your best friends is the best, person you've ever seen at doing feathers, you could actually let her come in and just do feathers and record it. And then you could lock it in as a design and you can repeat it anytime you wanted on any quilts in the future. So it makes it an awesome tool to have.
I love feathers, Wayne. Oh my goodness. If I could just put those all over the place, I absolutely would. So that is so cool. What a great like invention and innovation and all of this creativity that we do, right?
Yeah. And, you know, the Butler fits on so many different quilt machines that's already out on the market. And so, again, if they've got any questions about, you know, what the compatibility is on anything, just give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we can help you out and take it from there. So, Jane, I think it's time to keep moving on.
Let's move on, Blaine. What's going on next?
We got Baby Lock in the house, so we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. But guys, we have one of the brand new machines that was launched this year from Baby Lock. It's the Allegro, and we have Linda Brattine coming in. And Linda is a national educator for Baby Lock, and she's been on our show before, and we absolutely are so happy that she's here. So welcome to the show, Linda.
Hey, Blaine, it's great to be back. I love working with you in SMP.
Oh my gosh, we love you coming on. And I tell you, you know, back in August, we were both in St. Louis at the Baby Lock convention, and this was kind of the new launch of this machine. And you were doing demonstrations, and we were talking, you and I, there about it. And you know, you were just talking about how this thing is such a great price machine for a 12-inch throat space. It's a quilter's dream, and I know you absolutely love it. So we're going to let you take off with this, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody about the great special we have.
That sounds great. I'm going to actually change my camera real quick because you don't want to see me. You want to see this great machine. Now, one of the first things you're going to notice about the Baby Lock Allegro is that you get 12 inches from that needle to the base of the machine. That's a lot of work area. And in addition to the 12 inches, you're going to get just under 9.5 front to back. That means that gravity doesn't bother you as bad as those smaller space machines. This is a great workspace, and also with the quilting speed, you get 1,000 stitches per minute. Now, it does have some really great stitches. I hope you can see here, the lid is open, and I love Baby Lock because they are so user-friendly. That is like my favorite reason that I love supporting the Baby Lock machines and showcasing them, because Baby Lock makes getting into a machine very easy. So you're going to see here that they come with, the Baby Lock Allegro comes with 200 stitches. You're going to get 56 utility stitches, and those utility stitches are really super great if you're into doing all kinds of other creative, other than quilts, projects like bag sewing, garment sewing, all of those type of things. That's where those utility stitches come into play. You're going to get 11 built-in one-step buttonhole stitches and styles, and 144 decorative stitches. And so this is like a really fun machine to get started with. Now, in addition to that, you're also going to notice that it does have a built-in needle threader, which is really nice. The more my eyes age, that is super important. You can have an automatic start-stop button if your foot control is unplugged. You're going to get the backstitch button and the reinforcement. You have a needle up, needle down, and a thread cutting, plus you get the rabbit and turtle speed control. I love this if you've got somebody who is new into sewing, because you can slow the machine down, let them feel comfortable, build those skills up, and then let them go, let them fly. It also has, it is a computerized machine, so you can arrow through and select a variety of stitches. I love a lot of the features on that this machine has. This is definitely, I would say, a crafter's dream, because you get a little bit of everything. For example, you've got your stitch width over here, your plus and minus to take it up and down. You've got your stitch length, and it'll go up to a 5 millimeter stitch. And in fact, I should go back over here. Your width is 7 millimeters on this machine. You can actually scroll through backwards. So did you see it went to 400 by numbers, or you can jump over by tens, and I can go forward by 1 or by 10. In addition to that, at the bottom of the screen, it can jump into categories. So you'll notice right here, I start at 62, and over here I'm at 157, and I'm over here and I'm starting on my buttonholes. And from here, I can back and go over or go forward as I need to. So I love it. I call these my bookmarks. I don't think that's the official title, but I'm calling them my bookmarks and my stitch selection, because it's going to get me where I need to go super, super fast. Now, some other things that it has on this once again, I can decide, and as a quilter, having my needle in the needle down position is very, very important to me. And so I think that is like super, super fabulous, because when I'm either free motion quilting or if I'm chain piecing, that is my favorite way to have it, because then I know it's going to be ready for that next stitch. I have the continuous pattern mode. This is my memory. And the neat thing about the memory key is that it will, I believe it'll keep up 60 patterns for me. So that's kind of fun to play with. And then I can actually turn my scissors on. So when I hit my reinforcement stitch, it'll do 4 small stitches in the same place and then do a cut for me. I have 2 alphabets. Now, those of you that know me know that you can actually go in, program your name so that you automatically can stitch out your quilt label on the back of your piece, and then stitch it out on that backing, and then make your quilt sandwich. So you automatically have that done. Now it does have a mirror image, which is great because you can flip those designs on the vertical axis. And we have a twin needle function. If you've never played with twin needles, I love this because when you activate this, it's like an insurance policy, because it doesn't let you go into any stitches that will harm your machine. But you can still get 2 threads. And of course, there is another spool pin, and I'll show you that in just a bit. And then of course you have your reinforcement stitch and your bookmarks. But let me show you what comes with your machine, because I think a lot of us know when you're looking at a machine, you want to see what it comes with. Now, you do get your knee lift, which is great because then it allows you to lift the presser foot with your knee. Now I am side saddle sewing, which means I have a camera in front of the machine. So I don't get to use my knee lift as often as I want to when I'm creating, but I do want to make sure that you know that that is definitely available. And when you've got your hands here and you're doing free motion quilting or you're consecutively chain piecing, it's really nice just to move your right leg to the right just a bit and have that knee lift. Raise your presser foot so that you can keep working and not lose your focus. Now, some of the other features, I just want to share with you some of the equipment, because I think this is super important, just as a value when you look at what it is you're getting with this machine. Of course, you're going to get some bobbins. I love that you get a brush that also has a seam ripper, and that is an essential piece of sewing. You're going to get this bobbin buttonhole, excuse me, not bobbin, but buttonhole foot. And I love it because I can insert my actual button right in there. It gives me an accurate measurement, and I don't have to think about this. If you've ever had those multi-step function buttonholes, this one-step buttonhole is a dream. Now you're going to get a couple of spool caps. The smaller one is actually on my machine, and you're going to get a felt pad. You get 3 screwdrivers to assist you in changing your presser feet, but they are snap-on presser feet. So if you have other additional presser feet, that's a great option just to expand your creative forces. Now, it is a low shank machine, and that's important to know for some of our presser feet, but you do get the blind hem stitch presser foot, which is really good if you're into garment making. I don't know about you, but hand is a 4-letter word where I'm from. So if I can't do it with my machine, it often doesn't get done. And you do get the overcast foot. So these are 2 great features if you've got someone who wants to get into garment construction, because having the machine do the blind hem for you and being able to finish off the woven fabrics that might fray, that is really great. Now, even if you're into bag making, getting this zipper foot is super, super cool. And I love it because you can snap it on either side. This is also great if you like to embellish your bags or your home deck projects with cording, because you can definitely use your zipper foot for that. Now you do get a straight stitch foot, and we're going to talk about that as a quilter. How would I use that? And you get this 1/4 inch presser foot. These are great feet just to get you started. Now, back again to those garment people, you get the button sew on foot. And if you're a quilter and you have, let's say, intersecting star seams in the middle, so the middle of your stars that don't quite match, it's really great to take your button sew on foot and put a really decorative button in the center. It covers a multitude of sins. And then you get your open-toed foot, which is really good. And we're going to talk about this today when it comes to some of our decorative stitches. You do get that, like I said, that extra spool pin that sits on top of our bobbin winding function. And that's where you would add your second spool to come on in and use that twin needle. You do get a quilt guide. And this is absolutely fabulous if you're looking to do channel quilting and a variety of other things that you want to align, or if you're hemming. you can actually add this quilting on the back of the foot and use that as a guide for you. And then, of course, you have your free motion quilting foot. In addition, the Allegro does come with the single hole needle plate. And that is a super fabulous feature for this machine, because whether if you're piecing and you're doing a lot of points, let's say you're doing diamonds or you're doing half square triangles that have been cut, this helps support those raw edges, those little points, so that it doesn't get pushed into your needle plate. So this is a good feature I don't think a lot of quilters are familiar with, but this also helps you or assists you when you're doing free motion quilting. And I do want to point out that not only do you have the customary markings on here, but you also get your metric markings. So it depends on how you think. I'm kind of an old school customary gal, and so I often think in customary only. All right, so to get started, let me just talk a little bit. I do have and then the 10th foot, of course, is the standard presser foot, which I think most of us are familiar with. And I have that on my machine right now. Now, when it comes to quilting, most of us like a center justified needle. And so if I hit the basic or the first, so I want to hit it, the first one here, the 01 is my center justified straight stitch, and it defaults at a 0 width and a length of 2.5, which I absolutely love. And so I can just go ahead and do my stitching here using the edge of my presser foot. Now I went ahead and did that prior to just kind of getting warmed up to make sure everything was in my right function. And it does so right at that 1/4 of an inch. However, you know, as a quilter, we talk about scant 1/4 of an inch because we want to make sure that we can allow for the opening. Now, this is really great if you've got, you know, minimal seam markings, but if you're going to start sewing stars or you want to do a lot of matching points, I always recommend going over to your, this is what you're going to call your left justified, or where the left needle is. And this is, once again, 02 is a, or 002 is a great stitch if you have any kind of lightweight fabrics. Think of your organzas, those type of things that need to be supported over on that side of, on the back side of it. But what I like to do is use my width control and send it on over. And this is actually moving my needle here while it's on the straight stitch. And I think it was 6.0 is what I actually used. And I'm just going to run a few through, a little bit of fabric through. And so it does have the a manual presser foot lower to get started. And I am using the edge of my presser foot with that needle moved over to the 6.0 width. And that's going to give me what I call a scant 1/4 of an inch. And I'm going to lift my presser foot and bring it out and cut it on the actual, but you can see here, there we go. Hopefully you can see that it is just on the inside. Let's see if I get it lined up here for you, just on the inside. And that's going to allow for that turn of the cloth. Now I'm going to take it right back over to the center justified and show you how easy it is. I'm just pushing the lever on the back. Once again, these are snap-on feet. Isn't that a great feature? And I'm going to talk just a little bit about this straight stitch presser foot. Now this can be used in the exact same way as the other one, but what you're going to notice is there are little tick marks on the toe of that foot. And what that does is that's going to allow you to run the edge of your piecing or your patchwork so that you can get a scant, once again, seam allowance. So we're just going to go ahead and lower and snap it on. If it doesn't snap on, if you don't hear the click, you may have to, oh, you know what? I'm going to take it off because I got my thread caught in there. But you're going to want to hear it click on because that's going to give you the adjustment, or it's going to make sure that it's on so it doesn't become loose while you are stitching. And once again, we are just going to use the toe marks, and I'm going to give you a scant 1/4 of an inch on this one. I'm using the, not the outside one, but the middle one here, just to show you how thin it can be. Once again, lifting. And I could be using my automatic thread cutter. I guess I should show you that too. But here again, you can see with the measurement, it's just inside my 1/4 of an inch. Hopefully you can see that, just inside that 1/4 of an inch. And that's using that single needle. Now, this is also, like I said, this is a great presser foot if you're going to be doing any kind of point piecing. All right, that's my other choice. Now, the last one I want to share with you today is absolutely one of my favorite. It's the 1/4 of an inch patchwork presser foot, and there are etched lines in this one too. And I hope you can actually see that. It's hard for me to see, but you're going to see on this side, you're going to have an etched mark where the needle will hit at the center justification, and then there's a notch in the back where it's 1/4 of an inch away, and a notch here at this indentation where it's 1/4 of an inch ahead. Now that comes in really handy if you're going to be sewing on your binding and you want to start or stop 1/4 of an inch away. On the other side, we have 1/8 of an inch tick marks. And you're going to notice that the toe of this presser foot here is a 1/4 of an inch, and this one over here is very scant. Now, I always like to point out, because of my background in family consumer sciences, if you have to do any kind of top stitching, this is a great foot because you can run this in and get a very small top stitch, a weight, or a stay stitch perhaps around a collar, those type of things. This is a great foot, so you don't have to guess. The other part about this, once again, is you get that support because it's a single needle hole, but it's a great way to not have to think. And then I love this because it's super, super smooth and flat. If you have to do any kind of foundation paper piecing, I just run my line right down that center opening. Just a great feature on this presser foot, and I am totally convinced you can take an average sewer and give them the correct presser foot to use for the seam they're trying to create, and everything will come out wonderful. So here I am. Here's the indentation on that presser foot, and I'm just going to run it right along there. Now, I will tell you this, you can, there's a couple of add-on products that I'm sure Blaine will have no problem selling to you. I'm just going to use my cutting tool. I love it because it cuts it and it lifts. But what that'll do is also give you that scant 1/4 of an inch. Now there are 2 other additional feet. I would be remiss if I didn't point this out, because if you're a quilter, you need to know about this. We do sell the straight, the 1/4 of an inch presser foot with a metal guide here, and that helps you because you can run your fabric along this. I call it like training wheels. And they also make a clear acrylic version of this, and I hope you can see this. The etch markings are red lines, so that red is so visible against a lot of our fabrics. So this is some options that you have when it comes to getting that perfect pieced quilt top. Now, the next thing I want to talk to you about is, of course, maybe you don't do a lot of piecing. Maybe you're an applique quilter, because I think there's all kinds of quilters in this world, and I don't like to be pigeonholed into one type, but I do like to play. And so, of course, I'm going to arrow over to our zigzag, which is 006, and I'm going to take my width down, or my length down, excuse me, not my width, but I'm going to take it down to about, I think it was 1.4, and I am going to take my width down. I misspoke. I like about a 3.5. It's kind of an average, but the reason, remember, my width is 7 is the widest it can go. So I like to take it down just a little bit so I have room to either narrow my zigzag if I'm going to do a very finite point, or expand it if I need to do more coverage. All right. And I did change feet here to my open-toed foot. Once again, it is an acrylic foot, so I get great visibility. And what I'm going to also do is I'm going to activate my scissors. And what that does over here is, it's when I touch my reinforcement, it's going to reinforce, take 4 small stitches in the center, and then it will cut. So let's go ahead and just show you what it looks like here. And I'm just going to do a little bit of this edge. Now, of course, I was practicing on this because I think it's real important to practice if you're going to demonstrate something. And unfortunately, I cannot talk and sew very often, but I wanted to show you at least what it's going to look like on an edge stitch. When I get to where I want to stop, let's see, let me go just a little bit further here. I'm going to once again use my reinforcement stitch. I didn't have to hold it or anything, but once again, I've got this lovely finished edge. I hope you can see that. It is just absolutely fabulous. And I like it that it pulls my top thread to the back. I did do a small sample of an applique piece. And just to show you, I did some of the wider stitches. I did some narrowing along with some buildup. But a good decorative stitch will always pull it to the back. So don't panic about that. That's what you want. You want those nice needle threads to go to the back so you get a really good visual as to what this is going to look like. In addition, like I said, I played because I think you need to be able to play with this. And so I did a sample here of some of the stitches, including some couching. You know, you don't think about this, but those of us that don't have, those of you quilters that don't have embroidery machines, these decorative stitches were really big. That was a big improvement in the development of sewing machines, because then we can come in and do some really, really fun stitches. And I love this. Let me just show you some of these, because I think this is where the fun comes in. So I'm just going to start here. I'm going to pick, let's see, let's start here. And I'm going to go over to 161, I think, because that was fun. And you're going to notice that the tulips are going that way. I'm going to mirror them so they go the other way. And then I'm just going to watch my machine. Oh, I'm going to shut my, when I do decorative stitches, I like to keep my threads just a bit longer. And I have to adjust my chair here so I can see better. But I like to keep my threads long so I can pull them to the back of my project. But the thing about doing a decorative stitch is you don't want to push the fabric through the machine. You just want to let the machine do it. Oops, I need to make sure it continues on. Need to make sure I hit the connectivity. Sorry about that. And it will just keep on going and stitching. Now, if you're a newbie sewer, one of the hints I tell people when they're doing decorative stitches is to unplug the foot control and just use the on-off button, because I think that, or start and go button, start and stop button, because that actually lets the machine adjust the speed it needs to go at, and you don't have to worry. I also tell people to pull the foot control out and use the on-off button when you are doing any sort of buttonhole or sew on button sew on. That's just kind of some hints and tips to getting that done. We're almost done to the edge of the fabric here, but you're going to see just how fast and how fun. And of course, if I could plant a garden and have it grow this great, I would just be phenomenal. And then when I'm done, I'm going to once again touch and do my reinforcement stitch. The difference between this one is this would actually take the stitches back and alter the pattern. And by hitting the dot, I'm actually just keeping it. I'm just going to go ahead and use the button here just to get it to move. And we do, like I said before, we do have a thread cutting blade on the side. But check out that line of tulips. Isn't that a great garden planted right across the front? All right. Blaine, I'm going to stop here. All right, well, I'm going to share with you some things that you can actually do. Once again, I was just playing. So here is a crazy patch quilt, just using some of those lovely decorative stitches. And I even created my own striped fabric here, just using different stitches. You got hearts, you got satins, you got all kinds of fun things. So what else, of course, can you do with your Allegro? You can do all kinds of bag sewing, inserting that zipper, getting it quilted. You can, of course, you can piece. Yes. This is a sample. This is actually a sweatshirt jacket. How many of us went through that phase? But yeah, you can actually piece these sweatshirt jackets, get that really good piecing. That's where those 1/4 of an inch and the minute amount. But you know, you can definitely come in and do some really pretty satin stitches for your applique. And then this is using your decorative stitches in a whole new manner. This is actually a pattern from Karen Landeska. She's a fiber artist. But here again, we've got the couching. We've got using those decorative stitches to create really fun embellishments and landscape quilts. All right. I am going to just say one last thing, because I am a book person. The thing I love about my Allegro is I get a stitch reference chart, which not only identifies what the stitch is going to look like, it tells me what I need to set manually on what is done automatically, what are the preferred widths if I need to make any adjustment. And of course, this manual, not only is it in English, but it also comes in French. So that is what I wanted to share with everybody. When I come back on Thursday, I'm going to share more about the free motion quilting options with the Allegro and how they can bring this into their studio. So Blaine, do you have a really good price point on these machines for this, our watchers, our viewers?
Linda, you know I always got some good pricing on these things. So let me tell them how they can get it. Thank you so much, Linda. As always, great job. And I think everybody really enjoyed your demonstration. So guys, this is the Baby Lock Allegro. And again, this was a machine that was introduced this past August back in 2022. And it has been a huge machine for Baby Lock. This has been a very popular machine. Again, quilters absolutely love this because of that big 12-inch stitch, space on it. Again, guys, it's $1,299. We do have a free bundle that comes with it. You're going to get the 12 presser feet and the extra large gold Sewing Machines Plus sew mat that matches it in the Baby Lock Gold. Again, guys, $12.99. We have 18 months free financing for you as well, 0% interest, free shipping right to your doorstep. And again, it is a call-in special, so you need to give us a call and talk to them about what we can do with that. We have plenty of these in stock. Well over, I think, probably 20 or 30 in stock still. This has been a really popular machine, and it will probably sell out this week because these things really tend to go very well. Again, guys, like I said, you're going to get that free bundle package with this. It has the Quilt Fest pricing on it, and it's $12.99 is the regular price. We do have the 18-month 0% interest financing available for you, but we do have a call-in special on it. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you want to, get that good price, Quilt Show pricing, right, guys?
Oh, yes.
All right. So, hey, let's bring my co-host back in, Jane Klaus. And Jane, I know coming up next, we have Harley and Valerie over at Aero Cabinets, and we're going to talk all about some chairs, aren't we?
Well, we are, Blaine. That's exactly what's happening next. So we just introduced them. Next up on this amazing day one of Quilt Fest, our friends at Aero Cabinets and Chairs. We're talking about the Aero hydraulic chair. Thank you. I love that one. And the Millie cutting and ironing table. Please say hi to our friends, Harley and Valerie. Hey, guys, how are you?
We're well, Jane. How are you?
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited, and I'm excited to talk to you two because you know what I love.
Stop it. You're so full of it today.
I love these chairs.
I know.
My friends right there.
We're going to talk about some chairs today. We have numbers on them because there's so many. So we'll try to keep them straight. I've got Valerie with me today, and we're going to have a good time. We're going to talk about Jane's favorite chair today. And there might be some special prizes and some special pricing when you call in today. So with that, should we get into chairs?
We should get into chairs.
We have a lot of chairs to show you.
9 total.
9 total chairs. But let's go over some of the key features that every chair shares. Because everyone wants to know, why don't you sit down in that bad boy? Let's look at your lumbar. Look at that. She fits perfectly.
So the key is getting your butt all the way to the back. And then it hits your back right where you need it and having the height to the right point.
And it's about the ergonomics when you're sewing. Because the ergonomics when you sew, if you're comfortable, you can actually sew longer. Hi, Gail. So, and Nana. Hello, Nana. I love that people love these chairs. Hey, Patsy. So what we're going to do is talk about the chairs and some of the key features. So ergonomics is key. As Valerie showed you, it hits the lumbar perfectly. But as you guys know, I drop things once in a while and I have to bend over to try to get them. And the chair won't move. It won't flip over. It's very sturdy with a 5-star base. Valerie's demonstrating the 360 swivel. So if you have a workstation, you can go from left to right and just spin around. And she's showing it adjusts from 18 to 22 inches in height, has a 300-pound weight limit, has the lumbar support.
1-year warranty.
Oh, wait. 1-year warranty. Oh, wait.
There's more.
It has hidden storage.
What's in here?
Oh, Blaine's been over. I can tell. Blaine's been here. We got some Reese's peanut butter cups and a Mountain Dew. So
what's this?
This is Blaine's chair.
Mr. Beast.
That's a Mr. Beast bar.
That must be for Blaine.
That's got to be for Blaine. I hear Blaine laughing. So we've got the hidden storage. You can put manuals, seam rippers, stuff like in there. And if you need to rip some seams, there's candy in there for you. So we're going to show you the different products now and kind of how cute. Should we show them fabrics first, do you think, Valerie?
Sure.
Should we just fly by fabrics? Close-ups of fabrics?
Do you want me to tell them which ones they are, or?
Sure. If you want to read the number off as we go by.
Which way? You want to start with 1?
That would only make so much sense.
Well,
if
I know
started
you
with
like to
number
do
1.
things backwards
Chair
sometimes.
fabrics are up there on the on the top.
All right, so number 1, we have the buttons fabric.
This is chair number 1. You'll find it as number 1 on the website.
Number 2 is Black Sewing Notions.
Yeah, it's got nice notions.
Number 3 is my all-time favorite. This is our So Wow Alexander Henry print.
Very popular.
Beautiful. Very beautiful. Then our kitty cat fabric, which is a black background that really makes those cats pop. That's number 4, so that's our cat's meow. And then going into our solids here, these are more of an upholstery fabric, so they give you a little bit more of a stiffer sit. So this is your Lady Gray. So this is number 5.
And see, I can even do this. Number 5, Lady Gray.
Now the next one here we have is our Princess Hazel. So the nice thing I like about this is it's got red and green and blues all woven in there. It's a very beautiful, nice complementary chair to any sort of decor that you have. So this is number 6.
And it is kind of hazel, but
Princess Hazel.
you know, it's got a whole bunch of different colors. So you're right, Valerie. It's neutral, yet it has a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah. So then we have our Duchess Blue. And Duchess Blue is
Number 7.
Losing track of numbers here. And then number 8, we have our Royal Purple. It's a really nice subtle purple, not too bright and vibrant. And then we have our Crown Ruby, which is our red. So these are our
What number's
solid
Crown
prints.
Ruby?
Our number 9.
Number 9. So we've got number 9, number 8, number 7, number 6, number 5. Like how I do this?
I'm glad you can count backwards.
4, 3, 2. What's going to happen when I get to 1? Chair number 1. Ta-da! Oh, Millie's hiding over here in the corner. We're going to talk about her in a minute. All right, Ethan, let's go back to the big camera if we can, please, sir. Perfect. So with our chairs, we've given you kind of a quick rundown of the colors. And what we're going to do is, and the nice part about these chairs, and I'll use the cat chair, is they roll on hardwood surfaces and on carpet.
Yes.
So not shag carpet from the 60s or 70s,
No.
but
A nice
it will
tight
roll on
Gerber.
regular carpet.
Yes.
So you'll be able to roll around in it, work your station, roll around from here to there. The other thing I like about the chairs is the rollability of it works really, really well.
Rollability.
Rollability,
Is
that's
that
a
a
word.
new word? All right.
It's a word here at Aero,
Okay.
Valerie.
Awesome.
I mean, I know you haven't worked that many times with me, but I make stuff up on the air.
These do make great chairs for chair races.
And I've got the lumbar here, so it's really comfortable. I actually use one of these at my desk here at the office. Sewing Machines Plus, they use them in their customer service area, and they use them in the store. So you'll see the people at SMP actually using the product that they talk about.
Yep.
Kennedy, I think, sits in one. So the nice part is the lumbar support, you're really comfortable. Like, I'm a little higher than you. I'm not that tall. But see if I go down,
You're a little
my
bit
knees
shorter.
are at 90. I'm
Yep.
a little shorter than you, aren't I?
You are shorter.
That's because you're towering over me with those giant shoes. So those are wedges, right?
They are wedges. I need to look taller.
So sewing room is gray, needs a pop of color. Absolutely, add a pop of color with a chair. Carpet and rolls fine. Thank you, Paula, for answering that question.
Somebody wants us to race.
Oh, a race. I'm kind
Linda
of afraid.
wants us to race.
I'm afraid I'm going to lose and it would hurt my ego too much, as you all know out there in
I would
S&P
crash
world.
into something.
As far as the chairs go, so let's go over the key selling points again. It's got, I don't fall over.
Yep.
5-star base.
It's got the lumbar support, and the key thing is it's going to take the strain and pain off your neck and shoulders. You're going to be able to sit there and sew longer and sit in comfort and not have to get up and stretch and move. You're going to be able to sit there. I actually used this in my home office when we were sent home 10 hours a day, and it was amazing. It was a fantastic chair to sit in.
All these are upholstery fabric. They are height adjustable from 18 to 22 inches. So
And that 18 is from the top of the seat to the down below.
to the floor.
Yep.
With the 9 different fabrics, there's probably something for you. They're all in stock now.
Yep.
And if you order as part of Quilt Fest, there's always a special deal with Quilt Fest.
You got to call in.
Blaine beats me up pretty badly to get a good deal. So now's the time to buy chairs. That's what I will say. And I think people are drawn in by the cute fabrics, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether it's Alexander Henry or Katz. And
Still my favorite right here.
They get
So well.
sucked in, then they sit down. And Valerie, at the latest show you were at, you go to
Yeah.
consumer shows around the country, and
Yep.
there are groups of ladies that come around.
Yes.
And when they see a chair,
Oh, that looks cute, but it doesn't look comfortable until they sit in it, and their eyes and their body language says something totally different. The O's and the ahs come out of it, and honestly, they end up buying it because it's just so comfortable. They can't believe that this little chair can give them such support and feel so good to sit in for hours on end. Most of the sales that do happen at the shows are from customers walking by and saying, I love that chair. That is an amazing chair to have in your sewing room. And not only for sewing room, I mean, a lot of people buy these for their offices. I had a gal come to me at my last show that she's gonna have her boss buy these for their offices in her cubicles. So, I mean, they're really nice chairs to have at home or at your sewing area.
and of the groups that come by, there's typically one person in that group that already owns one of the chairs.
Yes.
And then normally all her girlfriends end up buying.
Yes, yep.
It's
'cause-
very fun to watch.
Yes, they
Or
love
you're
'em.
just a really good salesperson. I don't know. I
I'm
think the
that
chair,
too.
the chair sells itself. Let me tell you.
It does.
So let's review the number system one more time.
Ooh, we're out of
that we
order
have
here.
going on. I know. Let's not get out of
Oh my
order. We will be
gosh.
totally messed up.
You are
Okay.
so whacked. There we go.
Ethan, do you want to push in on one of these guys, or should we go back to the?
Oh, hey, you're missing 3.
Oh, yes.
Hey, you gotta go that way.
Oh, let's get number 3 in here.
There. All right.
Okay, we've got number 1 buttons, number 2 sewing notions, number 3. You know, these numbers might be better. We could actually see better if we put these down lower, right?
And then you can see the fabric too.
Right, that's my thought. I didn't think about that, numbering them. So there was a question about cleaning the chairs. I would say a mild detergent and a rag is the way to do it with
Spot
some
clean.
water and just spot clean.
Yep.
So it is upholstery fabric, so it's pretty tough.
And it is
Yes,
durable.
I did say they don't tip over, Selma. It's true.
There, I think I'm
So-
almost done. There we go. Last one.
Someone loves number 3. Number 3 is the number 1 seller, just so everybody knows.
Yes.
People love it because it's a lot of fun, has a lot of color.
And people are worried about it getting dirty, and it really doesn't show that much dirt. I mean, you're thinking you're in a sewing room and, you know, you're just working with yarns and threads, so you're not going to get it as dirty as you think you are.
And we're showing a lot of the fabrics, the patterns. The solid chairs are more popular than I ever thought they would be.
Absolutely.
They've been in the line about 18 months now, and they sell like crazy. People really like the solid colors. So, Ethan, are you able to pan over that way a little? Yeah. I know, just harassing you a little bit. All right, we need to entertain our audience, Valerie.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Should we do calisthenics or something?
Sure. Run in place.
The max height on the chair is 22 inches.
And that's
from
22 inches to
floor.
the top of the seats once you have it all the way up to the top.
And the back is in the perfect position. Yeah, it does look like they're going to race with numbers. You're right. They're like little race cars. Yes. Assembling, super easy. We ship these out of our warehouse in the Midwest. They'll arrive at your house in about 3 to 4 days. They come in 2 boxes. They take 10 minutes to put together.
Yep, 10, 15 minutes.
And it's a few bolts and you need a screwdriver and boom, you're done.
And it does come with a little bit of tools that comes with it, but a electric drill is always very handy to have.
For 2.
For 2?
Only for 2 things, only to attach the back.
Oh yeah, it's for
Everything
the back.
else is just that little
Allen wrench,
key
yeah.
that comes with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the next thing we want to talk about is number 10. Unless Jane wants to talk about chairs now, and then we come back to chairs. But if Jane wants to talk, she'll pop in. Otherwise, we'll talk about it in a bit. Number 10. Valerie, number 10. We could do an over-under on number 10, but number 10 is the newest member of our cutting table team.
Yes, this is our Millie cutting table. It is not height adjustable, but it is a very nice, sturdy table to have in your sewing room.
It's better than height adjustable. You know why?
Why, Harley?
Because it has this. Nothing else has this. This is an ironing board built in to the cutting table. It's kind of cool.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, everyone's talking about chairs.
I can't.
So let's do this, Valerie. Let's
Okay.
turn it this way.
Okay.
Let's start with, it's small and compact.
It
Fold
is.
it up.
Do you
The
have
size is, no, I need the card because
Oh,
I'm gonna
closed
say
is 14 by
I was going to say
37.
14. So it's 14 inches by 37.
Yes, correct.
Look how skinny this guy is. Now, when we open it up, ta-da. So now, look at this work surface you have.
So that is 59 by 63. Oh, nope, it's 59 by 63 with this.
With that. Still 37 this way, but now it's 59 with that on the end. So you've got this nice thing about this table. And if Jerry were here, he'd hop on it. I can stand on it and push on it and push down on it, and you push on the corner. It does not flip over.
Very nice and sturdy.
You can buy a less expensive table, and you are going to regret it the moment you put it together. The nice thing about this is you can cut on it, you can lay your fabrics out on it, put your blocks on it.
You can iron.
So you can kind of cut if you want to cut over here, press, lay things out and get ready to go. It is an expansive work surface. It is on wheels and will rotate very easily.
And
wheels
all the
do lock.
casters are locking. So they do lock and unlock very easily. So they are on all the wheels here so that you can lock it into place. You don't have to worry about it moving when you are cutting on it. Because a lot of times when you are cutting, you're putting your whole weight on it and cutting across, and then that's going to move. So you're going to want to make sure you lock the casters.
You want to jump up here?
I don't know.
No, I don't have hops like that
I don't
anymore.
have hops either.
Jerry does.
I'm too old.
Well, you know, too old. We talk about Jerry. Ride that thing, Harley, Linda says. Well, Linda, thank you so much. I can get on top of it like this.
Oh boy, can I push you?
Look at that.
Can I push you on it?
It is sturdy. I'm no small guy. So it's really, really strong. It's great. Are the seams flush enough to lay a cutting mat? Absolutely. And we actually also sell an accessory cutting mat that is cut to size with rounded corners to fit the top. You can find them on SewingMachinesPlus.com. So Nana likes that. She wants me to go for a ride on the. She thought that
I
was
can
great.
push her, Nana. I can push them.
I'm afraid where you push me is what I'm really worried about.
Out the door.
Out the door. The show's over, everybody. Blaine would be very unhappy. So cutting table, massive size, folds down 14 inches by 37. The ironing board is a huge hit.
And you don't have to have it up all the time either. I mean, you can put it down if you don't want it.
Very easily.
Yeah, and you can go right around to where you need to go.
Board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's a cutting table. My biggest point is it's sturdy. It's not going to flip over. You put a cutting mat on this thing, and it's a great addition to anybody's workspace. And it folds up small enough you can tuck it away in a corner.
Yeah. And you don't have to have both sides up. You can always just have one side up if you just are limited to space. You can just put one of the legs down and then just use half of that, but still be able to access your ironing board right here in the front. So still a great table to have. This is number 10,
Number 10.
the Millie cutting
Number 10.
and ironing table.
That's what I think Nana wanted. Nana wanted this to be like race card number 10.
Ooh, could
and
be.
wanted me to be a
Do you want me to push you around to the?
No, I really don't want you to push me around, but I'm just saying that's what this is. I'm trying to figure out how to entertain our audience. If Blaine were here, he entertains the audience.
Blaine does entertain the audience.
So the Millie, every day is a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing is this is Quilt Fest.
This is Quilt Fest.
Blaine is known to have all sorts of fun during Quilt Fest. So he might have a call-in special. We have to wait and find out what he says. But number 10,
guys,
Jane!
I'm here.
Jane!
I have been just talking to myself the whole time when you're talking about chairs and cutting tables. I'm so excited. Yes, we can entertain the audience because yes, people are going crazy over these products. Come on.
Can I push him, Jane? Can I give him a ride?
I do like it. He's like king of the world. Like,
that's right.
He's like
Superman.
Surfboarding or something. All right, a couple of things about this Millie cutting and ironing table. 63 inches is amazing. And then it's 39 inches without the ironing board. And then you add the ironing board, so you have a little bit more. What is that, 57?
59.
59.
59. So that's a big space. And those casters are locking as well. Is that correct?
Yes,
That is
all
correct.
of them.
And then we can fold this up when we need to put it away.
Absolutely, Jane.
Let's see it.
Let's see it. Why don't we see it folded up? I'll take my number 10 back.
Take the
It's so
number.
important.
Look at that.
So
This
oh,
is what
Valerie's
I
got some
love.
casters locked on me.
They're all locked in the back.
So, I mean, Jane, it rolls really well.
You can spin it.
And
It
with
rolls
the casters,
great.
With the
And what I
casters
love
on it,
about it too is that if you have a room, like say you use your basement for your sewing and you want to go from one area to the other, you can roll this, fold it up, roll it to the other side, set it up over there. And then as you know, I'm always into buying 2 of everything because gosh darn it, you're going to lose one. You buy the second one and you have that in the second area, or you can push them together. So I love the idea that it rolls. Can we talk chairs?
absolutely.
You don't love the chairs at all, do you, Jane?
No, Jane does not love the chairs.
Not at all.
I have 2 computers here. I'm online with the other computer. I'm waiting to talk to somebody about the special deal. And I'm looking at the chairs. And by the way, the numbers are fantastic because when you go online, it says the name, it says number 5, and then it says the number, it says Aero adjustable height, hydraulic chair, Lady Gray. So that's the one I was looking at. But I do love number 3. So wow.
Isn't that great?
Should I do a close-up of that, Jane? Would you like to see a close-up of number 3?
People were asking for more close-ups of actually number 2.
If they want more close-ups of number 1, number 2, number 3, I'm happy to do close-ups.
Keep me off the screen. Just keep me talking. I want to see close-ups.
And here we go.
So number 1 is your bright buttons. So very
What's
vibrant.
inside bright buttons?
A bunch
Blaine's
of
been
candy.
here, Jane.
Oh,
Lots of candy, Mountain Dew. Number 2 is Black Sewing Notion. So again, very vibrant colors that really do pop against that black, which will be really nice in any kind of sewing room with any kind of decor that you have. People absolutely love this one. But then again, Jane, this one is our number 1 seller. This one is absolutely beautiful, just very whimsical. It's got the nice teal in the background. I love the big flowers on there. This is our Alexander Henry.
That's
So
number
wow.
3.
That is number 3.
That's number 3 is number 1. That's one I wrote down.
Yes, number 3 is number 1. That is true.
Number 3 is number 1.
The numbers were
love
wrong.
The cats. Let's talk about the cat's meow.
What?
That is,
Yes.
I'm a cat lady.
The
I
numbers
know
were
it.
wrong?
The numbers were wrong.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Jane, we have a crisis.
The numbers were wrong. Number 2 is So Wow. Number 2 is So Wow. And number 3 is Sewing Notions. They were labeled wrong.
Blaine is going to have my head, Valerie.
Good. You deserve it.
That's okay. Let's keep the camera still on that so everybody can get it.
Wait.
Go back over. Keep it still. Number 2, just so everybody can remember. Number 2 is So Wow. Number 3 is Sewing Notion. So we just flip flop those. Now we're back to normal.
Flip flop those. Yep.
We've
Very good.
corrected a small error.
It's okay because people get their heart set on something. We want to make sure they have the numbers right because the numbers are a great system. So there's 9 chairs total. I love this. A 1-year warranty, guys. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
That is correct. And we have a phenomenal customer service team that you would be able to speak to if you have any issues whatsoever with your chair.
And it's got another thing you sold me on is rolling on carpet. We see it rolling on a hard floor there. But a lot of us have carpet in our sewing rooms. I don't know why, because I got thread all over mine. But if you say it rolls on the carpet, I think that's fascinating.
Yes, absolutely. And it works on any type of carpeting. Actually, Harley is going to give us a demonstration, maybe.
Don't tell her. It's a surprise.
Oh, sorry. Oh, jeez. I'm almost getting hit with carpeting
It's
here.
a surprise for Jane.
Oh, I love it. Okay, good. You're putting that. And then the other idea is the 5-star base. That is supportive so that it doesn't tip over and it's nice and solid. And you can see the 5-star base right there as we're in this really good camera angle. And you've got some carpeting
Are you
too.
showing the 5-star base?
I am showing the 5-star base.
And my feet.
Nope.
All right, Jane. Here we go.
Let's do it.
Dun,
Okay.
da-da, dun, da-da. Is Ethan going to take over?
Yep, are you going to shut me off, Ethan?
She's making me crazy. There we go.
Okay, here we go.
Look
We
at my
see you.
carpet.
We see you. Oh, wow.
It gets better, Jane.
Wow.
See, Jane, it does roll on carpet.
How can it get any better?
You know, I ask myself that all the time. All the time. Like, how could this get any better, Harley?
If every chair showed up with chocolate in
You know,
it, that's how it would get better.
My answer is any show with Jane is a good show.
Oh, now you're just being silly. Let's talk about the idea of the lumbar support, because we are
Yes.
sitting a long time. If your back is supported, you're going to feel more comfortable and you're going to work your magic longer. Is that right?
That is correct.
Absolutely. The key is just making sure when you do sit, you get your butt all the way to the back. And then you're able to see, you know, how it just nestles right in there. And the nice thing is even when you're leaning forward, it's still supporting your back and still hitting right where you need it to. So it's just such an all-around great chair to hit you right where you need it.
And the foam we use in the chairs, it's not super soft and fluffy, like when you sit in it, you don't sink all the way in it.
Right.
It's more supportive. It supports your thighs, it supports your back.
Your hips.
Your hips.
Oh yeah,
it's
absolutely.
comfortable.
But it does take that strain and pain off your neck and shoulders, and you're not going to feel that when you're sitting there sewing, that tension up there. So it's just is an all-around great feeling of a chair.
And your personal trainer and doctor of chiropractic care would love that. Let's talk about the adjustable height, because somebody chimed in and they were like, hey, listen, I have really short legs, so I don't think I'd fit in that, but it is adjustable.
So I just sold a chair to a gal at my show 2 weeks ago. She plopped down on the chair, and I kid you not, her feet still could not hit the floor. She did end up buying the chair, but it is adjustable in height, and it goes all the way down to 18. She was able to finally reach if she adjusted herself. She was sitting a little bit too straight, so she had to slump down, but her feet did hit. But then and then goes up to 22 inches.
I'm trying to think. The shortest person we have in the office might be 5'2.5", I'm told. But she can sit in it and touch the floor.
Yes. Yep.
So, I mean, everyone's a little different, Jane, from their length of their foot to the knee. But for the majority of people, this chair works.
Well, listen,
really,
we've got
really well.
Kim says she's 5 feet tall and she fits. And then somebody else said, let's see, Linda said I'm 5'9", and it's
5'3".
perfect. So, I mean,
Another
from
Linda
5
said
feet to
5'3".
5'9". We've got two testimonials. I've got Linda. She says I'm 5'3".
It fits so many people that it's amazing that everybody who comes to these quilt shows, they walk in and short or tall, it just hits them all right where they like it.
How do you know the right height to adjust to? It's just sort of like the lever on the side and where it feels good.
Yep, so just sitting down and then being able to adjust it, you can take it down slowly or you can take it down fast.
You really want a right angle
This is
between
too short for me.
your
There we
leg
go.
and your thigh.
Yep.
So you want to be able to have a right angle
Yeah.
so that you're kind of,
So when you're sewing, you're sitting nice and straight.
and you want your knees to kind of be, yeah, Valerie's at the perfect height right there.
That's perfect.
Her elbows are at 90.
We've got a little poem here. Short or tall, the chair fits all.
That's a great slogan. I love that.
C. Lombard, thanks for the shout out on that one. That was good. Blaine's going to use that forever and ever. I'm sure he will.
Do you want to talk about the cutting and ironing table a little bit more?
We can. Absolutely.
Because listen, everybody, buy one, buy two chairs. This is the time of year to get it. It is Quilt Fest. You know that Blaine is going to do some sort of wonderful special for you. So I don't want to take up your part of the show. So you guys, we've got the numbers 1 through 9. Let's get back into that Millie table and ironing board so we can get close-ups on that.
We don't have a whole lot of time left. So.
I know it, but I'm giving you 3 minutes.
Whoops. I know.
Here, bring it up on the rug, and then they can see how nice it would look
Okay,
in
take
their
me out so
sewing
we can
room.
see them.
Oh, I messed up the rug.
Then they can
because I caught it on the edge.
They
There we
can
go.
envision what it looks like and what it would look
Ethan's
like in
going to
their
say,
sewing
move
room.
it back. That's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say. He's going to say, move it back, move it back. So number 10, Ethan, what camera do you want? Ethan is like our Kyle. Ethan's going wide. Okay. So again, the size.
Oh, shoot.
14 inches wide.
14 by 37.
When closed. 37 long.
Yep.
Unless you put this up, then it goes to 59, I believe.
Yes, 59 by 63 when you have that all open.
So 63 inches by 37 is a huge cutting surface for someone to use. And the nice part is, oh, Ethan, there you go, perfect. So we could move, Valerie, can you shoot that bad boy over here? Thank you so much. Hey, that was good.
I know.
Good toss.
Locked it right into place.
So The Millie cutting table, you can find it number 10 on the website with 37 inches, 63.
But you know what you forgot to tell them?
Locking casters.
No. How tall is this?
Oh, that was a good one. You got me. It is perfect standing height.
Yep. So how tall is it?
I'm going to guess 36 inches.
Oh, you got lucky on that
3
one.
feet.
You got lucky.
I got lucky?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 36 inches tall, which is the perfect height to cut,
Yep. You're not going to
paste,
strain yourself.
iron, lay things out, do crafts on, do my beading, things like that, right? I mean, I could use it for anything, honestly. The best part about this, I think it's super sturdy. You can cut from edge to edge, to edge over here.
It only comes in white though. So it is only one color that you would get this table in.
Which is good, because we offered it in another color, we'd sell 95% white.
Yeah.
So
what's the warranty on this, Harley?
this bad boy is an Aero product line.
That is
So
correct.
it comes with a 10-year warranty.
Awesome.
But you're not going to need it.
Nope, you're not.
That's what I'm going to tell you. So ships in two boxes, right?
2 boxes,
I'm
yes.
getting pretty good at this.
You are
Eventually,
getting pretty good.
eventually I'm going to know the product line. I just, yesterday was my 5th anniversary, so everyone out there, I should know what the heck I'm talking about by now. So, yes.
Take your time. Just take your time, really. It's okay.
Just take my time. You know, Jane, some of us are just slower learners. I have to do
You'll
it
get
over
it
and over.
someday.
So, great cutting table, 10-year warranty. The ironing pad is amazing, and the reception from the consumer audience has been huge for this thing.
It's fantastic.
It is fantastic. Jane has seen it in person.
I have. And I'm
um,
telling you, I do love a table like this that opens up. My mother had one years and years and years ago. I finally had to get rid of it because, I mean, I can't tell you, it was probably 30, maybe 40 years old. But I loved it for so many years. This reminds me of that table I love so much. So I'm so impressed, especially when I saw it in person, and I love the ironing board that's attached to it. And I got to tell you guys, I got out my measuring tape and I measured out 63 inches. I swear, I got my measuring tape out and I was like, okay, how long is this based on the table I cut on? And then I measured out 39 inches. And that's really big because I'll tell you what, and I don't know if anybody agrees with me, on camera, it doesn't look as big as what I just measured it out, but
You're
it is
right.
a really nice sized cutting surface.
You're right. Like, I'm reaching, I can't make it all the way across.
Right.
Now, I've got really good wingspan, so I might be, it's as wide as I am tall.
Yeah. I mean, it's
So-
a really nice table to have.
Valerie, you want to lay on top there?
Do I want to lay on top? No, because you're going to probably push me away.
You're probably right. That was a wise choice.
Somebody did just ask if all the casters do lock in place, and they do. All casters do lock on this table.
And someone has hail and thundering, so that's no fun.
Yeah, they do.
For,
Hail and thundering. It's scary.
yeah,
But guess
weather's
what? You're in a
bad.
good place right now because it is Quilt Fest, and that is Harley, and that is Valerie, and they are from Aero. And
You are
that was a
Jane.
great demonstration, guys. Thank you for letting me barge in because you know how much I love the products.
Thank you, Jane. And
Thank
we'll
you,
let
Jane.
Blaine or you talk about the price and the great offer from Quilt Fest. We're back later this week with more product.
I can't wait to see you guys. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. If you are as excited as I am about these Aero products, I absolutely love the chairs, and that table is really cool. Great. I'm not. When I tell you I got my measuring tape out, I was like, how big would this work here? Because we all, like space. I always say I like space. So let's tell everybody what they need to do to get these chairs and to get the Millie table. So let's start with the chairs. You're looking at the #1 rated sewing chair. It is designed with targeted lumbar support for better sewing posture. Again, the height is adjustable from 18 inches to 22 inches. It's got that hidden storage compartment under the seat. Now, we know that Blaine stores his Reese's peanut butter cups and his Mountain Dew under there, but you can store your notions and accessories and books that come along with your sewing machines and other things that you buy. It's got that 1-year warranty, 9 different chairs to choose from, meaning 9 different fabric colors or upholstery on the chairs. Let's see, they said that #2 was the hottest one, or was it #3? I can't remember, but they're all so cute. Get them all. Okay, so you've got the adjustable height. That's the hydraulic sewing and craft chair. There's your price on the screen. you need to call in for special pricing. 800-401-8151. I think Harley said it. It's Blaine's going to give you a special deal because it is yes, Quilt Fest. Thank you very much. So don't forget to get your chair. Now is the time. I love the chairs. Let's talk about the cutting and ironing table. Should we? Oh, there it is. The Millie cutting and ironing table is a fantastic height for cutting fabric and other materials. It's got those 2 fold out leaves to create the space that I'm talking about. That's 63 inches by 37 inches. That's the cutting surface for larger projects. I mean, I love it. It's got that built-in ironing board for pressing, easy pressing. It's right there. And then you can pair that with a custom Aero cutting mat for an open work surface. So this is a fantastic cutting and ironing table. They're calling it the Millie cutting and ironing table. And I believe they were calling it number 10 in their demonstration today. But again, call for special Quilt Fest pricing. 800-401-8151. Woo! Mike Tyre, that is so fantastic. Blaine, are you there?
I am here, Jane.
Blaine, it gets so exciting. I mean, I don't know what you were doing when we were talking about chairs, but we were talking about you too.
I was actually searching our chairs and looking for a Mountain Dew and a Reese's peanut butter cup.
I was searching your chairs online. So I'm talking to these guys. I'm looking online. I'm having a great time over here.
All right. Hey, we love the Aero chairs and, the cabinets, and we're going to have more cabinets on the show tomorrow and to go with that Millie. And but the chairs, I tell you what, I love those chairs. And until you sit into one, they don't look comfortable looking at them the way they're designed. But when you sit in them, they're extremely comfortable. And then they're very useful with that, the hidden compartment under it. You can store things, and then you're not going to fall over in them. Great height adjustment. And so, yeah, they're really, really nice. That's why they're the #1 sewing chair in the nation.
And the rollers on them. And I always say this, I love them for my sewing table and sitting and sewing, but I love them for an office too.
Yeah, that would be great.
Sometimes in your kitchen, you have those little like workspaces, just like sort of you can just scoot in. That's a great place to have one of those as well, because I love the rollers. And then that they'll roll anywhere.
You're exactly right. Well, hey, Jane, we're going to go ahead to our next presenter, and I know we're going to have you right back in here just in about 30 minutes. But, hey, guys, we're continuing on, and next up, we got Handy Quilter back in the house. And, hey, we're going to talk all about the Pro Stitcher Lite. Now, this is going to be a robotic system that works perfect for that Moxie that you saw earlier, and we have Kim and Denise back in here. So, hey, welcome back to the show, Kim and Denise.
Hey, we're excited to be back.
Well, good. We're going to let y'all tell everybody about the robotics on this Pro Stitcher Lite, and then I'll come back in about 25 minutes. We'll tell them how they can get it.
Sounds great. So, Denise, let's talk about Pro Stitcher Lite. Yes, let's. It is my absolute favorite thing to add to a Moxie because I love Pro Stitcher. And Pro Stitcher Lite, it's a simplified version that works with our great Moxie.
It sure does. And even though it's light, it's still full of all of the features that you know and love from our Pro Stitcher Premium. So there's a lot of similarities. It's just light.
Yes, it's just light. It's really great. You can do all the things that you want to do with robotic systems. You can do your edge-to-edge designs. You can do custom.
Hey, Kim. Sorry to interrupt, but y'all's mics are not working, so you can't hardly hear you.
Our mics aren't working, you guys.
Okay.
I think it's being picked up by the computer, but not your mics on your lapel.
It's not, Jacob, he said it's being picked up by the computer, but not the mics that we have on. Sorry. I know.
Always a few little technical difficulties, it seems
I
like.
know. We've been having, our phone system has even been down today. We've been having technical difficulties. It's been one of those days.
Yeah, we can hear him clicking around on his computer or something. We can hear that, but we can't hear your mic.
Should we just start playing?
Gotcha.
Because-
There you go. We got you.
I'm like,
all right.
Perfect.
All right.
Loud and clear. Y'all
Awesome.
carry on.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Thanks for catching up for us. As we just mentioned, it's a day of technical difficulties here at Handy Quilter. Our phone system has even been down. It's like
It's been
Monday.
down. Oh, it's a Monday of Mondays. At least we get to be here having fun with all of you. So thank you for bearing with us.
Yes, yes.
So
So let's talk about Pro Stitcher Light.
Yes.
So you can do all the things with it. So you can do that edge to edge quilting that
Sure
people
can.
love. Like on this beautiful quilt behind me, this is a great edge to edge design. You can do that custom quilting. It's compatible with Designer, which means you can create your
Yes.
own designs and bring them in. You can also purchase extra designs if you need more than the 350 plus designs that come with it.
There's a lot of designs.
Mhm.
The other thing I like is there's even a feature where I can mark certain points, and I think maybe we have some of that coming on later this week.
I think we do.
So
Yeah.
yeah, there's so much we can do with this Pro Stitcher. So even though it's the light version of Pro Stitcher, it's still full of all of your favorite features that you get excited about when you hear about a robotic system. Like Kim said, you can do edge to edge, and Kim's going to do some custom quilting for us.
Yeah.
We're going to quilt some blocks here
We sure
and let
are.
you see how easy it is to just choose an area and tell Pro Stitcher, hey, put that design right here.
Right
So
here.
should we jump in?
Yeah, yeah. Let's do
Okay.
that. So one of the things with Pro Stitcher Light, the first thing you do is set up a frame space. So we want to define where we're going to be quilting. So we have it set up, hopefully. We'll look over here to Heidi and make sure it's working. But you're going to be able to see the Pro Stitcher screen, the Pro Stitcher Light screen, so you can
Yes.
follow along with what we're doing. So we're going to go ahead and move the machine here to the top left corner of the frame space. And then on the screen, we're going to select the area tab. And on the ribbon, the row of buttons right there underneath, we're going to choose frame space. And now we're going to tap over on the right-hand side in the sidebar to corner. And this puts our first point down. And if we push refresh, we'll see a little red point there in the center of the screen. Now we're going to move the machine clear over to the right side as far as we can move it. And we're going to touch to corner again. Now we have this fun little new icon down there at the bottom that I just touched. It's called refresh to frame space, and we can see that on the screen.
That's right.
And Denise, it defines our quilting area, right?
It just tells the computer this is where you are allowed to quilt.
Exactly. So the next thing we want to do is set up an area, and so the frame space defines how much space we have to quilt in.
That's right.
The area gives a very specific place that we are going to quilt. So I'm going to move the machine here to the top left corner of where I want to quilt. And under this area tab, I'm going to touch multi-point. And I'm going to drop that point, and you can see a little pink point just popped up there on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and move this down to the bottom left corner of where I'm going to stitch. And then we're going to drop a few points as we go across here, because even though I'm a pretty darn good piecer, when you put things on the frame, fabric's fluid, it tends to move a little, right, Denise?
That's right. So this is just a way to get that really accurate marking for exactly where we're going to put this design.
That's exactly right. So we're going to come up here to the top right corner. And I do like to come in just a little bit from that edge so that we won't have our design quilting off the edge of the quilt. When you're custom quilting, you want to keep that inside that perimeter so that it will show up. It won't get lost in your binding, right?
That's right.
Okay. So next, we're going to go ahead and find this design. So let's go into File and Design and then Open. And we're going to go into this My PS Designs folder. And the design we want to use is continuous line. I'm actually going to show you guys how to quilt the exact same design that Denise Free Motion quilted this morning. So it's in the continuous line folder. And then we're just going to go down here and find the design. It's called Orange Pills.
And the great thing here is Kim can find that pretty easily knowing the name because it's all alphabetical.
Exactly. Okay, so there's my design. Now I can just put my finger on this and drag it up into place. Now this design is, as we can see over here in the sidebar, it's 4 inches tall and 4 inches wide. Well, my blocks that I want to quilt, I want to put this into are 2 inches. So we're going to resize this design so that it is 2 inches. So we'll go into Modify and resize on the ribbon. And then I want to turn on this lock that holds that aspect. So I only have to put one of the measurements in, and I'm just going to type in a 2 and enter. And then it makes that design exactly the size I want it to be. How easy was that?
That was so simple. I love that.
That's really great. And I'm going to baseline, which means I'm going to lock those changes. And now I just want to repeat this design to fill up this area. So let's go to the repeat tab, and basic is selected. I'm going to come over here and touch this magic button called fill, and look at that.
Oh my gosh, look how easy that is. That looks terrific, Kim.
It really does. But you'll notice it's just a little bit outside of the edge of that area. And we want to make this fit inside that area perfectly. So once again, I'm going to baseline to lock those changes that I just made. And then we're going to go back into modify and use, I know I said the magic button earlier, but this one really is the magic button.
Okay,
It's
let's
skew.
see.
So skew makes the design fit perfectly inside the area. We're going to touch border skew because we had more than just 4 points. And you saw how that just rotated it just ever so slightly, made it a little skinnier through the one part, and it just filled that space perfectly. That's exactly what we want. I'm going to baseline one more time. You guys are probably thinking I'm baselining a lot, but it's always a great thing to do because it locks those changes and reminds Pro Stitcher that I'm the boss telling it what to do. All right, well, we are ready to quilt. So I've selected my Pro Stitcher tab. Quilt is selected here on the ribbon, and then I'm going to bring my machine over here. So we're going to go ahead and let you guys come down and see the quilt here. I'm going to move the machine up so it's pretty close to where it's going to start, and the machine knows where to go. So I'm going to tap run and proceed on the screen. And it just took that first little stitch so that I can grab my bobbin thread and pull it up. And then we're going to go ahead and tap resume. And it is going to go ahead and start quilting this design for me. And it is just going to make it fit in this space here. Look at how perfect that is, Denise.
That is so perfect. That looks way better than my earlier attempts at free motion.
Your stuff looks great. And it's, once again, it's the same design, but it's got a little bit of an overlap. So it's the same, that same continuous line design, but instead of the lines cross each other in the center of the block instead of going down the seam line like you demonstrated.
I'm really excited watching the path that the machine is taking with me, right?
It's fun to see, isn't it? Once again, this is a different path for that same design. And it's just going to go ahead and quilt these all the way over. You did pretty good. This is actually landing. Maybe my piecing is better than I thought.
I think your
Actually
piecing
lined up
is
pretty well.
terrific.
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Oh, this is definitely one of my favorite designs. And, you know, this is one of my absolute favorite things about using Pro Stitcher Light is right now, I could kick back and work on something else. If I was in my studio at home, I'd actually be sitting on a nice comfy chair, watching this stitch, listening to a good audio book.
Letting the computer do the work for you.
Exactly, exactly. It's so great. So free flow out here. We're moving beyond the edge of that other block, and so we're going to have just a little bit of a different. It's not going to be filling that block. It's just really fun to do. So, Denise, what are some of your favorite projects that you've done using Pro Stitcher?
Oh my goodness. I love Pro Stitcher because I can do anything really simple from straight line quilting, or I can even do all of my stitch in the ditch using Pro Stitcher, using that mark feature we're going to show later this week. I love finishing quilts with edge-to-edge quilting, kind of like what we're doing now, where we use the repeat feature to repeat a continuous line design. There's some great ones already built into the Pro Stitcher, so I can knock out a baby shower gift in like a few hours. You know, it's not weeks and weeks. I can load something up really quickly. I love quilting with different types of materials too, and Pro Stitcher just doesn't really care what it's stitching through.
It's true. It's so true. Okay, so we just hit the end of our row. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna clip my threads here. Let me grab the scissors. I'm sitting over here out of the way. And I'm gonna move the machine back over to about where it's gonna start. And if we take a look at the screen right here, you can see on the screen that I even had a little thing that popped up and said long jump pause, to turn my thread. And when I'm ready to start quilting again, I'm going to tap the resume button. So I'll tap resume, and Pro Stitcher knows exactly where to go. So you guys can see down here on the quilt, I just pulled up my bobbin thread, and I'm holding on to both of my threads here, and then I'm just going to tap resume, and it's going to go ahead and quilt out that next row. And watch how perfectly it lines up with the previous row, because once again, it knows exactly where to go. So great.
It's so accurate. Something I really love about using Pro Stitcher too is I don't have to be perfect.
Yep.
The computer's going to take care of that for me. With my free motion quilting, I do need to put some time and effort into remembering to practice.
Yep.
And practice will definitely increase your proficiency. But Pro Stitcher lets you be like almost perfect right out the gate.
Exactly. And you know, Denise, there's a little bit of a myth out there, isn't there, that using a robotic system, a computerized system, is cheating, but it's not.
It's not cheating at all. There's a completely different skill set involved with computerized quilting.
Yep.
It is a tool. It's kind of like saying using a screwdriver is a tool and then using a drill is cheating. It's not at all. It's just a different.
Yep.
It's just a different tool. So, if I can make something faster with a drill than I can with a screwdriver, I'm going to use the drill.
I totally agree with you on that one. That's a great analogy. So this is just, it's so much fun to sit and watch. I don't know about you, but like sometimes I find myself not being as productive as I want to.
Well,
getting other
because
things done.
it's kind of hypnotic, isn't it?
It really is. It just stitches that perfect pattern every single time. So great.
And you couldn't have planned that better. It's just hitting every point. It looks so great. Your piecing is fantastic.
Well, thanks. That was a fun little weekend using up some scraps that we had here. We actually here at Handy Quilter, we like to work on different projects as a company. All the quilters get together on what we like to call either a thread up Thursday or a Friday fun day.
Mhm.
And lately we've been working on these 16 patch blocks, and they're so much fun to make. They're really quick and easy. They're great for using up your scraps. Although if you're like Denise, she keeps having to go buy more fabric.
We weren't going to tell anybody.
It's
Okay.
I bought more fabric too. But it's so much fun to be able to customize and pick the perfect design using Pro Stitcher to complement whatever type of piecing you happen to have on the current project that you're working on.
Well, I love that we have so many things within Pro Stitcher that will give us the look of free motion quilting or ruler work, but it's really just the effort of pushing a few buttons.
So once again, I'm at the end of my row, and I'm just going to pull that bobbin up once again and trim it. And then we'll bring it back and let it quilt another row. So I think you guys are all getting the idea here. It is super easy. I just tap that resume. It's going to take that first stitch, and it's going to go ahead and just keep clicking along here, clicking out those designs, stitching out those designs.
And look at those great stitches. I'm so impressed with how well the Moxie and Pro Stitcher Light work together.
Yeah.
We've got beautiful stitch quality.
Our engineers worked so hard, let me tell you, and our engineers are in-house. We worked with them as the studio educators in developing and testing both the Moxie and Pro Stitcher Light, and yeah, they've done a great job of keeping up that reputation that we have for such a beautiful stitch.
Well, I love that they listen to us and that they're working with real quilters to get what real quilters want.
Exactly. Oh, this is just mesmerizing, isn't it?
Oh, I could watch it all day.
My husband often teases me, do you watch TV or do you just watch your Pro Stitcher? I'm like, My Pro Stitcher.
You watch your screen, I watch my screen. It's all the same. Mine's more entertaining.
Totally agree. Plus the finishes stuff, right?
Absolutely. Oh, look how gorgeous that is.
It's looking so good. Oh, so I'm trying to think of any other really awesome features that are available. You mentioned Mark, which we are going to talk about later this week.
I love that you use the skew feature to make the design fit the area exactly. There's no guesswork.
Nope.
You mark the area, skew makes it happen, and everything just goes together beautifully.
Exactly. And it does turn out just the way it looks on the screen every single time. I think that's one of the things I love best. You know, another great thing that you can do with Pro Stitcher is you can actually load the software, which is available at ProStitcher.com, onto a Windows-based computer and use it in simulation. So when you get your Pro Stitcher right, you can actually sit down in your easy chair and bring up the software and sit and lay out quilts.
That is amazing.
And practice using it without actually having to stitch out. You can get familiar with all of the where the buttons are, what the different functions
That
do.
is a great idea. And then you're not just standing in front of the machine all day trying to learn it. You can sit down, do it in your leisure time, be comfortable, be in your pajamas if you want. I know I am when I'm playing with Pro Stitcher.
Especially in the evenings, right?
Absolutely.
Sometimes during the day when I'm quilting too. So another great thing that you know Handy Quilter is known for is our education. And we do have a full library, and we're to the end of another row here.
How quick is that?
We do have a full library at ProStitcher.com of videos to get you started with Pro Stitcher Lite. So I'm just looking. I think we might have enough time to stitch out this last row.
Oh,
What
I
do you
think so.
Denise?
I think we can
Let's
make it
just go ahead.
happen.
So you can go to ProStitcher.com and we have tutorials that have both a video and a they have a video, and you know what? We just ran out of threads. So we're going to go ahead and stop stitching
that.
here.
I thought I checked the bobbin and apparently
Nope,
I
you
didn't. Whoops.
We got our little
Okay,
thread
that's
alert
okay.
there.
We just use the features on the screen to stop it. So I guess that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good place for us to stop, and
It
we'll get a
is.
new bobbin going.
We just have that last row to finish
But
quilting.
how gorgeous.
I know. Look how
It's
fun those
just
are.
perfect. They're so fun. And can I say that just a simple design like this, just look how it's elevating such a humble quilt.
Yeah.
That is so much fun. It's
so much
absolutely
fun.
gorgeous.
Well, and I absolutely love seeing this next to your free motion stitching
Mhm.
too. This is the thing. I didn't quite clip all my threads, did I? I'll just go in and do that. But taking a look at just how Pro Stitcher is using the same design and just putting it in there.
It really is. Just
way.
these are turned on point compared to this. So here's those little flower petals in the free motion we did in the earlier segment. And then over here, they're just rotated. So it's same exact design. And I love that you can resize these. So we could have resized these and made these as big as this, which would have matched this on size. But I love mixing up the scale
Me too.
and rotating and just having some fun with, you know, a little bit quirky fabric, some traditional designs that we can really have a lot of fun with and kind of make a quirky, exciting little quilt.
I love it. I love it. So as I was saying, as we ran out of thread there, we do have a lot of great education available at ProStitcher.com. We have a video, and for every video that we have, we also have a tutorial that you can print out.
That's right.
They're illustrated. It shows you which buttons to push. We have all of that stuff at ProStitcher.com.
That is my favorite part because it's not just the video, which I can push pause and follow along, but the fact that I can download that PDF, I can print it out, and I can follow it along whenever I want. It just makes such a difference.
Yeah. We know that adding Pro Stitcher Lite to your Moxie is an investment for you, and we want to make sure that you know how to use it. So we've got all of those great educational tools to help you learn how to use Pro Stitcher Lite.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out what other things we could share other than go to ProStitcher.com, get online, watch the tutorials, and you can see just how quickly it is to pick up some of this new techniques, the fact that all those tutorials are there for you. And there's
there is a little bit of time that you need to put in with learning how to use Pro Stitcher, a little bit of a learning curve, but it's not like learning free motion. It's something that you can pick up pretty quickly, and we're there to guide you every step of the way.
Yep.
And best of all, with these tutorials, there's no charge for them.
Right.
And we also update them and add to them. So there's a lot of information there to support you.
Yep. Yep. Education is always number one here for us. We want
Absolutely.
to make sure that you guys understand and know how to use the machines. You're comfortable with them
Mhm.
so that you can finish more quilts.
That's
our
right.
goal.
Yeah, and don't forget to check your bobbin either.
Yeah.
You can finish more quilts when you have a full bobbin.
We'll have to make sure
We'll
when
get
we
that
start
changed before
quilting
we start
tomorrow.
quilting tomorrow. Exactly.
Make sure that we have a full bobbin.
That's
before we start
right.
filming.
Yes.
At least we had a bobbin in. We have done that
That's
before.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
We're going to give away all of our secrets here today.
Yes, I think so. Well, I think we need to turn it over and find out how we can get, how we can add a Pro Stitcher Lite to our Moxie or other machines that are compatible with Pro Stitcher Lite, and just find out how you can start quilting with a Pro Stitcher. It is so much fun. Well worth the investment.
Well, thanks, Denise. Thanks, Kim. It was a great demonstration on it. And I know we're going to have y'all later on in the week. So we look forward to seeing y'all again.
We'll see you then.
All righty. So, guys, that was the Pro Stitcher Lite that you got to see. And that's going to be a perfect combination to fit right on that Moxie. And again, guys, the price on this is $59.95. We do have 0% interest financing available. And this is a call-in special. So give us a call to get that special pricing on the Pro Stitcher Lite. And they can tell you the compatibility with some of the machines that it'll actually work on as well. There's a couple of other machines besides the Moxie that it'll fit on that Handy Quilter sells. But again, guys, make sure you give us a call at 800-401-8151. And they can tell you all about this and how it will work. But the robotics is the way to go if you're into quilting. It just makes everything so much easier, and you can do production work as well. Or if you just want to do it for yourself, it just makes your life so much easier. So again, guys, 800-401-8151. And that is the Handy Quilter Lite that they demonstrated. And we're going to do the Handy Quilter Pro version later on in the week. You'll get to see that as well. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue on. Let's bring my co-host back in, Jane. And
Hi,
Jane,
buddy.
I know we got one more demonstration. That's it.
I can't believe it. What an amazing day. Quilt Fest #1. And this is a lovely, lovely presenter from Wonderful Threads, right, Blaine? Oh, well, I guess it is right.
That's correct. Hey, and Jane, we got this last demonstration, and then we're going to do some giveaways, and we're going to pick our first finalist for the Dream Quilting Studio.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to, everybody. So you got to hang tight right here. I know we're super excited for Wonderful Threads as well, but then we're getting to the end of the show, and we know what happens then. It's Blaine time. So let's get to it, Blaine. Let me introduce our next presenter, Callista Nye from Wonderful Threads. She is the Director of Marketing at Wonderful Threads. So say hello to Callista.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I'm
so excited to have you on. I saw you are just right there at the end of the day. I'm like, awesome. Want to know why?
Why?
I love threads. I love your enthusiasm for threads, and I love your knowledge behind the threads and what you teach us how to do.
Thank you so much. Well, I hope I can give another threaducational lesson for everyone and get everyone hyped about thread again. It's been a while since I've been on.
I like just to say you're spreading the thread.
Yes, I'm spreading the thread.
And you say threaducation, and I say spread the thread. So we're all there. And I was just talking to this Pantone color expert from the Pantone Institute, and the color of the year is Viva Magenta. And I'm pretty sure you probably have a color that's very similar.
Well, we have actually a lot of new colors in our cotton thread line, and some of them, I think it's going to be close to that Pantone color. And we definitely have, as you can see, tons of colors. I'm sure we can find something close in at least every one of our thread lines.
Well, now I'm totally obsessed with all the colors because of having the conversation with her. So I'm going to let you talk all about threads and all the wonderful threads that you have to talk to us about. And I'm going to look at all those colors and take notes.
Awesome. Thanks. So hi, everyone. It's nice to be back. Hello, SMP Nation. It's Callista here with Wonderful. If you guys haven't heard of us before, we're a thread company, as you can see with all these threads behind me. And I'm going to be giving you guys another thread talk today. And so, like I mentioned, we're a thread company. We have so many different types of thread, 36 lines ranging from number 3 all the way to 100 weight. So it's really overwhelming sometimes, especially in all the different types of materials that threads come in as well. So today I'm going to talk about cotton thread. And I think that's something everyone has used before. Everyone has, in their collection at home and probably like loves using and is kind of like their go-to thread as well. So we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into cotton threads and everything about that. And so if you guys have questions, please ask along. I'm going to try to answer them as we go. So without further ado, let's get into it. So when you guys are buying cotton threads out there, you probably see a lot of different terminology related to cotton thread. You see like 2-ply, 3-ply, you see long staple, you see mercerized, you see gassing. There's truly so many different terminologies that you see when you're buying cotton thread out in the market. So like what does it all mean, and does it really matter when you're purchasing threads? So I'm going to dissect all those terms that you usually see. Because for example, the spool here, we would say that this is a 50 weight 3-ply 100% Egyptian long staple thread that's been double gassed. And so that's quite a mouthful, and you're like, do those things even matter? Do I need to be paying attention to them when I'm shopping for thread? And the answer is yes, because those things are indicators of like a good thread or a good cotton thread quality. So let's break it down. So first of all, you're probably going to see 2-ply and 3-ply a lot, whether that's for cotton thread, polyester thread, rayon thread. Like you'll see the word ply a lot. And I think that's pretty easy to understand, but in case you guys like want a better visual between 2-ply and 3-ply, which is usually the most commonly seen in the market, 3-ply threads have 3 strands of yarn that are twisted together, which is why it's called 3-ply, right? So because it's three pieces, the shape of it tends to be a bit rounder. So I'm actually going to share screen and let me know if you guys see this or not. But 1 second here. All right, let me know if we can pull up this screen for everyone to see. So you can see here on the side, we have a 3-ply thread. So you see here, the 3 strands of yarn that are twisted together usually create a shape that's a bit more circular. Now with a 2-ply thread, you only have 2 plies of yarn that are twisted together, and that usually creates a more oval type of thread shape. And this matters when you're sewing or quilting because, as you can see in this example, a 3-ply thread, because of its shape, no matter how you kind of like rotate it around and stuff, usually is going to sit on top of the fabric a little bit more than a 2-ply thread does, right? So when you're thinking about what type of thread you want to use, a 3-ply thread is going to, like I said, sit on the fabric more. You see it a little bit more, and the 2-ply is going to sink into your fabric a little bit more. So the 2-ply, like one of the comments are saying, will lay flatter. So this matters when you're kind of picking a thread, especially for like piecing. You want flatter seams where you want to reduce the bulk. You don't want to see the thread as much. 2-plies will definitely blend a little bit more, hide a little bit more, create a little bit less bulk than a 3-ply would. But 3-plies look really nice, especially for quilting, because they sit really nice on the fabric, and so that's a really good choice as well. So you're not going to go wrong choosing a 2-ply or a 3-ply, but you're going to those are just like considerations that you can make when you're shopping for thread. So the next thing is long staple Egyptian cotton. You see this term a lot. You see long staple, you see extra long staple. So like, what does long staple truly mean? And does like extra long staple really make it that much longer than like a non extra long staple Egyptian cotton? Well, to be totally honest, like extra long staple and long staple Egyptian cotton, they're going to range anywhere from like an inch, inch and a half to 2 inches, no more than 2 inches for sure. And so that's just the fiber. If we can just go back to the screen of me. So that's just going to be the fiber of the Egyptian cotton. And so the longer those fibers are, the stronger your cotton thread is going to be, because if you have longer fibers twisted together, you're going to create a stronger thread. That makes sense, right? Because if we have to use a lot of shorter segments to twist a thread together, it's going to be less strong than longer staples of Egyptian cotton. As well, if you think about it, if you have a lot of shorter staples twisted together, you're going to get a lot more lint than a longer staple, because you have less pieces that are going to fly up and more of it's going to be twisted into it. So having a longer staple Egyptian cotton means that 1, your thread is going to be stronger, and 2, it is going to have a bit less lint. So these having a shopping for a good quality cotton thread, you do typically want to have a longer staple Egyptian cotton. So someone asked, can cotton thread stand up to machine quilting? I've been told to use polyester. So actually, you can use a lot of different types of materials for quilting. You can use rayon, you can use cotton, you can use polyester, you can use metallic. It truly depends on what you're trying to achieve and how your quilt is going to be used. Because if you have a quilt that's going to be washed all the time, then you definitely want something that's going to hold up to all that abrasion and washing. So you want to go with like a cotton or a polyester thread. Whereas if it's going to be like an art quilt and it's just going to hang on the wall, no one's going to touch it too much, and it's just really there to be decorative, then you can definitely expand your options to like rayons or metallics, where you don't have to worry about it being washed or too much abrasion against it, and it'll still hold up perfectly fine. So between cotton and polyester specifically, though, it really depends on the look you want to achieve as well, because, you know, a lot of polyesters that you typically see in the market, especially like in that 40 weight category, have a bit of sheen to them, and cotton generally has more of a matte finish. So it doesn't matter whether you use polyester in your quilt for the quilting or cotton. It just comes down to, do you want it to be a bit shinier? Do you want it to blend a little bit more? Do you like the look of poly? Do you like sewing with poly, or do you like using cotton for your quilting? So it's not really like there's a right and a wrong. It depends on what you want to achieve and like how you want it to look, and that's going to give you like really the best the best idea of like which way you should choose. So you just need to ask yourself those questions. So continuing on from long staple Egyptian cotton, now let's talk about gassing. So as we all know, cotton is linty, and that's just a fact about cotton thread. There's nothing we can do about it. It's just how cotton thread is, and there's just ways that we can deal with the lint, but there's not really like a way for us to like eliminate the lint completely, because again, it comes down to how cotton thread is made, right? All those little fibers being twisted together, of course you're going to get all those little flyaways that we call lint, right? If you think about those flyaways, it's like as if I twisted a bunch of strands of my hair together, and you get these little flyaway pieces, and that would be kind of like the lint part. And so what we do at Wonderfill to treat the lint problem and kind of reduce how much lint the thread has is we actually double gas it. So you might have seen this term before, or you might not have, but double gassing is actually a process that we use to kind of gently burn off the lint from the thread. So we actually remove it. We put it through a gas flame really quickly, and it burns off 80% of the lint without damaging the integrity of the thread. And we actually do this process twice. And so that's how we get a very low lint cotton without having to do anything else in the manufacturing process to reduce the lint. So for one, we look for a longer staple Egyptian cotton, and then we do this gassing process to really reduce as much lint as we can. Now, there's other manufacturers that might use other manufacturing processes to like get rid of the lint. Some of them may involve like kind of putting like a really thin layer of glaze to hold that lint down. But sometimes you just have to be careful with that, is because when it runs through your sewing machine, it can scrape that layer off and you still get left with the lint problem, but then you kind of like gunk up your machine a little bit. So double gassing is a great way to go about treating the thread to remove the lint and not damage the thread and gunk up your machine as well. And finding a cotton thread that is less linty is really important because, as you know, we always have to, open up our bobbin case. We have to open up our machine and get it cleaned out so we don't have too much lint buildup. And that's just a good habit to have. But if you're using less linty thread, then you'll have to do it less often or worry about it less often, because it is really important to keep your machines, all those nice machines that you guys have, clean so it doesn't break anything or cause any issues. Now, another term that you might see with cotton thread a lot of the times is mercerization. So what does mercerization mean? Does it affect the thread in any way, or is it just like another marketing term that you throw out there? So mercerized cotton is actually going to be a stronger cotton. So if you're looking for stronger threads, a mercerized cotton is typically going to be a little bit stronger as well, because it's a finishing process where you put the thread in a caustic solution under tension, which causes the fibers of the cotton thread to swell so the dyes can like penetrate the fiber more. And this does two things. It actually gives you a stronger thread. And then two, it's going to give you better luster. And the color is going to be a bit more vibrant on that cotton as well. So it does give you overall better finish on the thread. So again, those terms that you can look out for next time when you're buying cotton thread, you're going to feel like such an expert. You're like, okay, is it 2-ply? Is it 3-ply? Long staple, Egyptian cotton, double gassing, mercerization. Now you know it all. So when you're buying cotton thread next time, you won't need to feel intimidated with all these like terms that you see all the time. So let's talk about why cotton thread is so popular. And we get so many questions about, should I only use cotton for my quilting, or can I use other things as well? So cotton thread has existed for a long time. Like it's a natural fiber, right? So we didn't need to invent this product. Like it existed naturally in the world. So we've had cotton thread for a long time, and it's been manufactured. Cotton thread has been manufactured since like I think the 1800s or so. So it's been a long time since it's existed. And so of course it's ingrained with how long people have been quilting for. So as long as people have been quilting, they probably started with cotton thread. And so that's why it's always been passed down that like, oh, use cotton, and like cotton is traditional. That's what you're supposed to use. And to give you a comparison, like polyester thread really only came into the picture around the 1940s or so. So it's in terms of like both of their histories, cotton thread has been around for a lot longer than polyester. So, as sewing a lot of times is passed on through someone else teaching you, your grandma or your mom, like they kind of pass on that knowledge as well, right? So it's always been like, oh, use cotton, but polyester is a newer type of thread. And back then, when it was first manufactured, there's definitely a lot less ways to process the thread that would make it a good quilting or piecing thread. But now technology has changed a lot, and there is like a lot more options for polyester and a lot of different types of polyester available. So there are amazing polyester threads for quilting and piecing now. But that's why it's always been very popular to use cotton, just because it's existed for a very long time. And the other thing is cotton thread is very easy to sew with, and that makes it another popular reason why people use it. And we got to talk about thread memory. So this is one of the reasons why cotton thread is popular. So as you can see here, I'm holding a spool of 50 weight cotton thread. And when I pull the thread off the spool, you can see only the amount that I pull off really comes off. And I'm just tugging it very gently. And the minute it comes off, the thread is very straight. And this is because cotton thread has horrible thread memory. It has very bad thread memory, which actually makes it one of the easiest threads to sew with. Whereas, I don't know if some of you guys love or hate this guy here, but this is metallic thread. And metallic thread has the best thread memory, which means it's actually one of the more difficult threads to sew with. And what that means is, as you can see, when I pull it off the spool, the thread retains a lot of that curliness. So you can see it kind of remembers the shape that it came off of, the spool shape. When it comes off, it remembers that curly pattern. And so because it holds its curl and stuff like that, it's very easy, as you can see, even just a little slack, it twists up on itself very easily. And so that's why metallic thread is a little bit more difficult to sew with. So you see how this one straightened up right away, and this one, extra thread comes off easily, and it retains its curl a lot more. So the thread memory actually affects how easy it is to sew with thread sometimes. And so that's why cotton is super simple. It doesn't tangle up before it goes into your machine. Whereas like sometimes you have those issues with metallic thread. And so another reason why it's very popular. And so one more thing though with cotton thread, I know people want to use it all the time and for everything, is we have a range of cotton thread that goes from 12 weight to 60 weight. Okay. But why don't we have cotton thread that's 80 weight or 100 weight when we have polyester thread that's 80 weight and 100 weight? And let's go back to how cotton thread is made. So I hope you guys remember this. So like I said, again, it's a lot of fibers that are twisted together to create these cotton threads, these cotton strands, right? So if you're moving up in weight, so the higher the number, the finer the thread. So when we're talking about 80 and 100 weight thread, it's very, very fine. So to make fine thread, we're going to have less fibers to twist together, which means that the thread is not going to be as strong. So that's why you're not going to see 100 weight cotton exist in the market, because you're not going to have enough strength with only just so few fibers twisting that cotton together. And we have to go to other material like polyester to create those threads. And so for like the polyester I was talking about earlier, that we have some that now are great for piecing and quilting, we have a lot of technology to make that thread good for those purposes where cotton really can't fill that gap. So we have to use polyester instead of the cotton. And I know someone just quickly mentioned if I could explain the thread weight again. So the thread weight is the lower the number, the thicker the thread, and the higher the number, the finer the thread. So we have a lot of great videos about this on our YouTube channel. So if you're interested, just because I only have half an hour today, so if you're interested, go check that out on our YouTube channel. It's called The Wonderful Sausage Theory. And it's a really fun analogy on how to remember thread weights. So again, the lower the number, thicker the thread, higher the number, the finer the thread. So now that you kind of have like a general idea of like the gist of cotton threads, let's see it being used. When do we want to use cotton thread, and how can we use it in our sewing? So I'm going to jump back into the PowerPoint presentation here. So are you guys able to, oh, perfect. Yeah, so here, as you can see, all of our threads are mercerized. And so you can see that beautiful luster that I'm talking about. It's not shiny like how a rayon or a poly or a metallic would be shiny, but you can see it has a really beautiful natural luster, right? Here's a close-up, and you can really see here how clean these cotton threads that we have are. There's not that extra fuzzy, linty stuff too much that you see on the thread, and that's through our double gassing process. And I assure you, we didn't go through this with a fine-tuned tooth comb and like edit out all the little pieces of lint. There is lint on there if you look closely, but you can really tell from these shots, this is a really high quality metallic. So where are places that we can use cotton threads? So here we can see this is using our 60 weight 2-ply cotton thread, and this is for applique. So you can use this for applique by hand or by machine. We do have finer weights of thread as well, the 80 weight and the 100 weight, if you really don't want to see the stitches. But there are some people that do just prefer using cotton thread for their applique. So our finest weight that we offer is 60 weight, and that's when you don't really want to see your applique as much, or if you're doing like needle turn applique and things like that, where you want to keep your seams a bit flatter. And then there's times where you do want to see your applique a little bit more, right? You want to see the stitches, have it be a part of what you're doing. So going to a 50 weight, that's kind of generally what everyone should be very familiar with. Then you can see it shows a little, it's not too in your face. It's nice. It's a look. Again, all of these you can use, and there's no right or wrong for like which one you should be using all the time. It always just depends on how you want the final look of your project to be. So if you want to see your thread more, use those heavier weights. If you want to see your thread less, use those lighter weights. So here we have a 12 weight thread for the applique. So this is definitely more of a decorative applique. You can see the stitches, they're bold. We're also using a color that you can very obviously see against the white. And it gives you a really cute look, and almost like it's like stitched by hand, but we did this on the machine. So that's the difference just changing your thread weight can do. And actually the center of this daisy is needle punched with the 12 weight thread as well. And when you're using all these different types of thread weight, so someone just asked what the bobbin weight is. So in all of our samples, we're always using our 80 weight Deco Bob thread. And that's a great one to just reduce the bulk in whatever you're doing. It's nice and fine, so you get tons of thread on the bobbin, and you don't want to be adding extra bulk than you need to. So I highly suggest using a lighter weight thread in your bobbin whenever you can. And don't worry about mixing and matching different thread weights. I would say that's pretty much like a myth, because if you think about if you wanted to use a 12 weight, if you use 12 weight top and bottom, like in your bobbin and on top too, your machine wouldn't have the best time making that work for you. So of course you're going to have to use other weights of thread. So obviously with 50 weight or even lighter weight threads too, you can mix and match different bobbin weights. And I would always suggest going with a lighter weight bobbin when you can. So let's continue. Of course, we have quilting. This is a 50 weight 3-ply. I'm not showing you anything too crazy here, but of course, cotton looks beautiful on quilts. It's got that matte finish and it blends just so nicely. And we actually have 120 colors in our 50 weight Egyptian cotton thread now. So plenty to choose from when you're picking colors for your next project. And this is just like a closer up view, and you can see how crisp those stitches look. And that's with a really clean cotton thread. You're going to get crispier stitches with a cleaner thread. So some of you guys, if you've been to some of my other talks as well, I recognize some of your names. So I hope you don't find me repeating too much information here. But we have a 50 weight sample that we quilted, and now I'm going to show you the same sample in a 12 weight. So you can definitely use the 12 weight cotton for quilting as well. So let's take a look at that. So the same pattern, and we're just going 50 weight, 12 weight, and you can really see how much your design pops out using that 12 weight thread. We use the same color and everything. So you can really see the impact of just changing your thread weight. And all we did was change thread weight, because everything else about the thread is the same. It's 100% Egyptian cotton. So think about how many varieties of the same pattern you could make and how different they would all look if you started changing like the textures and the weights. So there's really so much possibility. So when you're thinking about what you want for your next quilt, don't be worried, and like don't think you only can use like a 50 weight or a 40 weight thread. There's truly so many options out there. And when you do change the weight of your thread, of course you need to change your needle sizes as well. So when you're using those heavier threads, then you do want to use like a top stitch 90-14 is what I usually use with my 12 weight thread. But if you're ever unsure, we actually have tons of great resources on our Wonderful website that lists all our hints and tips for all of our thread. So I'm just gonna like quickly scroll through the next few photos just because I'm about to be done on my time here. So as you can see, I can talk about thread for a very long time. You see here we have like another quilt, and we actually outlined some of the blocks with that 12 weight thread. But because that thread is so bold, it almost acts like part of like it kind of enhances the design, and you can really do a lot of playful things with the thread. And this one as well, you can see a closer up image. That 12 weight thread that's quilted on here adds like a really nice textured look. And this one is a 50 weight on the inside, those squares, and the outline is done with a 12 weight. So then we use 2 weights here, and then in the background we quilted it with 100 weight. So 3 different weights. And then you can create a lot of like depth and dimension just playing with thread weights like that. And even mixing and matching polyester and cotton in the same quilt is no problem at all. And this is also 12 weight stitched out and 12 weight for hand quilting as well. You can also use it for embroidery. So you can use cotton threads for embroidery. I know everyone must be used to using like a 40 weight polyester or rayon for your embroidery, but next time check it out. You can use a 12 weight for your embroidery, a 12 weight cotton. It gives a real vintagey hand done look. And even for thread painting as well, it's going to give you a much flatter matte look, but it's really, really nice to embroider or thread paint with because it's such a high quality, clean cotton that you're going to get really nice detail doing even like embroidery with it. You can see how sharp all those lines stay still. So don't feel like you need to just stay with like a 40 weight rayon or polyester for your next embroidery project either. All right. Back to you guys. I think I'm like right at the end of my mark. But if you guys want more thread education, like please check out like our social media channels. We always give out as much thread education as we can. So yeah, follow along.
Callista, I mean, amazing. We're like, who knew there was so much to know about thread? Somebody's asking, what weight thread would you use to embroider a t-shirt?
So again, it depends. If it's a t-shirt, I would definitely recommend using something like a polyester because you're probably going to wash it a lot. And so if you're going to wash a project a lot, I would not use rayon because it's not as good being abrased a lot and in water. But you could choose actually between polyester or cotton for a t-shirt, depending on if you want it to have a sheen or not. So there's so many factors, and it all depends on the person. Like, what result do you want to see?
That's amazing. And it'd be fun to just play around with it too, to decide what you like. The biggest question I saw flying by was, does Callista have a chart for all of the threads that Wonderful sells, and also a chart that explains sort of the differences, like do this and do that, like choose your own adventure when it comes to thread.
I think we have something like this on our website. So if you go to wonderful.ca, under like our resource, under products, if you click it open, there's media and resources. We have tons of guides on every single one of our thread lines. That includes all the applications for all the thread. It includes the needle sizes, because I know we're always getting questions on the needle sizes. And we even have like bobbin guides. So if you're like ever wanting to use like a pre-wound bobbin. So we really try to have like as much information on there as we can for everyone.
You have like a doctorate in thread.
I know, right?
So much information. I actually went to your website while you were talking because I wanted to see the different weights and different colors and different sizes and things like that. So tons of information there. Calista, you are just awesome. And you're going to be back with us later this week.
I think today's my only session, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to have to follow you. We're going to have to go to your website and learn more from you there. But you also have videos on YouTube, yeah?
Absolutely. We have videos on YouTube. We have our Instagram page as well. So if you guys feel like you didn't have questions answered, like come talk to us, like send us an email, reach out to us, DM us or whatever. Like we love to be able to like answer any thread questions that people have. And if you guys are looking for those threads I talked about today, those 50 and 12 weight cotton threads, they're on SMP's website. And I think there's some really nice kits that are available too.
Oh,
So.
You are so good. You just made the perfect segue for me, Calista. Everyone say thank you, Calista. You're great. What a great way to end the day. Thank you so much. Let's tell everybody how they can get these great threads.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, everybody. Wow. What about that threaducation? That was amazing. I'm taking notes like it's my job. Oh, wait, it is my job. But no, like amazing knowledge that she has. So again, let's talk about these threads. Let's see what Blaine has for us today. Oh, yes, the confetti pack thread kits. There are 5 sets available. Again, look at this Quilt Fest pricing. That's really great. There's a call-in special for a better price, which I think. Thank you, Blaine. That's amazing. I love, look at these colors. I talked about this earlier, but the spectrum and shaded velvet and iced pastels, forest floor, sand, and sea glass. These are amazing. These are 5 sets for you to choose from today during this Quilt Fest week. So if you can't make up your mind or you say, I want to get this one today, maybe tomorrow you'll want to buy another one. There are 5 days in the week. Maybe you buy one all 5 days of the week. But again, there is the Quilt Fest pricing there. Call 800-401-8151. For a call-in special. And by the way, if you're online on smplive.tv or SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can type into the chat. They're amazing. I just chatted with somebody. They don't even know it was me. And they ran and got some pricing for me. So they're fantastic over there working away. Yeah, I know, Blaine. I was testing your team and it worked out great. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody. So be sure to learn more from Calista at Wonderful because she's wonderful. And then go ahead and get these amazing confetti pack thread kits at smplive.tv. 5 sets available. Oh, there are some more. I didn't know that. Spaghetti color sets. Thanks, guys. 5 sets available. Brights, jewels, garden, tropics, and neutrals. Those are just my speed right there. Again, call 800-401-8151 for your call-in special. Are there more that I don't know about? Oh, no, it's just me. Okay. So, wow. I love those threads. How exciting is that? I've got like 3 in my cart right now. I'm going to bring Blaine back. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. So the spaghetti thread got me hungry.
Just because you heard spaghetti.
Spaghetti, confetti, whatever. Hey.
All the confetti got me excited. I mean, what a great way to end the day, Blaine. Seriously.
I'm telling you, when you talk about confetti, it's like celebrating. So let's celebrate and give some stuff away. What do you think?
I love it. Let's get some stuff away. What do you guys think? You want to get some stuff away?
Yep. Y'all start chiming in there. So Kennedy is getting her wheel all ready. And we're going to spin the wheel today. But we're going to start out, Jane. We're going to give away a set of our tote bags. And these are our bit bags. There's 8 different colors. And they're $49.99 if you buy them on our website. They're $9.99 individual if you buy them. But we're going to give the whole pack away of 8. We're going to give 2 lucky customers set of these. So are y'all ready?
We're ready. You guys ready?
All right,
Yeah, everybody's
Kennedy,
ready.
spin
Spin
that wheel.
Linda Walsh, congratulations, watching on YouTube today. Hi, Linda. She's been chiming in all day.
All right, Linda. So how you're going to claim your prize, you're going to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out the information completely, hit submit, and we will handle it from there. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel again. Let's get another winner.
The suspense is just killing me. Just waiting and waiting. It's so exciting.
These are my favorite bags, you guys.
Charlene Scott.
Woo!
All right, so Charlene Scott is our winner watching today from Facebook. So Charlene, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you see the Claim My Prize tab, hit that, fill out all information completely, hit submit, and we will handle it and get it shipped right to your doorstep. All right, we're going to continue on, Jane, and we're going to give away a couple of our world famous sewing mats.
Oh, I love the sewing mats.
And guys, I always say this, Jane, if they don't have a sew mat for their machine, they are doing their machine a disservice.
Oh, we got to show Jane real quick.
Jane is showing one of her mats.
Woo!
Nice and purple.
Oh, I love that one.
I know, me too. I love that one, but I want to make sure you can see it.
Oh, we can see it.
So great. I just wanted to show you. I have one right here.
There it is. All right, so we're going to give Jane, we have 12 different, or actually 13 different colors to choose from. We have a brand new one. It's a leopard print mat, and we only have it 2 sizes. It comes in medium and large.
You got the leopard print.
But we're going to let them pick any size they want, any color. And so, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I am on it.
Now, if y'all want to see what the dimensions are, you can just go right to the smplive.tv. You'll see the mats. Click on that. Go to the product page. It'll show you all the different dimensions. There you go. So I'm going to let you call the names.
Cinda Gillen Gerton, congratulations. You're the winner of a sewing mat, and you're watching on YouTube today. Thank you so much for joining us.
How can she claim her prize, Jane?
Well, she's got to go to smplive.tv, and you got to scroll down to the bottom, and then you got to say, hey, I'm Cinda Gillengerton, and I want a mat. And then you can do the picking and the choosing and tell us where we're going to send it so we can make sure you get it. Is that right?
That is right. And most importantly, Jane, Cinda, you need to tell us what size and what color a mat you want. And before you hit submit, and then we'll handle it from there.
Yes, size and color. Congratulations, and thank you
Perfect.
for joining us on day one.
All right. So, Kennedy, let's spin the
Yes.
wheel and get us another winner for another mat.
Woo!
Are
I
we
want to
going to have
know
music
in
by
the
the end of the
chat,
week?
in the chat out there, give me number 1 if y'all plan on watching tomorrow.
Reen
Wilcoxon.
Congratulations.
Reen. Reen just won herself an SMP sewing mat. Reen's watching today from Facebook. So, Reen, again, go down to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out the information all complete, and hit submit. And most importantly, tell us what color and what size of mat you want, and we'll get it right out to you.
What is next, Blaine?
That is awesome.
What's next?
Hey, by the way, speaking of Reen Wilcoxon,
Yeah?
we need to get her for Hoop Fest
Oh, yes, we do.
to be an educator. So, Reen.
Well, she's listening right now.
Contact with your sewing mat.
So, Reen, I'm giving you a little hint there. All right, so
Winky.
let's move on. I'm winking at you. Okay. All right. So next up, we are going to give a $100 gift card away to Sewing Machines Plus. If you are local, you can go into one of 2 retail stores. Either one, you can go to the San Diego store, the San Marcos, and use it. Or if you're nationwide, you can go right on our website. And at the time of checkout, you just put your gift card code in there, and it will actually knock off $100.
What a great gift, especially this week. Oh, my goodness gracious. Are we going to spin the wheel?
Yes, we're going to spin the wheel.
Kennedy, spin that wheel. I've been waiting for months to say that. Thank you. I'm not lying. Weaver L, congratulations. You're the winner of a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. You're watching on YouTube. I love it. Thank you so much for joining us. Go over to smplive.tv to claim your prize.
And most importantly, Weaver, make sure that you fill out the information. And that way we're going to email you the code for the gift card, and that's all you'll need. All right, Jane, we're going to continue on. We have got a kangaroo kookaburra cabinet.
Oh, what?
There it is. Look at that, guys. An
Are
Aero
you kidding
cabinet.
me?
This original price is $1,599. And we are going to give your choice, either the teak color or the white color. We're going to let you pick what color you want. And so, Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Spin it with some gusto, Kennedy. It's only day one. That is a great prize, Blaine. I can't believe it. Tony Lutz, congratulations. Tony is going bananas right now. That is so awesome.
So Tony Lutz is our winner. She's watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Tony. All you have to do to claim the prize is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page. You'll see where it says a little place that says claim your prize here. Fill out all the information and hit submit, and we will handle it there. But most importantly, Tony, let us know what color cabinet you want, either that teak or the white, and we'll get all that information. We will get it shipped right to your doorstep, absolutely free.
Wow, that's a
Blaine,
great
what
prize,
is
Blaine.
next?
It's pretty good stuff. Next up is the Dime Ultimate Quick Quilt Bundle. And look at that. Price is $1,108. And it is coming with a really great bundle there, Jane. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
That is a great prize too, Blaine.
We got some great giveaways this week.
And that ultimate quilt bundle comes with classes and a training session.
What? Oh my goodness, Lisa Looper. Congratulations. Watch it on YouTube. She's super excited. The confetti and back handsprings and high kicks. You are the winner of that Dime prize bundle.
So Lisa Looper, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim your prize, fill out the information and hit submit. And once we get that, we'll get your Dime Ultimate Quilt Bundle sent right out to your doorstep, absolutely free. All right, next up, Jane. We are going to give away a machine, and then we're going to draw for our first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway, and they're guaranteed to at least win a $5,000 prize package.
Oh my gosh, this is huge. Okay, so we're giving away a machine first, and then we're getting the next one, right?
Yes. So right now we're going to give away a Janome 3160.
QOV.
It's the QOV, right?
Yes.
Quilts of Valor edition. I love this one. And so this is a normal $1,000 sewing machine, and we're going to give this away. And I love the color scheme of this. I love it because it's the Quilts of Valor. And so Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay. Who's it going to be? Oh.
Brenda
Jones. So Brenda Jones is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Brenda. You just won yourself a Janome sewing machine. So Brenda, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you say claim a prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we will get your new machine shipped out to you as soon as we get your information. So congratulations on that. All right, Jane, next up is
I can't believe this right now. I'm way too excited.
So next up, we are going to give our first finalist drawing for the Dream Studio giveaway. And there it is. It's over $25,000 worth of stuff that they're going to be in the drawing for on Friday. We're going to pick a finalist every single day. And guess what, Jane? Even if they don't win this on Friday, each finalist is going to be a minimum prize package of $5,000.
I can't believe it. I'm going crazy over here. I have tears in my eyes for the next person's name is called, because even if they don't win, they still get an amazing prize.
Exactly. We've got a great package put together today. In this whole week is going to be incredible. And guys, this is just a little taste of some of the things we're going to give away for the rest of the week.
Lane,
you don't want to miss a single minute. All right, so Kennedy, here comes the moment. Our first finalist for the Dream Studio.
I'm drum rolling right now.
Spin
Spin
that
that
wheel.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Everyone's on pins and needles.
Debbie.
Oh, we know her. Oh, Debbie, how excited are you right now?
Debbie Pull is our winner. And so, Debbie, what this means for you, this means that you are in the drawing on Friday for the Dream Quilting Studio worth $25,000. And you're guaranteed, even as a finalist, for a minimum prize package of $5,000. So congratulations. That is incredible. So Debbie, what we'll do on Friday, we're going to write your name on a piece of paper along with 4 other people, put them in a hat. I'm going to draw them out live on the air right in front of you. Whoever I draw out gets the $25,000 and everybody else is going to get a $5,000 prize package. It is going to be incredible. Cannot wait, Jane.
That is nutty. Wow. Congratulations, Debbie. I want to see what she's doing right now. She must be so excited. Oh my God. So here's the thing, like, even if you don't win the grand prize, you still win. So
yes,
the prizes are huge. By the way, the Aero table, I can't remember the name of it that you just gave away. That's a big prize. Like, I'm going crazy over that prize. What's going on with you?
The prizes are great this year. We got some great prizes. Like I said, the whole show, we're giving over $100,000 away, and that's in the prize packages and all the giveaways throughout each day. So it's incredible.
Crazy.
You know, got to thank all of our sponsors out there too for stepping up and helping us out. All the manufacturers. It's been a great Quilt Fest so far. Jane, day 1's down. Got 4 days left. And, again, we're going to be on Friday. We're going to talk about this is the last day. Where'd it go?
We always do.
Goes
we
by
always
so
do.
fast.
Well, thank you. It's been such a fun day. We'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel, right, Blaine? But the last time I get to hold this for 1 more year, so I'm just going to hold it up 1 more time.
Oh, there you go. Well, I've got.
Take a picture.
Look what I've got to hold up.
Oh, I love that. That's for the quilt winner, right?
The Golden Scissors Trophy. I've got 2 of these to give away, and we're gonna, whoever wins the People's Choice Award, they win one. Whoever wins the best of show, they get one. So, and it could be the same quilt. You never know. They could win both. And so we try to make it extremely easy this year. We only had 1 quilting category. We just basically said, make a quilt, enter it, and make it easy, and everybody just goes and votes on their favorite one. And the judges are going to look at, they're going to look at a lot of other things. They're going to look at the judging criteria. However, it could be a modern quilt, traditional, whatever it was this year. We just try to make it easy, and we had over 100 entries. We've already had well over 25,000 people vote, and so there is a ton of activity on there. Voting, Jane, is still open till midnight on the 15th, and that is Pacific time. You can still go make your votes. You can do 2 a day. I encourage y'all to go check out all the quilts if you haven't had a chance yet.
Oh my God, they're amazing.
They're
the
amazing.
Quilts are just
amazing quilts.
Unbelievable. And the thing is, you got to scroll down and you got to keep looking at all the quilts because you are going to be floored by all of them. It's going to be hard to pick two a day. So you'll have to spread the wealth. Like in Chicago, we say vote early and vote often, but I know we can't do that on Sewing Machines Plus.
And even the presenters this year from the manufacturers, they're kind of getting in on the action, and they're going and looking at the quilts and telling us which one their favorite ones are. And some of them may even talk about it on the show. So it's going to be a great week. And we encourage everybody, if you can, make sure you join us each day, because we're going to give some great prizes each day, some great pricing, Jane. Again, I keep reminding everybody, if you don't see the product you've been interested in, even if you just want to know, give us a call on the phones just to ask, hey, if this product I've been looking at, this machine, do you have it on special? What is the special? And they can tell you. That way you can plan a little bit. And again, Jane, the prices on this are good all the way through this Saturday.
Wow, the day after Quilt Fest.
At the day after Quilt Fest, all the way through Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. You can still get those prices, and then they're gone. We can't honor the prices after that, so you have to do it this week.
It's great. I love the idea of planning plan because we have a week of good stuff that you want. So get the prize if but if you really think it's going to sell out, buy it now. Buy 2 because you're going to lose 1, so get 2. But the other thing, Blaine, is I don't know if you heard me, but I was texting online, chatting. Sorry, I was taking up your chat time. But I was like, hey, what's the price on this? And they're great. They're fantastic. So I mean, you got a great team over there. So thank you.
Well, and if anybody wants to get a little bit ahead of the game too, Jane, they can actually go on the smplive.tv. They can scroll down to where they see the schedule for the show. They can click on the day 2, and it'll show you what all the products we're going to have on there. They can do each day that way. We already got the schedule up where they can see what products are coming on.
That's good.
And so, if you go on the website and you look at a product and it says we only have 4 left and you're afraid we're going to sell out, you can kind of always go ahead and shop ahead of time and go ahead and get those specials before they sell out.
That's a top tip, everybody. Like, just take a peek ahead. That's the top tip.
Well, actually, customers taught us that. I don't remember what festival it was, but we were presenting the product, and time we'd present it would be sold out. We're like, how are they getting on this? And they were like, oh, somebody told us. We went and looked at the schedule and went ahead and bought the products coming up.
Smart.
Yes, exactly.
I
Get
love
the real
this.
inside
Every
information.
day, Blaine. This is great.
All right. Well, guys, we sure do appreciate that y'all are joining in. We hope that you enjoyed today. Some more educational classes the rest of this week are going to be great. Friday, we're going to have Meet the Judges, where they're going to tell you a little bit of what they look for in award-winning quilts. And, Jane will be back here with me tomorrow. We got more products, more giveaways. And so we can't wait for tomorrow, and we hope that you can join in. So, hey, from everybody here at SMP and Jane, guys, thank y'all so much. And we'll see y'all same time tomorrow morning.
Bye-bye.
See y'all.